not be mistaken.
Oh boy. Good afternoon, chat. 1 second. Good afternoon, everybody. I am just running a little close today with time. 1 second. Asa, the man himself. What's up, buddy? Good afternoon, Gus. Good afternoon, Titania. I know you were excited for tomorrow. Titania, for... Let's see here. There we go. All right. I had to get everything set up. Hold on. Let me just make sure this is the correct thing. Yes, that is the correct thing. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay. And main. Nope. Hold on. That's not right. Main. There we go. Okay. Hello. I apologize for the chaos. I had to run downstairs and get things situated before I came back up here and started. Awesome, man. It's finally the day. Oh boy. These comments are gonna be fun to read through. Let me just make sure everything is situated real quick. Okay. So, for anybody or everybody who doesn't know, my dear buddy Asa has been having 874 YouTube. Yeah, it's a lot, dude. Good God. For everybody who doesn't know, Asa Ratha HS is a good friend of mine, and for the longest time now, hi Sin, what's up? I want to say Tatiana every time. Titania, what's up? Asa Ratha has done MHA retrospectives for a long time now. He's done one for Act 1 of the series, which was from the beginning to Camino. And then he's done Act 2, which was post-Camino to PLW. So with MHA having ended last week, I figured I'd come by and, you know, why not celebrate one more time with a retrospective. Now, of course, this isn't going to be like super praise. This is pretty much, you know, a tell it as it is type retrospective, but I make some brief little cameos in here, and I figured, why don't we spend the day watching the retrospective? Undead Unluck. Yeah, I know. It's the Undead Unluck. It keeps getting to me. It literally keeps getting to me, especially when we're on her arc right now. Yeah, Merle. What's up, Jordy? Good afternoon, man. But yeah, this is pretty much today's main event. As you can see, it's like 4 hours long. So I believe there is a intermission in here somewhere. Yeah, there's one right here for Season 6, and then there's one right here for Season 7. So there's two intermissions. They're spaced out. What's up, Synchro? What's up, buddy? I'll catch up with you later, man. We got to talk, man. We got to talk about that episode. But yeah. So we're going to be doing this today. Let me just mute the music on the left-hand side here. And that's pretty much going to be the introduction. I know there's going to be a lot of interesting things said here. So, without further ado, let us get started. And let me know if it's if this is too loud or too low, by the way. Let me know. I will adjust the volume as needed. But yeah, watch party, guys. Here we go.
For our cable news gabfest show.
Just like when you got some coffee that's too black.
Oh my god.
Too strong. What you do? You integrate it with cream.
I know Naya has a blast making these intros every time.
We've seen war. We don't want war.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
It was September 27th, 2021, and the MHA fans were already beaten down and trodden upon after the defeats of Season 5.
True.
Not only had some of the series' best content been absolutely butchered by the adaptation, but one of the worst arcs in the series had gotten a great adaptation.
Joint
Tensions
training.
were high, the fandom was infighting, as more and more people defected to become haters. Things were not all gloomy, however, as the manga had finally entered its third and final act, and the content we were getting was looking great, until that fateful day.
Good afternoon, Golden.
Mutual blocks, accusations of switching up, and generally buffoonery took place, as the biggest upheaval in the fandom's history occurred. On one side, you had the people who would act as
shout
if
out
they
to
were
Naya for that
Shueisha's
intro.
payroll, refusing
The one thing Kamala Harris has always been
YouTube when I catch
fearless. As a
to acknowledge or accept any and all criticism of the story, and that people who said these things were simply doing it for the clout. On the other hand, you had the people that didn't need an alarm clock, as their hatred woke them up, ready to call anybody who mildly praises the series a dick writer. There existed a middle ground of people who legitimately enjoyed or criticized the series. However,
talking about me.
due to the sheer polarization at the time,
One of those
one
people
side
at
or
least.
another would lump you in with the other. However, it wasn't always like this. Act 3
It
of
sure
My Hero
wasn't.
Academia in online spaces started off with immense hype that had just featured some of the series' strongest chapters to date. Hawks vs. Twice, Deku vs. Shigaraki, the Dabi reveal, Toya backstory, Chapter 305, and of course, Chapter 306, which
Dude, listen, okay? This chapter right here, I remember this chapter like clear as day, man. League night for this chapter was the most insane night of any My Hero Academia's lives. I was saying stuff that would get me arrested by the Shonen police, okay? I was on some serious shenanigans when Chapter 306 dropped. You genuinely just had to be there, and not a soul could tell you anything for when 306 dropped. It was magnificent. Oh, God. You legitimately had to be there. Majority of the friends who I have now met me because of 306, because of how loud I was. Truly.
ended Act 2.
Truly.
Season
Had to be
5
there.
was, to put it bluntly, a shit show. But people still had manga chapters to look forward to. As Act 3 progressed, however, the tide quickly changed. A series that ultimately relied on the potential of, this is great setup, I can't wait to see how it's executed later, now finally had a timer placed on it. MHA spent much of Act 1 and 2 doing setup, and Act 3 meant it was time for execution. But people began to worry about executing the massive scope of the series in just one act. But Act 2 was super long, so
Yeah, it was.
it'll be fine, right? As people perceived that chapter quality got worse and worse, the
twice
polarization
cameo.
of the fandom only grew. However, it only really grew on one side,
Bubba
the side
cameo.
of toxic positivity. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad thing at all to enjoy the story or not enjoy it at all, but people would genuinely begin to go out of their way to harass and attack people for simply posting criticism, running people out of the community, or continually following them around to make fun of their takes. It was genuinely just weirdo behavior, as people who based their entire personality off of a manga took it as a personal attack when you said something was mid. On top of all that, Horikoshi's health in the final stretch of the series was clearly declining.
Very.
Rapid pacing, occasional 11 or even 9-page chapters, a multitude of unexpected breaks, and unfinished chapter art. What makes this especially sad is that multiple other mangaka like Oda, Tabata, or Gege around this same time were given month-long breaks or even more to prepare for their final act.
Right.
Whether Horikoshi refused it or just didn't try to take one is unknown, but it also likely contributed to the declining quality of the series. Whether you dislike Act 3 of MHA or not, Horikoshi and by extension all other Weekly Shonen Jump mangaka deserve better. The weekly production cycle is disastrous for numerous people like Kubo, Togashi, or even brand new authors like the one of Ruri Dragon, who already had to take a hiatus. This sad reality, however, was used against people as ammo for wanting a better series, stating that by wanting more from MHA, you actually want Horikoshi to work himself to death, genuinely leveraging human suffering to try and dunk on people on the internet over a comic book. But let's stop talking about the fandom for now, and let's talk about where it all went wrong. An arc that changed the perception of My Hero Academia forever, the Battle of Villain Hunt.
Oh, here it comes. Here we go.
You're somebody who was very notable for the backlash.
Is it me?
to their
Oh,
thoughts
thank God
on
it's not
Villain
me.
Hunt as an arc. You want to tell us about that experience?
In one word, disappointing, I guess. Because at that point, I had been making content for My Hero Academia for half a decade. Half of the time, over half of the time, the manga had been running. And I had.
And for anybody who doesn't know who Ocean Man is or Oceans, he was a very strong advocate for MHA for the long time. Before I even knew him personally, or not personally, knew of him in the creator space rather. He like he's talking right now, he was very much disappointed in a Villain Hunt, and he kind of like dropped his one major thing. I think it's called the arc that broke My Hero Academia. After that, that man ran out of the fandom. Everybody had something negative to say for the most part. And he just took it, he dropped it, and walked away. You know what I mean? So, like Asa mentioned, I think that with Act 3 MHA especially, people, when we critique stuff, people would only accept it if it was phrased a certain way. You know what I mean? If it came off too harsh, if it came off a little bit too, maybe even interpreted as insensitive, it would just go the wrong way. You know what I mean? And that is why I especially, became quiet, because I was like, I'm not about to argue with anybody. It is what it is. I'm letting it go. You know what I mean? I spoke when I could feel like I could, speak without getting jumped on the street. But majority of the time, though, I did watch. From the sidelines, people just get in all types of arguments. It was insane. Yeah, this shot that everyone go insane. People were talking about MHA Shippuden and shit. Yeah, it was 306 was crazy when MHA Pacing died. MHA strongest soldier. Yeah, exactly. Like he really was a strong soldier. It's just when people just didn't want to hear it, man. And I feel like this is what the biggest difference is when it comes to hearing critique and stuff like that. You have to willing to be someone who wants to sit at that table. You don't have to agree with everything that somebody says, but if you can't even hear, you know what I mean, on top of season 5 already causing this major backlash due to a certain animator's cut, then MVA, and then the third movie, if you don't even want to deal with all that, it's sprawled out of control. A lot of people around nowadays are more so newer people that I've met, and they have formed opinions on these people without ever actually talking to them and just seeing if they really are these people that the community swears up and down they are. But I promise you, man, it's just not pretty no matter how you look at it. I can't wait for the section where I also talks about the villains and how the fandom treats the villains and basically misrepresent the text. Yeah, we'll see.
Situations where people dislike my content or a particular take, but it had never been that overwhelmingly unanimous.
Obviously, the community was split. You know what I mean? Villain Hunt had a lot of raw text with it. It had a lot of, again, good ideas. Some felt it was good execution. Others felt it came up short. I can see both sides. I think, again, good ideas, execution need to be longer and need to be more thorough. I still believe this, by the way.
I never experienced people turning on me so quickly. And I don't want to be like, oh, you got canceled or whatever. I didn't. I absolutely didn't. And a lot of people, even people I didn't expect, came to talk people down and tell them, hey, don't be shitheads to Oceans. But I guess sort of the big thing for me was how little it mattered in the end that I had made 100 videos on MHA, mostly positive. That in that moment it was just he talked some shit about Gentle and he talked some shit about Villain Hunt. Teacher, kill him. But what was going on in My Hero fandom at the time was exceptionally disheartening.
MHA Twitter, especially with season 5, it all really began with the arc switch, the spiral that led to the downfall of the MHA community, and the separation of people arguing constantly. You were either a hater if you didn't like something, or B, you were a hoary writer. You know what I mean? But At the end of the day, it should have never been that. For shouldn't. anybody who was on those sides, it should have always been, a difference in perspective. But unfortunately, again, the season 5, I mean, it drove us down a very bad spiral for the community, and nothing was pretty much ever the same after that.
It wasn't.
To this day.
This is My Hero Academia's worst.
Like, genuinely, if you were not around in the MHA community around that time, I promise you, season 5, I cannot understate this enough, okay? As somebody who was always saying, tell it how it is, right? I'm a very tell it how it is content creator. Season 5 was genuinely the most insane time to be on Twitter for My Hero Academia. I watched friends go to enemies. I watched people duke it out in the comment sections for hours. I saw groups go at each other. I saw spaces get heated. It was the most insane thing I have ever witnessed in a fandom. And granted, this is the first time I've ever been in a weekly Shonen Jump fandom, but I didn't even see this with Black Clover when they were like having issues with the Spade arc. I didn't see this with like, what else was going on? Granted, JJK was on the rise during that time, so it probably wouldn't have happened either with JJK. But dude, you could not say anything. If you enjoyed the episodes and stuff, you were gonna get slammed. If you hated the manga, you were gonna get slammed. You literally just had to choose to be a bystander. At least I chose to be a bystander. And if there's one thing I regret looking at it now, it is not speaking up during that time. There were so many things that I should have said back in season 5, and I admit that my passiveness during that time was one of my biggest character flaws during that time. But I genuinely did not see the value of trying to fight with people online when nobody wanted to listen to each other. That is the main thing. Everybody had this warped perception of people as of either haters or meat riders, and you could not say anything sensible, reasonable to try to establish some bridge of communication. It was ridiculous.
Arc so far. When the arc started, the community was united. Everyone was excited for Midoriya to finally get his long-awaited arc solely about him, his struggles, and his new ideology. This was the time we got to see the fallout of the massive war that had just taken place, to see how it affects our cast. These literal students, to see people react to the secrets of One For All being revealed, or about how they might react to Endeavor's dark history being revealed. Almost everything you can think about when it comes to villain hunt didn't happen. Of course, a story not doing what you expected it isn't an inherent negative, but also it's not an inherent positive. People went into Villain Hunt with a lot of ideas of what they wanted, and while some people were happy with what they took away from it, a lot of people, myself included, felt it was sorely lacking. A lot of people tend to make fun of people because, oh, you're just mad the story didn't go the way you wanted, and yeah, that's how it works. We have nothing to judge stories on besides our own wants and expectations. Some people just have
on a
different
weekly
wants
basis,
or expectations, or are more lenient with a story going against what they wanted. The big point for a lot of people is Deku himself. My Hero Academia had set expectations for itself that it failed to live up to. Going into this arc, a lot of people were starving for Deku content, as he hadn't had a prominent role in his own story since maybe Culture Festival, which, sure, 2 seasons doesn't feel like a lot on a binge, but for weekly readers, that was 3 entire years. This arc came off the heels of what many people consider peak My Hero Academia, or the golden trio of My Villain Academia, Endeavor Agency, and the Paranormal Liberation.
I'm a hungry
individual. That's 3 to 3, man.
I came across the Google Career Certificate.
Lordy.
War arc. This stretch of arcs set up Midoriya big time for a huge fall from grace, a point where he devalued himself to the point of calling himself only his power, devaluing himself to a point where he will destroy himself to achieve his power's goal. An arc in the making for 3 years, however, failed tremendously to deliver on its primary function. Chapter 305 was an example of how incredible it is to hear Deku's thoughts on his own problems, grappling with the ideas of saving a villain or killing him, but My Hero Academia opts to more or less not deliver on the very premise this arc was founded upon, which is exploring Midoriya. You would hope that after 300 chapters, you would expect an entire arc surrounding Deku and his self-sacrificial nature would cover how we end up this way, or delve deeper into Midoriya's psyche to further unravel his self-destructive state, but it completely fails in providing Deku's point of view, and really only let him be at his lowest point for like 5 seconds before the kids have to be shoehorned back in. People who had problems with this were labeled POV merchants by the positive side of the fandom, and yes, I would like it if the series delivered on its main character, my bad. This kind of summarizes the arc in a sense. It promises so much but delivers on all of that in a depressingly limited fashion. Instead of deep introspection on how Midoriya wound up here, he progresses maybe one step forward before being saved by his friends. But that big growth of Deku accepting people at the end felt unearned and glossed over. Chapter 317 is a perfect example of this. It's a chapter that people considered one of the best in the entire series, with hype at an all-time high as Deku dramatically dismisses All Might and chooses to go on a path alone and throw away any and all help. He is shown struggling, fighting a bunch of villains for like one plank second before the kids are there to save him, and then Deku says sorry to All Might, but also everything that happened was because you weren't there. Villain Hunt feels like a Sparknotes version of the arc Horikoshi wanted to make, and it doesn't really end there. This can be felt primarily through the pacing of the arc. If you don't know what I mean by pacing, I mean the speed at which a story is told. Pacing is determined by the length of events, how fast the action moves, how quickly the reader is provided with info, and so on and so forth. And after the war arc, and even near the end of it, it's as if you were in a car with Horikoshi and he dropped a cinder block on the gas pedal, and he doesn't let go for like 2 years. Oh man, I wonder how Midoriya's arms go. Oh, there it is. Oh geez. I can't wait to see how Midoriya wins over the second and third users of One for All. And it's over. Alright, well, I guess he didn't have to convince them at all.
Yeah.
Holy crap, they're going to the evil villain lair. Oh, we're outside now, and everything happened off screen. Wow, Midoriya's at his lowest moment.
I will say this. If there's one thing I genuinely do still feel disappointed in, it's the whole arms thing. I genuinely felt like for the longest time, Deku was going to lose a singular arm. You know what I mean? And he would kind of like reap all the buildup that has happened, and he may end up using like a black whip arm as like a temporary substitute, kind of like how Endeavor used a flame arm, right? The whole Airy thing towards the end, it just like, you know, like I get it, he needs his arms to do stuff, and that's fine, but you know, like we had this whole arm thing in season 2, right? The recovery girl said, I'm not going to heal you if you keep doing that in season 2. We get to season 3, he does it again. The doctor's like, you keep doing this again, you may not be able to use your arms anymore. We got shoot style, then we started getting new quirks, right? And then he did it again in POW, and we go into Villain Hunt, and then he's got a brace, which is like, okay, fine. You know, maybe a little pushing the boundaries of what should be possible with the whole Melissa gadget thing, but then, okay, and then he does it again, and the final arc, and, well, he does something more extreme in the final arc, rather, and then rewind. You know what I mean? So it's like, you got the scars, sure, but I just felt like all the constant talking about, you know, he may not use his arms again, and then for Aerie to do, like, what she did, it's just like, man, like, ugh, I don't know. I think Black Clover 304 and 330 did have spaces, but most of the fandom had the same general consensus. Yeah, that is true. They tend to be more in unison, that's for sure. That's true what Asa is saying, yeah. This might sound dumb, but I feel like MHA had to do something like Shippuden and make another show and make the Villain Hunt much longer and make a few more arcs, I don't know. Yeah, I think MHA needed more time to breathe in Act 3, that's for sure. MHA could have lasted a good 5 more years or so. I think MHA could have lasted at least 2 more years, if anything, if I really wanted to. But it kind of kept going with this notion of we will not wait, and by that it allowed the story to kind of just keep going forward too. You know what I mean? Though people would go bonkers if it ended on chapter 306 in the beginning before another show is even announced. True. Like, I'm not saying Hori should work himself to death. What I'm saying that the manga could last more than it already has. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, if Horikoshi needed to take like a month break and just kind of recharge, do it, man. You know, we'll be here. Or any type of break, you know what I mean? Or even switch to bi-weekly, you know? I feel like he possibly could have at least had that talk. Maybe it wouldn't have happened, but he could have at least had that talk. That would be consequences. How much cooler would it have been if he used shoot style at the end instead of a punch? Yeah, it would have been interesting to see, too. I miss shoot style. Yeah, we do, too. It kind of just, you know.
Just abandon All Might? Oh, I blinked, and the class is here to save him, and everything's better now. Never mind.
Eyes are doing the thing again.
The absolutely insane pacing of the series in this arc can also be felt through Midoriya's quirks. Deku spent 4 seasons getting a grasp on 20% of his power. And of course, we couldn't necessarily continue with that snail's pace, but at the end of Season 5, Midoriya goes from 20% and Black Whip to how he is at the end of Season 6, which is Foe 100% with Black Whip, Danger Sense, Float, Smokescreen, and Fajin. Fajin is a quirk I genuinely dislike for its narrative implications.
Yeah, very insane power creep for Deku as well. That slow and steady really amped up. And I guess what's interesting is that I guess you could really start to argue that, like, from Black Whip to Float, that is when things started to really begin to speed up in terms of his power creep. Even though Black Whip and Float are utility, the rest of it doesn't necessarily, like, you know, fall in that same category, right? Those are like power quirks, man. Like Fajin is a power quirk. You know what I mean? And I still don't know how I feel about Fajin, because I feel like One For All at base was such a powerful thing on its own. I don't understand why he needed Fajin. Like, I get it. You know what I mean? I think it's cool. It's a cool quirk. Like, I think converging kinetic energy to something else is a very cool idea. But I don't know how necessary Fajin would have been. I personally think that Deku could have used something to deal with either range, in my opinion, you know, like a projectile or something. And that would have been cool, you know? Like, how cool would it have been if, like, Deku had, like, a laser, like a beam, and, like, Horikoshi could make, like, tributes to Yu Yu Hakusho, for example, right? And have, like, the spirit gun type aim, you know what I mean? Like, it just crept up, and even though it's cool to stack with One For All, you know, I felt like the purpose of One For All getting passed on, one of the things they were doing is that every time they would pass it on, each user would stockpile it and get it stronger over the years, right? We saw in, or whoever is the user for Danger Sense, go into the woods for years and train to get One For All stronger. So naturally, it would be stronger no matter what, you know what I mean? I just felt like Fajin was, you know what I mean? Like, I understand, though, at the same time that Fajin was there because Deku, like you said, Titania, Deku wasn't going to reach 100% by the series. So I don't know what is worse, you know what I mean? Do you power creep him to make it to where, like, it's like a fake 1%, because technically mastering 100% was just not going to be applicable by the end of the series? Or do you make him 100% by the series and then just have that insane power creep? Like, it, you know, 45% was a good stopping point, but at the same time, if MHA was longer, then you could have gotten him to like 90-ish, maybe 80%, and then maybe using 100% would have been like the modern day using 20% at the moment of impact. You know what I'm saying? Like when he would hit overhaul before Infinite 100, he would turn 20% at the moment of impact. So if he was actually like base 80 at the end of the series, then at least like using 100% would have been the modern day 20% at the point of impact. You know what I mean?
It only exists as a way to artificially inflate Midoriya's power level, and acts as a band-aid for Horikoshi rushing the series to its conclusion. The pacing of the series even affects what could have been one of My Hero Academia's biggest reveals, the truth of One For All being made semi-public. All Might and just All Might, tried to keep this quirk a secret for pretty much his entire existence, and it sort of sets up an expectation of something happening when it goes public, especially as people who get more and more inquisitive towards the nature of Midoriya's power, namely Shoto. We don't even get any widespread interest in the quirk, as it is clear some pro-heroes outside of the main ones know what the quirk is, and we're leaking information to the press about Midoriya. You know who I was really interested in seeing react to One For All? Endeavor. The guy who spent his entire life chasing the fleeting back of that power, one that he would never be able to catch up to because it would permanently outscale him. We'll get more into Endeavor later in this section, but wow, this one just fell super flat. I understand the point was that Midoriya is more than his power, and I agree with this conclusion, but I don't think having the class or anybody around him acknowledge the power is
Oh, get this Tower of God ad off my screen.
contradictory to this idea, and is very much in line with how MHA would treat its cast in the past, as living, breathing people with their own thoughts, insecurities, and beliefs on things. This is something that contributes to my dislike of the Villain Hunt arc. The characters just don't feel like anything. And if you agree they don't feel like anything since Villain Hunt, get ready to slap a new merchant title on yourself. Hello, trauma merchants. If you want your characters to react to the events around them, then the positive side of the fandom straight up hates you. The class not really reacting to One For All is lame, but what is even more lame is them not having any complex feeling or thoughts on, I don't know, the giant war that just took place. Tokoyami found out his idol and mentor killed a man, doesn't really seem to care. Nor does Midoriya, who is now grasping with the idea of killing a villain.
Yeah, granted, Tokoyami said, like, back in the war that he believed in Hawks' choice, but even so, I feel like a conversation between them could have taken place, you know what I mean? Like, this is a human life we're talking about, and I still don't necessarily agree with Tokoyami getting, Hawks ending up as Public Safety Commission, you know what I mean? I still don't agree with that, in the end either. Let's see here. Yeah, I agree, Silver Comment. I miss air shots too. I'm kind of sad that disappeared too. I'm like Fajin with air shots would have been sick. That would have packed a punch, you know what I mean? Gear Shift is also bad. I don't mind Gear Shift. I think it's like a high risk, high reward quirk. But it is pretty damn strong, though. I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty damn strong. I hate Momo's costume. Yeah, I understand. It was a very early talked about topic.
None of the Class A students care that they stumbled upon the corpse of their teacher.
Hey, what's up, Comment? Good afternoon,
Momo,
buddy.
who she had the biggest relationship with, and the same kid who also lost her other teacher, Majestic, on the same fucking day. Do you remember back?
I know Yosa said this already, but Momo should have been more than what she is. She could have been an Arisa type character. I agree. I feel like Momo could have been a lot cooler if Horikoshi was going to limit her to make the same 10 things the entire series. I would have rather had Momo be not only a leader still, okay, but I would have rather had Momo be the woman powerhouse of the kids, right? Than her to be this leader who basically can create the same 10 things. Like, there is a lack of creativity with her quirk. She literally can create anything. She created a laxative out of her body to put a giant to sleep. And we're still limited to such things, man. Like, you know what I mean? There's not one cut or one moment in the show where Momo's like fighting multiple villains and she like creates a staff, right? Bang. Creates something else here. Bang. You know what I mean? Creates something else behind her back. Bang. There's no like constant mixture. There's no ebb and flow with her abilities, man. It's just point A, point B, point C, point D, based off situation. And I really wish there was more creativity for Momo. You know what I mean? I really do. I understand that Horikoshi may have been trying to keep certain characters in line, right? Ida, you know what I mean? The reason why Ida isn't like a Flash type character is because Flash is broken. Okay, the man can run through time. You got to keep that neutral, you know what I mean? And I get that Kaminari is kind of neutral too, right? Because lightning is pretty damn strong. But creating anything is pretty darn crazy. I'd rather Momo had been able to create something out of a source. Like, imagine if Momo had like light creation, right? She'd be the opposite of Tokiyami. She can create energy take energy from the sun or the moon, right? And it went, and take that energy and create stuff like light gauntlets or light armor or something like that. And just do something cooler. You know what I mean? If she's going to create stuff and let her be stronger in the day, right? Weaker at the night because it's the moon. Let Tokiyami be weaker in the day, stronger in the night. Would have been so kick-ass in my opinion, but I digress.
In the first part of the retrospective, where I talked about how we should keep in mind the class feeling like living, breathing characters in Kamino, this was why I told you all to remember it. This is the decline of the cast that will be felt throughout the entire act. There are more characters to complain about, so of course we have to mention the character consequences. The war left us in quite an unsure state, with a bunch of characters taking serious damage, and considering this is a story where we followed every step of the way as a 16-year-old broke his arms into almost unusability, myself and many others were interested to see the payoff of these incidents. However, those of you might be aware that it never really comes. Whether it be emotionally or physically, the arc that is supposed to serve as the aftermath of the war completely underdelivers. If we go over our cast of injuries here, let's see. Hawks gets his back completely scorched off, as mentioned by Dark Shadow, and instead of having anything meaningful come from that, Hawks just gets better. Of course, it's taking a bit longer for his wings to come back, but besides that, nothing really comes of it, and it will get worse later. Shigaraki's giant cave wave that a lot of weekly readers assumed killed 13, nope, she's fine. In fact, nobody we actually know, minus Crust, someone we still don't know, because slapping a name on a nobody doesn't make us know them, actually died from that. And this is something I've talked about so much. Gran Torino gets hit so hard.
Yeah, Crust, again, good hero, great moment, really embodied the spirit of heroism in that moment. But again, we didn't see Crust till the end of Act 2. You know what I mean? I really wish that we saw him more maybe in Act 1. If anything, that would have been cool. But, I get it. I guess.
Hard, blood sprays out of like every single hole in his body, and the ground underneath him explodes, but he's fine, I guess. Alright, let's see. Midoriya goes 100%, and the story dangles the scene of him being told to never do it again in front of us like keys in front of a baby. Just kidding. His strength has improved, so his arms aren't destroyed. The explanation for this isn't even my problem with it, because Midoriya being rewarded for growing stronger and being able to handle 100% more consistently makes complete in-universe sense. However...
True. I agree. I think I don't mind the season 6 explanation, because like when you increase, it's kind of like when you have like a giant meter, right? If your it's a giant meter with two different sides coming at each other and meeting themselves in the middle, right? If your meter is right here and the rest of your meter is up here, then naturally you will take damage, right? But if your base meter climbs and then your giant meter comes down, you still take some damage, but it's not as extensive, right? That's kind of like how it is. It's 2 meters coming at each other, except Deku climbed a little bit, so the impact wasn't as bad. You know what I mean? That to me isn't a problem either.
However, just because something makes in-universe sense doesn't mean you have to like the narrative intentionally playing with your expectations to set up a more tense situation that it would deliver on, effectively reducing the quality of the fight in hindsight and taking away yet another interesting consequence in an Aftermath arc, completely devoid of them, as well as randomly introducing a movie element that manga-exclusive readers just straight up will not understand from off-screen to further fix this issue. Let me think of some things that stuck. Twice is dead, that's for sure. I hope we get to see the villain cast react to that. Society is definitely now no longer functional, and Shigaraki is still bodyjacked by All For One. Now, this plot point was met with some apprehension. It doesn't get that much focus in the Villain Hunt arc, but All For One himself does, and some thought this was a little retconny. A lot of people, myself included, all the way back during Act 1 of the Retrospective, discussed the theme of passing the torch. All Might pass it to Midoriya to be the next symbol of peace, Endeavor pass it down to Shoto to live out his dreams, and All For One passed the torch down to Shigaraki to be the next symbol of fear, except never mind. Sorry, let me just pull this out to make sure people pay attention. All of that stuff about not taking quirks because they weren't suitable for Tomura, or internal monologue about handing it all to him just
Why is there
kind of goes away, and we're left to believe that this was the plan.
Why is there?
Don't get me wrong. Authors don't usually plan every single detail of their story down to this point, and that's good. Hawks, for example, wasn't outlined at all. He is, or was great. The difference here is that it feels contradictory to everything we knew about All For One, and that alongside Endeavor overtaking Shoto kind of makes the message of passing the torch feel hollow as time goes. Shigaraki got bodyjacked in chapter 295, and by the time Villain Hunt wraps up, that marks a year since Shigaraki has been himself, losing effectively one of the most interesting characters to someone who doesn't have the same weight, presence, or interest. He even goes against more of his own characterization when met with Overhaul in Tartarus, the guy who talked about not being able to help himself when he comes across a good quirk, doesn't take one of the best quirks in the universe, something that would allow him to circumvent this bodyjacking situation and instead repair himself to his prime, and ensure victory against literally anybody as it's a more versatile decay. The common response is that, oh, he didn't know who he was, and yeah, he did. And the other response is, oh, he doesn't know his quirk, and Shigaraki does. So he should. It's just a ridiculous out-of-character situation that destroys All For One, and unfortunately, he and Midoriya are not the only ones that suffer this arc. Alright, I think everyone understood my AFO point now, we can turn this off. Considering that the Todoroki family plotline had one of the biggest shakeups ever, the following Aftermath arc presented a great opportunity for Endeavor as a character. He had just faced the darkness of his past through Toya, somebody who he failed horribly, coming back to remind him that...
Yeah, I just want to bring that up too. The whole overhaul thing, it's kind of silly, a little bit silly in retrospect now, because Rewind could have still happened with All For One, right? If All For One wanted to rewind himself back to his prime, right? If All For One could have repaired himself, right? Let's say it like this, right? There could have been 2 different versions of All For One, right? If All For One repaired himself with Overhaul's quirk right now, and we saw that happen, right? And then let's say he still gets prominence burn, right? Because repairing himself and then rewinding himself is 2 different things, right? At least in the repair himself, he's functional on his own. He could have repaired himself, went at it with Endeavor, right? And then let's say prominence burn still happened. Then he could have started rewinding himself, right? But even if he rewinded himself, it would have at least eliminated the body hijacking problem, at least until it started becoming an issue, right? Because if All For One needed to reach Shigaraki in order to basically fully inject himself, right? That would have at least given Shigaraki a little bit more time to be himself. And for all we know, Shigaraki may have ended up killing All For One the minute All For One finally reached him in order to try to inject himself into Shigaraki. But again, ever since PLW and ever since Shigaraki got All For One as a quirk, it was doomed because of the vestige situation, no matter how you look at it. Like, literally, even if the overhaul stuff would have happened, it doesn't change the fact that there's an All For One vestige inside of Shigaraki because of the events of pre-PLW when Shigaraki was going through his surgery and he took the quirk. Doesn't even matter.
While he can work towards a new beginning, the past will always remain. He then faces his family in the hospital after the war, and they vow to stop Toya together, as hordes of people outside of the hospital attack Endeavor for the existence of Toya. The problem is that nothing really ever happens again. Endeavor just feels massively underutilized despite Dobby's dance being such a game-changing moment, and it almost feels contradictory for me to want more considering how much of the spotlight he had for Act 2. We spent all of this time with him learning about his atonement just for him to suddenly fall off the face of the earth and become the guy who says, "Just watch me," and proceeds to stand there as the stand-in for Toya kills himself, and he doesn't do anything to stop it despite having his own personal trauma over this kind of situation. To make matters worse, Endeavor being a wife and child-beating piece of shit just sort of stops mattering to anybody around him. A massive bombshell dropped about the number one in the nation, and only the civilians seem to care. Of course, the civilians are also drawn in a mob-esque light to make them look unreasonable for not liking what Endeavor did, while the other characters of the series basically kiss the ground he walks on. I'm not expecting everyone to turn against him, and it would be quite accurate to say some people with stomach working with him to defeat All for One, but the issue is that the story never shows us people's stomach.
To be honest with you, I would have been interested to see Mountain Lady say something against Endeavor, right? She is a young woman, you know what I mean? And it would have been interesting to see, like, you know how when the heroes were grouped up in that warehouse scene, right? And if somebody mentioned, like, Mountain Lady's not joining us, and Endeavor was like, no, she does not want to be near me, you know what I mean? Like surely, here's the thing, right? I understand that the heroes have no choice to work together, right, in order to get this done, right? You know, whether they're a piece of shit or not, they worked with Stain, you know what I mean? So I understand that they have no choice but to work together in order to get this done. It still doesn't change the fact that at least before the final dose of content hits the fan, that there could have been some dismay in terms of at least the presence, right? I mean, even Hawks, you know what I mean? Because what does killing a person or abusing their wife mean to these other people? You know what I mean? That would have been very interesting to see. You know what I mean? Maybe I understand if Genus was like a little bit quiet or a little bit awkward, right? He was dead for a while, then he came back, and now he's gonna thrust it into the situation, right? And he's the only voice of reason that they actually have, right? But it would have been interesting. Kamui Woods was abused as a child. True. Wait, is that actually true? No, I think I saw that in the it was like a volume extra or something like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna read some of you guys' comments real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll up for you, Jordy. One of the flaws MHA also has is the unimportance of character deaths. Like, most of the deaths are fodder characters we see once in a while, except for Midnight. Her death yeah, I agree. Midnight being the only death was a little bit tough, not gonna lie. Midnight got injured by a fucking rock, yet Gran Torino lives having his stomach impaled. Yeah, again, durability scaling is weird in the series. Izuku's progression makes sense. He stopped using too much power at once and limited his damage till his body caught up. Yeah, I agree. I feel like it took away Deku from being interesting. Yeah, Villain Hunt kind of just like, I don't know, man. It's missing that ebb and flow. MHA isn't beating the sexism allegation, not gonna lie. That is a nuanced conversation that we will have to have another time, because I have seen there's been some very heavy talks about that type of stuff in Shonen lately in general too on Twitter. Matter of fact, can never be Black Clover. Hey. The Vigilante arc should have been longer. I agree. Imagine if Izuku ran into more skilled people. I agree. I hate this. I understand the joke, but it bothers me. Yeah, having to focus on the right side of the screen with the subway surfers on the left is what a choice, man. What a choice. What's your final rating of MHA? 7 out of. I mean, I said this to a friend personally. I don't really want to quantify my rating for MHA. It is always going to be a personal favorite for me, no matter how much time has passed. But if I were to give a rating, I guess maybe between 7 or 8, maybe 7, you know what I mean, to be on the safe side, because I can't ignore the Act 3 inconsistencies, you know what I mean. All for One should have had his own prison. True. I was waiting to see if All for One turned Nana into a Nomu. Yeah, we don't know either. That was a cool theory though. 13 was also very wasted. I understand she doesn't use her quirk for combat and stuff and doesn't want to hurt innocent people, but yeah, I don't really have any strong opinions on 13, to be fair, though. At least in my opinion, of course. I don't remember, but did Shigaraki even use All for One against Deku? Not real. I don't know. He didn't really get to use a bunch of his own quirks, so technically, no. He just stuck with Decay. I mean, he stole Danger Sense, so I guess that counts, right? Shigaraki could have eaten All for One and stopped the body jacking, so we have a better villain. Yeah, and story. Endeavor is an abuser and not one of our characters react. Yeah. Mountain Lady was awesome. I agree. Yeah, 13 would have been catching body left and right. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, okay. Let's see. The other heroes have their problems with Endeavor. Woods versus Fury. True. This may be a hot take, but Hori could have taken us to space or some shit, let 13 use their quirk to the fullest. Oh, God. That might have been a little too high in the power scaling department. It's a volume extra? Okay, got you. Volume extra. Wait, and here is the thing. Quirk marriage is still legal, as far as we know of, yeah. It's a rock mount. It's a rock mount lady. It's not that physically strong, though I do notice some humans in MHA are physically stronger than others, even with their quirk. Yeah. In the Vigilante arc, I would have liked an interaction between Stain and Deku. True. Ginormous missed opportunity, in my opinion. Stain saving Izuku again would have been cool to see. Ginormous missed opportunity. I am genuinely surprised Stain and Deku did not run into each other again. Imagine if Stain stopped Deku too, because Deku was weak. He was getting tired. He was getting weak. If Stain stopped Deku and then recognized him back from like Kamino or pre-Kamino and was like, "You've lost your face as a hero." Oh my, ripping my shirt in half. That would have been peak.
Working with him. Only implicit acceptance and approval of what he has done by never having any professional heroes or even the kids denounce him or think negatively for what he has done. We seriously got more of Frog Girl calling the class villains for wanting to save Bakugo than of literally anybody caring that Endeavor got his own child killed. Now, a lot of people take issue with me bringing up civilians being drawn in a negative way, and I would like to explain this a little bit. Explicit denunciation through dialogue or narration isn't the only way to portray things negatively in fiction. These things can be achieved through lighting of scenes, or like the Endeavor scenes in the Toya backstory. This can be achieved through general direction,
yes,
like a lot of
subtle
Bakugo
stuff.
This can be achieved through narrative means, where characters that deserve to be punished for their behavior continually take L's, like Tanya in the Tanya the Evil's anime adaptation. Or, last but not least, how you draw people in a manga. I think it's fair to say that the way Endeavor was drawn here, and the way the civilians were drawn later when criticizing him, is a little too close. Endeavor isn't the only one who suffers from this sort of implicit acceptance of his actions, but unfortunately, Hawks did not survive the Battle of Villain Hunt. You remember this really big and emotional moment where Hawks, killed someone? One of the very, very few on-screen deaths of My Hero Academia, and the only death of a character that has mattered? What if we just, almost never talk about it again until maybe the very end of the story? Let's go ahead and reconstruct Hawks vs. Twice. A government agent manipulates a man before backing him into a situation where he is forced to react violently, and then he extrajudicially murders him. Of course, Twice was a very powerful weapon, but that doesn't mean there weren't other solutions. That is a part of what makes Hawks vs. Twice a great fight, the moral complexity.
You're going to have to get used to asking questions that might make you a little bit uncomfortable.
I agree, person on YouTube.
And thought that went into such an encounter. What makes it age poorly, just like a lot of things in this arc, is the lack of any meaningful interaction about it afterwards. Hawks killed somebody, and outside of some mild grilling from a press conference, it seemingly never comes
Why'd
up
you
again.
censor
Not from
the
Tokonami,
fingers?
who was like, "Oh shit, you killed a guy." Not from Midoriya, who could be like, "Hey, how did you kill a dude?" Instead, Hawks kind of becomes a nothing character for this final act, serving as a device to regurgitate the themes of MHA super explicitly, and to have a collar pulled along by Endeavor and the Todoroki family. Now, I'm not even someone who dislikes that he sided with Endeavor after his abusive upbringing. I think that's a cool character decision, but he doesn't really serve much purpose after that. Oh, he's optimistic, I guess. He killed a guy 2 months ago.
This is a great opportunity to really reach out to the community and to show them an exceptional
Dude.
for being a member of the Los Angeles Police Department can be.
Bakugo's
Oh
apology.
my god, that's a crazy edit. That is an insane edit.
As his progression and obvious regret for his treatment towards Midoriya had been brewing for a large period of time, and it was brought up in the War Arc when All Might was telling Bakugo to not fret. He will get the chance to talk to Midoriya soon. If only we knew back then that Horikoshi's idea of letting Bakugo and Midoriya talk was to let Bakugo talk at Midoriya and let him give no response, ever. The idea that Midoriya was heavily impacted by his treatment by Bakugo and the people around him due to being quirkless was something a lot of people in the fandom believed in until this very moment. Suddenly, we were just supposed to believe that Midoriya was born self-sacrificial and heroic despite My Villain Academia's message of nature versus nurture being such a potent one. It doesn't help that so much of Deku and Bakugo's relationship, stretching even as far back as Act 1, has been so completely one-sided and focused entirely on Bakugo's thoughts, feelings, and growth. So this moment was even more important for readers, expecting Deku to finally get some sort of introspection and or reflection on Bakugo's treatment of him that amounts to more than, "I hate you, but you're goated." Finally reaching this climactic moment and not letting Deku talk or think at all is in and of itself representative of the core problem with their relationship and dynamic as a whole. Basically, Bakugo gets to dump all of this information on the kid he abused for years, and he doesn't get to respond in the slightest, not even in the stupid fucking bath chapter, and Midoriya's character gets dumbed down even more, not being able to formulate a single thought when it was most important, and seemingly being entirely unaffected by the years of marginalization and bullying, only for the Grim Reaper that is known as Chapter 327, or Season 6, Episode 25, to show its ugly face and knock him down a few more pegs. This chapter is representative of nearly every single thing wrong with the villain hunt arc, making light of the actual trauma Midoriya had by tossing him in a bath to fix everything.
I remember back during Season 6 was going on, a lot of the things we talked about was that, like, we kept talking about there is room for these types of things to still happen, at least when it came to Deku having a conversation with Ochako about thanking her for the speech, right? And that part did come before the final war arc, right? I'm genuinely surprised that Deku and Bakugo didn't get to have, like, a genuine, like, actual exchange, you know what I mean? Like, before the war arc, like, you know, it's kind of interesting. Like, I understand a lot happened to him, or happened to them both, you know what I mean? But I think it would have been cool for the boys to sit down and be like, yo, like, let's talk it out. Let's talk for a second, you know what I mean? Before we do this one more time. You know what I mean? Because it would have been cool, because Bakugo and Deku, you know, they couldn't really work together all the way for the majority of the series up until the end of the series. You know what I mean? They were at odds for so long with each other. And right towards the end of Act 2 and then going into Act 3, they were finally able to work together on the same page. It would have been cool if, like, you could go into the final battle, I'm sorry, with these two having a conversation and be like, you know, let's do this together. And they shake hands and, like, you know, meet each other halfway. You know what I mean? I think that would have been cool. Because one of the things, I don't know if you guys remember, back in movie 2, when All Might, there's a scene where after Deku and Bakugo get up from recovering their injuries, right? And there's a scene where All Might's standing in the center, right? And Deku's looking at Bakugo, and Bakugo's looking at Deku. And then All Might, like, raises his hands up and is like, if win to save and save to win come together, right? It would have been really cool to see a new iteration of that where the actual embodiments of those things shake hands and it's like, let's do this together. You know what I mean? That would have been really cool in my opinion, because at that point, they've hashed their shit out, they've talked their shit out, there's no more shit on the table to talk about, let's go. You know what I mean? And it would have hit hard going into Deku returning to UA because Bakugo was dead. You know what I mean? Just a thought. I'm gonna read some comments here. Stain saving Izuku again would have been okay. I read that. Stain ended his story as he lived as a Stain. That's messed up, Titania. He learns about Endeavor, but we still never see that again. Yeah, unfortunately to say. I would have liked Stain to call out All Might's one flaw of shouldering all the burden by himself and Deku doing the same thing. True. Like, again, Stain not meeting Deku was, again, in Villain Hunt, I think it was a missed opportunity. They were both roaming around the world, and Deku eventually got slow and tired. It would have been cool. You know what I mean? It would have been cool. Hawk should have killed Best Jeanist. The story would have improved. Woof. Hot take right there. While at UA, they are only refugee. The only refugee he has left, making the people view him as the villain. Yeah. The fact that he didn't respond sucked. He should have talked back. Hearing that dialogue would have been more interesting. See, even if Deku didn't respond in that moment, I would have been upset as long as they talked. If Deku was like running on like a crazy high during that moment of Class 1A, and then all of a sudden like just everything hit him, the exhaustion, the adrenaline running out, and he passed out like he did, right? If he did all of that, and then he passed out, and then after he showered, after he rested, the two have a nice talk, I would have been okay. I'm not upset at the fact that he didn't talk to him in that moment. I am upset at the fact that maybe, not upset, but I would have liked to see him talk to him, period. You know what I mean? That, to me, would have been kind of cool to see, you know, because, again, Deku can think about these things while he's resting, taking some moment to R&R, you know, and then one night he's like, yo, Kachan, let's talk, brother. You know what I mean? Like, let's see what we can talk about. You know what I mean? Would have saved Hori some time to have more dialogue instead of so many raw drawings. Yeah, would have been very interesting. Yeah, I would have liked Deku to have an exchange before the final arc and see Deku's response to his apology. Yeah, like not even like a I forgive you. Like we know Deku probably forgave him, but we don't see Deku say I forgive you. You know what I mean? We get more I am here's than I forgive you. Okay, the raw drawings were too good to be taken out. True, man. You know, 306, man. We never got that. I mean, I guess you could say Deku versus Class 1A kind of like that, but I would like another 1v1. Yeah. Wait, imagine staying running into Ida again to save him would have been crazy. Yeah. Again, there's a lot of ideas and things that could have happened during Villain Hunt, but at the end of the day, we will just simply never know.
We go from All Might borderline suicidal, expressing reckless behavior towards Stain, to whatever the hell this is. This chapter completely ignores the apology Bakugo just gave. It ignores the trauma these kids underwent. It ignores Ochako's speech by making her just fall asleep. And it ignores one of Villain Hunt's most emotionally impactful moments of Midoriya leaving All Might behind by resolving it with a gag and making All Might apologize to Midoriya and having Midoriya blame All Might not being there for his state. And then having the kids demand an apology from All Might too. This chapter just is a massive kick in the balls and demonstrates a lot of problems with this arc. Villain Hunt, more often than not, prioritizes ideas over execution. The idea...
Yeah, and I hope people, try not to read too much into it. I know Asa doesn't literally mean, Deku saying, hey, All Might, because I left you, this is your fault, right? But, it feels kind of, backwards, because basically he's saying that, because All Might wasn't, in fact, there, because All Might literally could not keep up, that Deku got off the leash and just... You know what I mean? He's not literally saying, hey, All Might, this is your damn fault because you couldn't keep up with the kid who's, OP now due to his power scaling going crazy, right? But, literally, his voice of reason left, and it comes off that way, you know what I mean?
Of Midoriya being at his emotional low is cool. Shame if we executed it poorly. The idea of Bakugo finally getting to do his apology is great. Shame if we executed it poorly. The idea of leading Nagant is cool. Shame if it wasn't executed as well as it could have been. The idea of...
I'm glad he used could have been, because I still like Nagant. I think that Horikoshi's kind of dropped the ball a little bit with not putting her full story in the anime, though. I think that's a missed potential.
Midoriya teaming up with the top heroes is cool. It would be a shame if it was practically not executed at all. Midoriya and All Might separating at the apex of the arc is an incredible idea for both of them. Shame if it didn't matter at all. Jesus Christ, man. This has been 8 entire pages of a Google Doc script of me saying this arc sucks, but I want to make it clear that I don't actually dislike everything about it. I have it as a high 4 to 10, maybe. Because it has elements that I do enjoy, and I think it would be unfair to only talk about the things I dislike about it in a video talking about the arcs as a whole. For one, this arc has an incredible aesthetic, and in my opinion, might be Horikoshi's best work in terms of art. Every single page is incredibly eye-catching, and some of these Dark Deku panels must have taken every drop of ink from his pen. Incredibly in-depth backgrounds and character art make the harshest of the arc really shine. This and My Villain Academia are his absolute best artistic works. I also think that the societal collapse is portrayed pretty well, more or less. Gigantomachia's rampage was an incredibly well-executed nightmare. The city landscape being turned to pure rubble, and the mass distrust that grows post-war paints a very bleak image of something that, at least on the surface...
Yeah, Villain Hunt, to me, despite, narrative issues, the atmosphere was phenomenal.
Was functioning quite well not long ago. Despite my criticism of Deku vs. 1A, I can't tell you that it isn't a sweet moment. Ida's arc coming full circle and him weaponizing Midoriya's own words against him, that it's a hero's job to extend a hand even when it isn't wanted, that hits, it's good. Another mixed bag for me is Nagant. While I dislike how quickly she came and went, serving further to nullify the series' stakes by not getting to...
We believe in a future where every person has...
Can't skip this one. Yeah, I don't know, man. The Gaunt backstory and the origin missing, man. That to me, I wish Horikoshi could have, but I understand why he did it, man. Again, Act 3, man, was pushing it real hard, and it was just a lot, man. I get maybe having to shelve that idea if it meant that he could just kind of maintain what he was going through right then.
This time in my ears?
Die when she fucking explodes. I enjoy when the series takes the time to delve into the darker aspects of hero society, like the state explicitly profiting off of crime and killing people who might threaten.
Shut up about Kamala, guys. Shut up.
Nagant is also just
Shut up.
Her design is cool, her quirk is raw as hell, and it's a damn shame that she was only created to be fridged for Deku to say that not everything is black and white. What makes her status even worse is that Horikoshi originally wanted an entire volume of backstory for her, another unfortunate symbol of My Hero Academia's speeding to the end. Another great thing about Villain Hunt was Ochako's speech, bringing MHA's message that nobody can go it alone to the forefront, and the idea that these superheroes or celebrities are not untouchable gods, but they are just people. This is something it has been subtly showing off for people like All Might since the beginning, and what makes it hit even harder is that it's a satisfying and climactic moment for her overarching who protects the heroes when they need protecting plotline, signifying a massive step for Ochako. It's a shame she fell asleep, though. There's always something, huh? Speaking of All Might, he was great after losing his...
I can't tell you how many people were heated at the fact that Deku did not get to talk to Ochako, not too much longer after because she fell asleep. My God. Granted, of course, you can say, you know, it made up for it when they talked solo later. But my God, I remember that. People were not having it.
Power and watching his ideology crumble to dust, he was put into a situation in Act 2 where he had to find his own value, a new way to continue as Toshinori Yagi. Aizawa tells him he just needs to be him, and Stain in Villain Hunt reinforces that idea, telling him that all he has to do is be himself because it wasn't his strength or his quirk that made All Might the symbol of peace. It was the kind of person he was, and seeing the last person All Might saved go out there and clean up his statue really struck a chord within him. It's also really cool to have Toshinori finally look at a reflection of his past self through Midoriya, experiencing how the people around him felt about All Might's reckless attitude. Shame about that apology scene, yeah. Not great. The Villain Hunt arc has two sides of its reception. First, there is the general reception, that is how the general fandom of My Hero Academia perceived the arc, and the main way we can quantify that is through sales. And let's just say that Villain Hunt was the best-selling arc ever for My Hero Academia.
True.
Of course, whether you dislike or like a piece of art, sales or reviews are not an objective metric of quality for art, but we can definitely say that a lot of people enjoyed this. With great enjoyment, sometimes also comes great dislike. The reception of this arc in online spaces is, by every definition of the word, mixed. Some people think this is My Hero Academia's greatest arc of all time, some people say that it's good with some flaws, and some people like me will say that this is the worst arc of the series so far. Villain Hunt, alongside Season 5, which was ongoing at the time, caused the biggest schism in the online fandom.
True.
If you dislike the season, people would say that you literally want the animators to kill themselves to satisfy you. And if you dislike the arc, then people would unironically cut ties with you, speaking from experience. This was the beginning of the end of any unity in My Hero Academia spaces, and the following arcs would only proceed to make that worse. To me, this arc just doesn't feel like My Hero Academia. It feels like a rushed mess that no longer cares about its world or its cast. Some of the rules it's established, and more importantly, some of the stakes that it set up all for the sake of hype moments over substance. If you remember in Act 2 during the War arc, My Hero Academia got a new editor, Taguchi, and from this point on, he would become the biggest scapegoat for any criticism of the series ever. Anything that sucks, blame it on Taguchi. Because clearly, he is an evil warlock that controls Horikoshi and is writing as if he were simply a marionette. You dislike anything about Villain Hunt, Taguchi forced him at gunpoint to do it. That's enough about this tragic battle that took the lives of many, destroyed hundreds of mutuals, and started countless bullshit shipping wars. Let us dive into the next offensive.
True. Ah, intermission time. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, so far, man. Again, it cannot be understated enough about Season 5 and the impact
Refreshment time.
that
Unfortunately for me, but fortunately for the viewer, my Season 6 takes might be the hottest takes in the entire video to some people. In summary, I find it to be the worst season of the show besides Season 5 in terms of adaptation. I think the Paranormal Liberation War Arc's adaptation was genuinely very, very bad outside of a few select moments. Season 6 is largely an issue of scheduling or allocation of time. While largely narratively unimportant scenes like Mirko versus some Nomu or boring electricity dude versus nameless electricity dude got some pretty good treatment, incredibly weighty scenes in the manga like Hawks vs. Twice or Deku vs. Shigaraki were more or less entirely carried by the voice actors' performances. You could argue the reliance on still frames in Hawks vs. Twice is acceptable because it isn't as flashy as other fights, and I guess that would be fair. Personally, I was hoping for a lot more to go into one of the best scenes of the war arc, but I get it. Deku vs. Shigaraki is a completely unforgivable abomination of a fight scene, despite being one of the biggest parts of the war. Something about
Yeah, and this is one of my biggest critiques of Season 6. I don't necessarily mind, right? And I think this is like one thing like people have to understand when it comes to like scheduling animators and stuff like that. Animators go where they animators will always try to go where they can go, where they feel like they can excel and do their part in, right? If people wanted to go and work on Mirko because they enjoy working on Mirko, that is fine. We can't necessarily blame them for that, right? It's kind of like how the One Piece staff goes to where they want to go, and that is the reason why Wano turned out the way it did, because literally everybody was able to say, I want to pitch in here, I want to help you do this, and literally you get a movie every other week, okay? With MHA, I can't necessarily say that I know every single thing behind the scenes regarding how free people are at Studio Bones and stuff like that. But what I will say is that when it came to like the major moments, especially Deku versus Shigaraki, which honestly did disappoint me, I wish there was a little bit more like oomph in terms of focus, right? Because in my opinion, like in comparison to today's episode, which is, by the way, I really enjoyed, Deku versus Shigaraki, it feels like a lot of weight is missing in those hits, man. Like Deku like karate chopping Shigaraki, I'm like, man, like this doesn't feel like I don't get the impression that like, you know, Deku's really digging into that guy, you know what I mean? Like it just feels like bam, 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 but it should be bam, 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 you know what I mean? Like you don't really feel that weight, that pressure really applying onto, and I feel like MHA's weight with Deku is so inconsistent, right? Season 1's robot punch, right, was huge, right? Season 2's punch on Stain, Season 3's punch on Muscular, you felt those, man. You knew Deku dug in there with that fish, you know what I mean? And Overhaul, granted, even Overhaul, like, even though that was more of a more artistic representation of the power that was coming at him, right? That last hit Deku did on Overhaul, you know, you saw like Overhaul's like face turning, the mask was moving, man. You know what I mean? We get here and it doesn't like we get the effects that the hit was doing big damage, right? But we don't feel it, man. We don't feel it. And I feel like that was something that was like, it was like a lost opportunity, man, to really make this insane moment of Deku going sicko mode on Shigaraki to be felt by the audience. Granted, of course, anime onlys loved it, and of course, I'm glad they did. I'm happy. I was so happy to go around and watch multiple reactions and see anime onlys love it. But again, weight, impact, that stuff matters, man. And it's something of Deku where his thing is literally smash. You know what I mean? Like,
but My Hero Academia's anime just feels off in general, and in my opinion, it's due to the anime failing to ever keep up with the tone of the manga. My Hero Academia post-MVA felt like it had permanently shifted, taking on a much more serious tone as it approached the climax of Act 2 and by extension, Act 3. And I mean, it makes sense. We saw the crushing backstories of the main villains as they were set to collide with the hero cast, immediately followed up by the Endeavor Agency arc tackling abusive family dynamics and then going straight into the massive war that is PLW. The MHA anime, Season 5 and Season 6 mostly, never really matched this new tone of the series. The anime still feels like it's trying to look and feel like the happy, oh man, the students sure are fucking around aspect of the series from much earlier on, never really expanding or adapting the color palette, the backgrounds, the color of the sky, the lighting, or literally anything to fit the new era the series had entered. Instead of doing anything unique with the source material due to the poor schedule the staff is forced to work with, all we get is a lazily lit series of still frames that recreate manga panels that feels like the equivalent of the series soy jacking at us going, oh my god guys, look, it's the manga panel you like, holy shit, please.
Yeah, and I talked about this as well, right? Atmosphere is a very important thing, right? In a moment, you know what I mean? You know, we saw this back when Stain was having his little speech back in Season 2 before he had passed out, when he was stepping towards the pros and like it gets all dark and red and that pressure, right? Even if the manga, or even if the sky here needed to go back to being blue, right? You can at least make the moment count with the atmosphere, you know what I mean? And this is something that a lot of people don't know. Again, My Hero Academia's backgrounds are not done by Studio Bones, at least for the anime adaptation. It is done by another studio called Altair Musa, or we call him Musa for short, okay? Musa has done the backgrounds for MHA for the entire anime now. The MHA movie team does the backgrounds for the movie, and obviously we have seen a night and day difference. Everybody has blamed Musa all these years, but one thing that I've gone around personally and talked about with some people regarding like why backgrounds never improved is the fact that it also shows a level of incompetence from the director to go and demand these changes. It is a very possible thing to do. And I cannot stress that enough. And it is something that we did not get to talk about because the fandom was so split and up each other's assholes the entire time. Every time there was like an issue or complaint. But there was some genuine incompetence from more people in charge about asking for changes and things that needed to be done. It's not like Altair Musa was just like invulnerable and they weren't gonna budge no matter what. You need something to look like something, you go talk to them and say, hey, I need this to look like this to match this because I'm in charge here. work with me. You know what I mean? But we never really talked about that. But I'm telling you now, I went around, I asked questions, I talked to multiple people. There are more conversations to be had about why MHA's atmosphere was the way it was outside of just constantly blaming Musa.
Please buy the new volume so you can see it in better quality. What really stands out to me, and apparently a lot of the community, as people never shut the fuck up about it on Twitter, are the blue skies. No matter the intensity of the scene, no matter the tone of the moment, you will see the copy-pasted fuck-ass blue sky with the same stupid goddamn Musa clouds over and over again, coupled with the permanent midday lighting that has plagued the anime for years. PLW has some of My Hero Academia's darkest moments, and it doesn't even feel like the series tries to capture that, with the only standout moments in terms of presentation being the lab scenes with Mirko and Oako vs. Toga. Everyone with a sore throat on Twitter coming to defend the season said, well, it's the middle of the day, what are they supposed to do, make the sky red? You know, if only there was an example of a scene where the anime staff got to take creative liberties. Gee,
literally, like I said,
the sky is ever red at night. Deku vs. Shigaraki was one of the two scenes that I was most excited for.
Yeah, again, like, you know, the fact, again, yeah, like what he just said, you can still keep the idea that it's daytime, right? Because for instance, right, could somebody confirm with me right now, right? We said it was the middle of the day, right? Did we ever say what time PLW started? Was there a time for PLW outside of just the middle of the day? Because if we can say the middle of the day, then there's any room, you know what I mean? Like, the time period that something happens doesn't determine how you set the mood for that time of day, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, something being said at night doesn't change the fact that, like, maybe it could be like a cloudy night or like a stormy night, you know what I mean? Unless the author explicitly just made it to where it doesn't storm, of course, you know what I mean? But, like, you know, like, adding a little bit of flavor doesn't hurt anything, you know what I mean? It truly doesn't. It really doesn't. And we were missing some of that creative ingenuity behind the scenes, which is why I say again, it's not just Musa all the time. There are more people who did not speak up about creative liberties outside of just Musa to say these things.
Or in this adaptation, and holy shit, it was really bad. If you look at the manga, every hit from Deku feels extremely weighty and actually dangerous for Shigaraki. If you take these same hits and apply it to the anime,
my point exactly.
Dabi's dance was animated pretty well, and Oako vs. Toga answers these complaints directly using super unique direction and lighting to really elevate those scenes in the manga. However, the rest? A glorified PowerPoint presentation colored manga with little to no creativity involved. The second half of the season, Villain Hunt, is pretty solid for MHA standards, offering one of the series' most popular openings so far, and well-lit scenes at the cost of the entire war arc. My Hero Academia's worst arc so far indeed got the best adaptation in years. It didn't nail everything. The apology scene looked pretty bad, and in an even more unpopular opinion, the Nakamura cut that everyone is ready for every season of My Hero Academia just didn't really hit for me.
It was so I will say one thing about this one. This was definitely one of Nakamura's more like reserved works, right? Wasn't really as extreme. It could be argued that, well, I won't argue anything actually because I don't know. I don't know what Nakamura's schedule was looking like for season 6 because again, he did do movie 3's finale as well. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily know, but you know, this was a fine cut, but for Nakamura's standards, it's more on like the more tamer. You know what I mean? I thought it was fine. I always enjoy Nakamura, and again, you know, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't really have a problem with this Nakamura cut. It's just reserved. Like, you know, if somebody who's like watched Nakamura from Kekai Sensen to MHA, seeing his work on Mob, seeing his work on like other little bits and pieces of shows, Concrete Revolutio, Space Dandy. This is definitely one of his most. This is probably the most calm Nakamura cut I've ever seen in his entire career, and I've seen Cowboy Bebop as well. I've seen his combat on Cowboy Bebop. This is definitely his most tame cut yet. Read some comments here before we keep going because we're going into another section here shortly. I wish Izuku and Shigaraki should have encountered more. I agree. I thought Izuku punched Overhaul's head off. I did too. That's how crazy it was. I didn't really get the blue skies drama. I mean, the skies should largely affect the season, though I agree it could have been different color. That's the main thing, Jordy. Just different color, different moods, right? You look at JJK Shibuya, bro. JJK Shibuya had more color, even though Shibuya was all nighttime and it was more inside than anything. with the lighting. Like, why did Miwa's train cry scene have much more lighting and ambience in the moment than, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just little stuff. We're not asking the MHA team to change the entire daytime or completely remove Horikoshi's initial choice of day, right? We're not asking them to remove that. We're saying do something to really set the mood, right? The setting and the mood can go hand in hand, but you don't have to always go bar for bar. Give us some orange, man. Give us some tint. You know what I mean? Like, the war lasted the entire day. As the war progressed, why couldn't, like, the mood slowly but surely change, right? Remember at the end of the war when we saw Midnight passed away and it was like an orange kind of background? Why couldn't it slowly? Can you imagine Dobby's dancing to, like, this orange afternoon and the sun is setting? Oh my god. Come on, God. Y'all...
Absolutely not going to call this poorly animated because it's not, but I just don't think it was a very visually appealing scene in itself. Lacking a bit of impact and being a repetition of World Heroes Mission's climax of multiple Dekus slowly spawning like a shadow clone jutsu. Season 6 was an absolute letdown, fumbling some of the final good moments the series has left and giving a pretty solid adaptation to one of the worst arcs of the series. Oh well, until Season 7.
Stars and Stripes feels like a major turning point. Like a lot of things, sort of right at the start of Act 3. She feels like an element that is so powerful and so impactful, or should be so impactful, that the moment her existence is mentioned...
my favorite opening right now is the current one for Season 7. My second one is Bokurano because I love Eve.
And the story starts getting shaky.
I get people have investment in the story. I get people have investment in the community, but... you know, at the end of the day, it is just fiction. And there are many times where I've felt like, you know, we cannot act like these aren't people behind these screens over a story. But that is exactly what happened. You know, you've been your own, you know, you've had your fair share of it. I've seen a lot of, you know, the closer boys deal with it. And unfortunately, it became more irreparable as time went on, you know.
The fact that she never came up before is not a deal breaker by itself. The fact that she comes and goes as quickly as she does with almost no shadow to her actions, no like long-lasting consequences beyond a few lines, I think that was extremely indicative of the style going forward, which is a shame because it also illustrated something that I think Hori is still phenomenal at, which is set pieces and imagery.
I try to always encourage people to see perspective, you know what I mean? Because fiction will never be universally agreed upon unless it's, you know, like a genuine common sense type thing. You know, character arcs, you know, developments of characters and plots, stuff like that. You know, there are a lot of people who will like something and there are a lot of people who may see differently, but I feel like those two sides are what create the conversation as a community to be able to discuss the pros and cons of certain things, and that to me is constructive and productive.
You know, I've said it when it started, and I will keep saying it forever.
And I still believe that, you know what I mean? We're not always going to agree, you know what I mean? There is still a lot of things that I do not agree. I don't hate Act 3 as much as people do, right? A lot of people absolutely hate Act 3. I think Act 3 is a lot of things. There's good, there's okay, there's rough, and then there's bad, you know what I mean? I think it's important to talk about all of these things, you know what I mean? That's why people make videos and retrospects like this, right? It's important to talk about these things. Things are not going to be perfect. There is no perfect shonen series. What matters, though, is finding a series that is perfect for your taste, right? If One Piece, right, the so-called king of shonen, right, can have flaws from Wano and maybe Dressrosa, and people having issues with Egghead, right? If the so-called greatest of all time, right, has issues that some of the most diehard fans have issues with, right? Then why would we expect anything else to not have issues? JJK has issues, whether people want to admit it or not. MHA has issues, right? I think Yozakura Family has had some issues with Act 3, little bit of here and there. Naruto has had issues in the 4th Great Ninja War. You know what I mean? I think some series get by with less issues than most, right? Maybe Haikyuu. You know what I mean? Kagurabachi to me so far doesn't really have anything offensive in the slightest anywhere, right? I think Undead Unluck has had some issues with this final act in terms of, you know, going around collecting these negators and kind of keeping like a little bit of engagement, right? But none of these stories are perfect. And it is because none of these stories are perfect that we should be willing to discuss what makes them great still and what makes them not so great in certain moments, right? But people, for some reason, everything I just said is naive in the grand scheme of the anime community. Because if people hear what you have to say and don't like it, they will say you cannot read. They will say your reading comprehension is bad. They may not want to hear it. They may come at you. They may label you through this lens that other people who don't even know who you are will continue to look through, and that will stick with you the entirety of the ride unless you concede and apologize. And this right here, everything I just said, is why I understand why content creators at large like Giguk, Ocean Man, whoever the hell is your favorite anime content creator, I understand why at large they do not engage with the anime and manga community solely, because it is a very rough environment to try to navigate through. You cannot make everybody happy. You cannot please everybody. And that is exactly what happened with MHA. You got to Act 3, you got to the anime, you critiqued, you said you have issues, people will come at you with the same thing over and over and over again. And in all of this is such a waste of time, because instead of doing this, you could just simply ask that person, hey, why do you feel like this? Because I don't agree, but I want to hear what you got to say, you know what I mean? And at least take their perspective, because you never know when somebody else's perspective may apply to an anime you watch in the future, right? A lot of people say, like, MHA has these issues, right? And the anime is bad. It's a bad adaptation. It's a soulless adaptation. I don't think MHA is a bad adaptation, but of course, I watch seasonal anime all year long. I've watched hundreds of anime all year long, right? Some of the perspectives people have about MHA, I don't see it in MHA because of certain things, but I see it in other anime, and it's because I heard them explain their points of what they think is lacking. I see it in other anime, and I'm like, okay, this is what they mean. I see it here. You know what I mean? It may not exist with MHA, but it can exist with somewhere else. But you gotta be willing to listen and just hear people out. Hear them talk, man. You know what I mean? Just listen. And if you don't want to hear it anymore, you don't have to. I'm not saying you have to subject yourself to what people have to say. Nobody is forcing you to listen to what anybody has to say. But if you're gonna want to be mad, if you're gonna huff and puff, if you're gonna insult somebody and call them names and ABC, XYZ, then you got to be willing to be somebody who swallows your ego and sit at the same table that the person you are insulting is sitting at too. Because at the end of the day, that person is more so waiting on you to sit at that table than you are waiting on them.
Forever. Shigaraki fighting Stars and Stripes on top of fighter jets at the edge of the stratosphere is some of the rawest shit I've ever seen in anything.
True!
And it kind of makes me more upset that it didn't lead to more. She's kind of just a funny hiccup in the story.
My employer recently told me
True, that
what
fight was
set me
raw.
apart from the other candidates was the Google.
But also, if you want to really read into it, the beginning of the end in more ways than one.
Right.
This is My Hero Academia's worst arc so far. This arc came in at a very tumultuous point in the fandom, as people had already started to comb through the series a bit more critically, with less charitability, and with less suspension of disbelief due to the Villain Hunt arc. What this arc does is, nothing? This might be the only pointless arc in the entire series. Villain Hunt is pretty mediocre, sure, but it at least gets things done and moves the plot forward. Let's get the two positives of this arc out of the way. Shigaraki having a final struggle between him and AFO for his agency after years of having none is an interesting idea, and it was raw. Yep, and that is about it. You see, the Star and Stripe arc doesn't really serve any sort of purpose in this story. Like, really...
Granted, we had a small, tiny kind of moment with Stars and Stripes at the end, but I agree that, like, if Horikoshi was going to send somebody to nerf Shigaraki, why didn't we get that? You know what I mean? Like, she took regen away in a volume extra or something like that, and then he took it back from Anomu. Why didn't we get Shigaraki to a point where he was going to have to use his own smarts and wits as a gamer, right? And come up with his own combinations, right? Do you know how cool it would have been to see Deku and Shigaraki have like a combo off and see who would win? Like, if Shigaraki would use like air cannon plus like radio waves plus like maybe like something that gives like more spread to the thing, and maybe like something that like controls the radio wave, like the radio waves, like a radio wave cannon whip, right? Do you know how cool it would have been to see like Deku combine like Black Whip with Fajin with air pressure and try to like fling it and negate like that air can, you know what I mean? Just like crazy cool combination Quirk shit, you know what I mean? It's that to me is wasted potential when it comes to all this Quirk madness.
Think about it. Did she only exist to extend the deadline Shigaraki had for full recovery?
Yes.
How about you just make it longer to begin with? Did
True.
she only exist to reduce Shigaraki's power level by destroying a bunch of his quirks we didn't even know about? Well, then just don't give him those quirks. We also learned in a volume extra that she destroyed Shigaraki's regeneration.
Now, granted, of course, if the author, we have this whole thing about authors following, like, logic, right? And sometimes, right, if the author follow, like, every single principle of, well, if I do this, this will be bad, right? Well, I can't do that, right? That, to me, is like, that's just not how writing a book works. However, I do think that Shigaraki's deadline should have been, like, a set and done thing. Because this whole idea of, we're not going to wait till we got more time to villains, you gotta go get the villains first to we're gonna call them out, like that back and forth of time, it felt weird, man. Because see, now in reality, the only thing this extra time has really done has given movie 4 a room to have
Retroactively giving Star and Stripe a purpose, only for the same paragraph to say that he just got another version of it from a Nomu and it works again. So like, what the fuck are we doing here? Did she exist to address why the heroes were getting no foreign aid? No, that was already addressed explicitly by saying that now that the Hero Public Safety Commission has fallen, the necessary paperwork to request aid isn't getting done nearly as fast as it could be, something that probably wouldn't change over Shigaraki's 7-day deadline. Does she exist to show off Shigaraki and All For One's merger? I guess technically, but if she was removed from the equation, basically nothing would change. That's literally her existence summed up. If this arc didn't happen, what would be different?
You know what would have been cool, in my opinion, if Stars and Stripes showed up, but, well, I guess that's the main thing. All For One was trying to prevent Stars and Stripes from showing up to work with All For One, or One For All, because it would have been a big beatdown at that point. But, yeah, never mind. Forget what I was going to say, actually.
Perfect. We wouldn't have
Hori
access to
did
pets.
address that part, never mind.
That's about it. Star and Stripe comes in out of nowhere, introduces one of the most powerful and rule-bending quirks of the entire series, and then dies.
#1 K9 English teacher.
She basically makes quirks even more like quirk magic. We started in Act 1 understanding that they were like muscles, and of course, we had some strange deviations here and there, like with Dark
like
Shadow
autonomous
and One For All,
quirks.
but they made sense. Act 2 rapidly expanded what a quirk was, really doubling down on the idea of vestiges and vestige realms, or integrating quirk factors further, doubling down on copied quirks, a science that should fundamentally change the world but sort of doesn't matter. And then SNS comes in, adds a godlike power, and then lets quirk vestiges fight each other? Whoa. Also, can we ask what the hell copying quirks is? How is this not a big deal? A lot of quirk science in this series just doesn't really matter. When you combine her sudden introduction to the narrative with no prior mentions despite having ties to All Might, and a never-before-seen height of power, and her immediately dying to allegedly nerf Shigaraki, her purpose in the story sticks out like a sore thumb. She was introduced to bring Shigaraki down to a more manageable power level, something she didn't actually do at all, only deleting quirks that have gone unused or unnamed for the sake of it, and to extend the deadline of Shigaraki's perfection, something that could have been done by just not setting it arbitrarily low in the first place. That is what is so mind-boggling about Horikoshi's decision to do this beyond, quote, I want a Dragon Ball Z fight, end quote. All of the problems she was made to solve could be solved realistically by just not writing the story the way he has. Don't make Shigaraki so powerful, so he doesn't need to be nerfed, but also, you don't even nerf him anyway. Don't make Shigaraki be done in a week, so you don't need to delay his perfection. Star and Stripe is introduced to solve problems that didn't need to be solved, all the while showcasing a massive issue with My Hero Academia. It sort of feels like the power level is getting out of control, no? This is likely a consequence of the rapid pacing of Act 3 discussed earlier, as PLW left Shigaraki at an absurd power level. Villain Hunt propelled Deku from 45% to pseudo 100% with all quirks, and this arc introduces an almost all-powerful god that gets one-shot by another all-powerful god. Shigaraki got so powerful that people perceive this arc as only a means to nerf him, even if it's true or not. He is so strong that a foreign threat had to be introduced to hit him with multiple intercontinental ballistics missiles to not even kill him. This is the true definition of America, though. Coming into a nation you're not allowed to and just fucking shit up. Very true to form. Despite being all-powerful, Shigaraki does end up being the saving grace of this arc of sorts, because he's cool and I missed him, but also he kinda sucks. We have now gone 11 months of real-life time without Shigaraki, if you're reading weekly, or almost 40 chapters, which is a long time to be without your primary antagonist and a lot of people's favorite character. The Star and Stripe arc is when we are introduced to the mixture of All for One and Shigaraki to form what we will henceforth call Shiki for One. Shiki for One pretty much embodies none of the interesting aspects of Tomura Shigaraki.
I'm about to say, I don't even know we can consider this, like, this part just being Shigaraki. Like, yeah, he's there, but, like, this is still Shiki for One.
And all of the uninteresting aspects of All for One. This resurgence of All for One has so far produced pretty much no results besides undermining the passing of the torch theme that was so strong in Kamino and Act 2 in general, and what makes it even stranger is that this really just happened. There was seemingly no implication whatsoever that All for One was planning on stealing Shigaraki. When you go back to Act 1, there was repeated imagery, narration, dialogue, and thematics of passing the torch, and a new, more nuanced generation accepting it and moving on past the old, standard, and basic generation. All for One was literally making decisions in the Kamino arc based on Shigaraki taking the All for One quirk and using it on his own. Hence, this wouldn't suit Tomura when talking about Best Jeanist. Now that we know that Horikoshi woke up one day and decided to fuck everything up, it makes us re-examine All for One as a character. If he wasn't planning entirely to groom Shigaraki and have him usurp his empire of evil and be the world's next symbol of fear, why did he not give himself regeneration? Of course, it wouldn't heal all of the damage from All Might, but it would make him, you know, invincible. If his plan wasn't to take the fall at Kamino for Shigaraki's growth, then what was the decision for this here? And also to not take Best Jeanist quirk? Was it really all just to cultivate Shigaraki's rage so he could take one for all? Why didn't he have Shigaraki work on taking it into...
I would argue that he probably didn't take Best Jeanist's quirk due to he probably didn't think it was that strong or that useful, truth be told. Though in reality, it is a pretty darn strong quirk. Or maybe he was just on his guard. I don't know, because then again, though, All Might came in pretty quick after Jeanist got bodied for the most part, but I don't know.
Independently by just gaslighting him further. You know what, no, it's not even gaslighting. One for All would be Shigaraki's biggest obstacle. Just tell him to take it, then bodyjack him? Wouldn't the melding of minds mean that the rage is no longer there to take it because All for One doesn't possess it and now occupies half of Shigaraki's mind? This doesn't make any sense. The missed potential of this arc is just astounding. We finally get involvement of other nations only for it to not matter. We get introduced to not only one of the most powerful people in the world, only for her to get insta-gibbed, and she was also a disciple of All Might, yet we get no interactions between her or All Might, not to mention the entire cast, or Midoriya. This was certainly one of the decisions of all time.
Stars and Stripes would have loved Kirishima as a person just because he's almighty macho, you know what I mean?
An absolutely mind-boggling occurrence, and this leaves us with one final point for this thankfully short arc. Women in My Hero Academia.
Oh,
this is a pretty hot-button
boy.
topic, and the introduction followed by a subsequent death of Star and Stripe really only exacerbated the issue. The treatment of women in not just My Hero Academia, not just in shonen, not just in anime, but Japan as a whole, is an extremely in-depth topic that is likely not suited for a My Hero Academia retrospective. The truth is, though, misogyny and treating women only as trophies or objects is something that is still pretty...
Ooh, not the fairy tale clip! Oh my god! Oh, not the fairy tale clip, bro. You know what? You know what's funny about this clip is that Lucy, even though Fairy Tail is hella fan service, Lucy is arguably above 90% of Weekly Shonen Jump. The irony of this clip is so funny being used there. Holy shit!
Even Japanese culture, not to imply that they are the only nation with.
Okay, see, yeah, that's what I mean. This right here.
You, as someone will likely comment because someone does every fucking time, but the series is made by a Japanese guy, so it's important to have that context. The women in this series are an extensively, and I mean extensively, discussed topic. Very many people find their representation to be lacking, and many people also think that some of their portrayals indicate that Horikoshi is a misogynist. My grand take is that I wouldn't say Horikoshi is a misogynist, more so that My Hero Academia has misogynistic elements. This can be seen in some of the girls' hero costumes, how Ochako is like, oh geez, haha, I didn't think it'd be so skin tight, which is so gross. Or Momo's absolutely abysmal costume. It can also be noted by Minetta's entire existence as a gag character, further normalizing the trend that it's totally okay to be a fucking creep and weirded women because it's funny. What?
And I hope people understand this too, is that this is definitely a thing within Shonen Jump that has been a very consistent thing talked about, right? But and while it's its long roots in the industry, down to like I don't even know. I would go back to the 90s, honestly, with Dragon Ball, to be honest with you. While it does have this long history, it is not by everybody, okay? Hitsuji Gondaira with Yozakura family Very clean. Not really, granted, of course, like, they have, Shion or whatever, but they don't really do it. World Trigger, there's not a single piece of sexualization or anything misogynistic. In fact, this is leaving on a tangent, but genuinely, like, I feel like in terms of the series that truly do, like, respect both, like, sides of the cast, or both genders of the cast, pretty fairly equal, you know what I mean? I would say that, like, a lot of the series that do that really well are not the big series that people talk about. Yozakura, I would say, like, minus the little, like, beginning of Undead Unluck nipped it in the bud really quick and got it handled really nicely. World Trigger, Twin Stars, Exorcist. The series that people do not talk about at large happen to unironically handle this issue really well. That you never go into the idea of male cast, female cast separated. You treat them all as one cast because they are respected all as one cast.
What I think some people misdiagnose, however, is that female characters in MHA getting absolutely bodied indicates some misogyny from Horikoshi.
Yeah, and that too, because again, JJK, I mean, like, come on, bruh.
Say, however, it's quite the opposite. Mirko getting destroyed or other female characters getting heavily involved in fights is a pretty key component for a battle shonen,
I
which
agree.
I think some people seem to miss. In my opinion, the most egregious example of the opposite
be mad at Sakura all that you want in Naruto, she still had some really tough fights.
being true is the girls in the overhaul arc.
I watch Silver Comet, but I also read Twin Star as well.
Every single fucking male character got at least a raw moment or fight in the overhaul arc, whereas every single girl was shoved to the surface, all of their moments getting off-screened, or acting purely as support roles, and leaving the girl of the big three to have a beauty pageant. Oh my god, that's so fucking bad. Is Star and Stripe misogynistic by virtue of showing up and instantly dying? Probably not. I think it's more indicative of just a broader character writing issue. I think it's cool when women get to be involved in the story, something a lot of female characters just sort of don't get to do. Ochako was more or less sidelined for a majority of Act 2, but what screen time she did get was good, and in hindsight, she isn't even the only character. The issues with screen time are not gender exclusive, and we'll get to that topic later in the final war arc probably. All in all, this arc is a waste of time, and not even a good one at that. And while this arc definitely did damage the cohesiveness of the community, the two things that would follow would make it even worse.
What came after?
Around the time of the Traitor plot line was that the whole class disagreement, what happens if Deku,
I remember this conversation.
Somebody that doesn't reach out his hand one time because, reality seeps in, you know what I mean? But we never got that. And sure, that led to the whole empathy merchant argument, I guess stuff. And, while I do have, it's kind of hard to say, like, you can't see where that person's coming from because Deku has always been a very empathetic kid, and that empathy is what has attached a lot of people. But at the same time, those moments where he's not necessarily so empathetic and kind all the time are those moments that can really showcase that growth and that sternness of how, how things have developed for him and his life as a hero.
Honestly, by that point, I was already pretty tapped out, so I wasn't extremely aware of what was going
Traitor
on.
Plotline.
Because I read the chapters, I thought it was dumb, and I moved on. It was
Assassination Classroom is also a great choice, Ragnarok. That's actually in my top 10 of all time.
It was only later that I realized how much noise there had been. And this is probably the most controversial thing I'll say here. But I think there is a significant number of fans who are not fans of My Hero, and not fans of anything, really. They are fans of discourse. They are fans of talking about stuff. And it is the only explanation I come up with for the fact that even the smallest, most inconsequential disagreements get turned into these massive events. And that's what they are. They're events. They're things to keep up with, like keeping up with the Bakudekus. People are not
very much true.
Not fans of the manga
because the Bakudekus. Listen, I don't really have any strong opinions on shipping. Right? You want to ship whoever the hell you want to ship. I'm not getting into it. Trust me. Like I've seen shippers dox people. I've seen people dox shippers. I'm not getting into it. You are not getting into that conversation with me. Okay, but when it came to like keeping an eye on certain people, demographics, the haters, the enjoyers, the whatnot, there are definitely people out there who was like ready to see if something would go down or fumble, and it was about to be popping off like that same evening. Like people were praying up and down the the walkway that Ochako would confess to Deku in the finale, just so that they could go and act like the most infamous Baku-Deku shippers of all time. And it's like, you know, I understand that we're gonna have our laughs, right? We might crack some jokes, take some jabs, whatever. But like, if you are hunting for these individuals to make them feel like shit for the things that they are enjoying, then you are just as much and will continue to be just as much as the problem.
Or of the anime, they're fans of the discourse it creates. The experience of reading a manga, of watching an anime, of watching a TV show has almost become secondary to the actual event, which is, oh, I can't believe what Twitter is going to be saying about this.
Right.
And I think the Traitor was a great example of that. I mean, all of Act 3, and frankly, all of My Hero has been full of that, but Act 3 has felt especially contentious because, you know, some people really love it and some people really don't.
It's gonna always be, for a lot of people, a missed opportunity and missed potential, you know what I mean? But you know, it's definitely valid. It is definitely valid. It's a fine arc. It's just an arc that comes up short in many aspects, and you know, those aspects are things that you just can't necessarily overlook, no matter how much you like the series. So
this is
that
My
was
Hero
me.
Academia's worst arc so far. It basically served to finalize the cataclysm of the MHA Online fanbase. This was a long-awaited plotline that had years of misinformation spread about it, namely that Horikoshi forgot about the plotline. With hindsight, we now know that Horikoshi actually wanted to do this content far earlier, during Act 1, in fact, but due to poor reader surveys during the Forest Training Camp arc, it got cut and moved half a decade later. Remember how I talked about how Villain Hunt and Star and Stripe felt like a fundamental shift in My Hero Academia's storytelling, going from a series that respected its cast and slow emotional build-up to really strong cathartic moments? This arc is like the pure antithesis of that older style. You remember how back in the Act 1 retrospective during the Kamino section in particular, I told you guys to keep the class reaction to Midoriya's decision to save Bakugo in mind? It's finally time for some real payoff to that. Because the class reaction in this arc is a two-pack of ass. Not only do we not get a single shred of development or progression from the class in Villain Hunt, we don't get any in an arc that literally puts the class and their dynamics center focus. We get absolutely nothing about how Tokoyami might feel, seeing as how Aoyama's actions directly led to him going sicko mode, potentially hurting his
It's 7 a.m., bro. The sun not even out. That bright, get out.
classmates. Absolutely no frustration from any classmates who were severely injured during the attack. Nothing from Tsuyu, who was one frame away from being literally turned to dust in the USJ arc. And the one person who has a reasonable reaction in the room is somehow fucking Bakugo, and he's portrayed as the bad guy for disliking the shit that Aoyama has put them through. And the person who was affected the most alongside Bakugo, Midoriya, barely even cares. Nothing to say about him causing Midoriya to destroy his arms, nothing to say about him being quirkless. Midoriya becomes an empathy machine with little to no nuance. Before this take gets misrepresented as it always does, I'm not saying Midoriya shouldn't forgive Aoyama and work to save him. That is absolutely in character for him to do. However, you make your characters far less interesting when you remove all of their negative emotions from the situation. Instead of being able to build upon the student cast here, My Hero Academia opts to flanderize all of them and have them say, "That is all in the past," sweeping away any actually difficult conversations on forgiveness or atonement in favor of moving the plot forward and making Deku look like a good boy. This arc also served as the final nail in the coffin for any interest in Deku as a character. Horikoshi was lined up for a perfect swing in Villain Hunt, only to fumble that, and now the rest of what remained about Deku has been rapidly drained out of him like a preserved corpse. This, coupled with Villain Hunt, just makes it feel like that Deku's extremely counterculture ideology of saving the villains is just weak, man. At no point has he ever been challenged about it, and the closest we got was when the Vestiges disagreed with him wanting to save Shigaraki until they got over it before the lunch bell rang. Without having the Vestiges ideologically fight him over it, and without the class showing any potential disagreements over it, Deku himself never gets the chance to come up with a plan or idea that he said he didn't have in PLW, and we will feel the effects of that in the next arc.
I agree. I'll wait to get back to that as well,
So
actually.
this might sound strangely contradictory, but isn't it weird how hard they came down on Aoyama compared to others? Don't get me wrong, I don't think there was even enough for Aoyama. However, the child whose parents screwed him over was locked up like a dog, while the wife-beating, child-abusing Endeavor had everyone go, I mean, he's cool though. And Hawks, the manipulative murderer, had everyone go, but he's optimistic though. It wasn't until Midoriya...
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why
I'm
you
not
can't find the
alone with my
motivation
chat.
to do the thing.
had his character removed and told Aoyama that he could be a hero, that they took him out of the doghouse. It would be unfair to say that the Traitor arc has 0 good moments, because I liked stuff like Aizawa talking to Aoyama about his actions, but they were all sullied by a lack of consistency. For every solid character interaction, you had 3 things that made me want to claw my eyes out. The Deku and Ochako conversation is the best thing in this arc, and it's literally a handful of pages of them discussing their motivations to save their respective villains. This conversation was really good. However, it came at the cost of a satisfying reunion between Deku and Ochako, especially after she did that whole speech, hurting the moments a little bit because it should have just happened earlier. Switching away from the heroes for a bit, how about our other cast, the villains? Surely, Shigaraki is his own character again. Oh, I see. Well, maybe the intrigue of Toga disappearing post-war will become relevant. Oh, she is just back. That's it? Okay, well, maybe we can get some reflection from our cast about the death of their good friend twice. Oh, no one cares, except for Toga. Okay, how about the imprisoning of their good pal Compress? Oh, no one really cares about this one. Okay. The state of the League of Villains is an absolute far cry from their position in Act 2. We went from a found family that actually cares for, interacts with, and protects one another, to AFO sitting on a rock while Shigaraki spasms on the ground and Dabi talks about his dad. Dabi and Toga do have a very good moment during this arc, but it is overshadowed by what once was. Gone are the days of this cast acting like comrades, much like 1A. Their interpersonal relationships have been stripped apart so that Horikoshi can get to the final arc as fast as possible and do all the things that he wanted to do. That rapid pacing comes at the cost of so much in MHA's third act. Any meaningful dialogue from the class, any meaningful interactions with Midoriya, any meaningful discussion on quirkless people from the 2 quirkless people here, because instead the series gives that to Bakugo, extremely insignificant content for the villains, and to top it all off, the dumbest red herring cliffhanger I have ever seen that really showed the desperation of the weekly release schedule. Yeah. Ironically enough, the hilariousness of the MHA community came off the heels of this chapter cliffhanger. A lot of people said that actually, this reveal that Hagakure is the traitor is a huge subversion of expectations, and you should really give Hori credit for such masterful foreshadowing. Then, next chapter, it was Aoyama. Then the narrative shifted to, this Aoyama reveal is a huge subversion of expectations, and you should really give Hori credit for such masterful foreshadowing. Basically, at this point in time in the fandom's lifespan, anything Hori put out was gold in front of them, which is fine, you can enjoy whatever you want, but people got real obnoxious with it. I think the last thing that needs to be said about the Traitor arc is just the really bad foundation of the final battle. After the Paranormal Liberation War arc, which had over 100 chapters of setup called the entirety of Act 2, the final war arc is set up by a whopping 30 chapters of content. It's something that is kind of crazy to think about. Act 1, before its big climax, had 84 chapters of suspense building, character work, world building, and stake developing. Act 2 had 160 before the war started, which gives you a hell of a lot of time to set up conflicts, character arcs, particular things that sort of lead viewers to wanting to see, and the length between MHA's first war ending and its second war beginning is 48 chapters. Almost half of the content the Kamino arc had in terms of build-up. This means that the end of the Traitor arc that is supposed to serve as the segue into the story's literal last arc comes across as rather uninspired and bland, dealing with a couple of things fans actually wanted to see handled before jumping into the final conflict of the story, and basically using a far more incompetent repeat of PLW's premise. But instead, lacking the build-up to make an experience that lacks the finality and grandeur that a final arc for something like My Hero Academia should have.
I will say that I like the structure of the final arc in the sense that there are multiple locations.
That is true.
Multiple
That is
battle.
true. If there's one thing I will say, being fans of both Naruto and World Trigger, especially, I am a fan of war arcs that situate multiple people across a large battlefield and have multiple encounters based on certain developments, interactions, abilities, and stuff like that. That, to me, will always hit for me like a truck. I love that type of stuff because it means that the author knows who he wants to put against who, and he knows, or he or she knows, what needs to happen.
Spread out with different types of strategies being implemented, but just, solely looking at that doesn't mean that the execution of each of these areas are going to be as flawless as they need to be. The racism subplot, again, I think that could have been a good idea for MHA. I think it was a good idea for MHA to include something like discrimination. But again, with the lack of build-up throughout the series, outside of Spinner, mainly looking at the hero side, you know what I mean? It came up short, and it also really provided kind of like a very basic solution, be better than this. It's like, okay, yeah, obviously we want you guys to be better, but what is the insurance plan to ensure that them trying to be better is not taken for granted?
The moment where I was just like total clarity and this shit is about to fucking stink forever was Bakugo and Deadshot, because that chapter released and I was just laughing like at how stupid this was. And I open the app, and the first thing I see is like a 7-tweet thread defending it, saying that, actually, this is super thematic. And I think that was the moment where just I saw the singularity. I saw that there's nothing this manga can do to create a response in some people that I would consider adequate. And so at that point, I thought, well, what's the point of arguing with people? What's the point of arguing on the channel with people and making argumentative content? Because an author can create one of the most...
You want to know something interesting about Bakugo? I was thinking about like some other ways like the Bakugo revival could have happened, right? You know how Nejire's quirk deals with her vitality? It would have been interesting to see if she could pump like some of her own vitality into others, right? And so by doing that, can you split the responsibility with Deadshot in half, right? Could you make it to where Deadshot was going to be in this state and he was going to suture the heart, but Nejire may have been somebody that can try to like stimulate the body to wake him back up. You know what I mean? Because Deadshot, man, it just came out of nowhere. We knew that he mentioned that he was somebody that could go in and outside of bodies, right? True. We didn't know that his body was just capable of going to that extremity, though, to possibly save somebody's life to that extent. You know what I mean? Like, could saving Bakugo have been an effort to give Nejire some more spotlight, especially with that random spotlight she kind of got back in the final act going into Sun Eater's canon, right? It would have been cool, in my opinion, to see Nejire and Deadshot work together. Maybe like take some of her, because you know how she gave her energy to Mirio, right? Is there a way to her to reverse her energy to potentially put it into somebody else and maybe keep Bakugo's organs going, you know what I mean, while Deadshot slowly worked with Genus, you know what I mean, to suture the heart, and then maybe through Genus, Deadshot, and Nejire, could they have worked together to at least stimulate Bakugo back to life? You know what I mean? Instead of just Deadshot coming out with this insane miracle restoration plan to bring him back to life. You know what I mean? Like I would have taken a more combination effort that was desperate as hell, knowing Nejire is damn near on death's door herself, knowing that Deadshot's on death's door himself, knowing that Genus is on death's door himself, then for pretty much Deadshot to pretty much take the lead and be like, yo, I'm out of 500 after this. Let's see. Just don't kill Bakugo in the first place. And see, that's another thing that could have happened too. But at the same time, it's not like what happened with Bakugo was a bad idea. It's a lightning in a bottle. But you have to be careful about how you navigate in the first place. We can't say don't do A because it turns out A was bad when looking at B, right? But if you're gonna go the extra mile with point A, then make sure that your follow-up with B is thorough.
Laughably idiotic plot threads that I've frankly ever seen in anything, and people will make threads defending it. They will create massive essays about how it's actually the greatest thing anyone's ever written, and it's like, well, that's that, I guess. There's no conversation to be had there. But of course this wasn't the only thing. I started getting really skeptical about the series basically when Mirio returned in the first war, because I thought that was just horribly mishandled.
Okay, I don't think Mirio coming back during that time was horribly mishandled. I do think it was quite the surprise, and you could argue that Mirio should have came back during Act 3, because if Mirio came back during Act 3, like during like this war, it eliminates two issues. One, the Mirio return would have been generationally hyped, and two, Eri would have had no energy to reverse Deku's arms, right? But I don't necessarily have the same problem with Mirio coming back when he came back. I that's just me personally though. I thought it was kind of cool.
And then
because you have to remember, even if you bring Mirio back in Act 3, his weakness is still there. He's not a power type character, but I guess at the same time, even if what happened with Muriel still happened with Muriel with the whole like gag and keeping Shigaraki stunned, it does take away Aries' energy.
After that, it was just thing after thing. Mr. Compress, which was just bizarre. The way the series was dealing with the 6 quirks and the way Villain Hunt was structured. And so by the time we got to stuff like the Traitor and Bakugo, I was just so tired. And yeah, so that was sort of the big catalyst, I guess.
I think that Act 3 is a combination of the good, the great, the bad, the ugly, and the worst of MHA. A lot of it, I feel like, is Hori doing a lot of experimentations, a lot of it leaning more so towards the cooler and raw side more than the Hori that a lot of people have grown to fall in love with, considering Act 1 and Act 2 with his thoroughness on it now. I think that really what is going to make or break this arc is, the climax. And obviously that should be, the norm for a lot of arcs. But, the whole thing about MHA is that it's been a superhero story being more about just beating the bad guys and throw them in a cell. This whole thing about saving is very crucial if Horikoshi does not handle Deku and Shigaraki the way that not only it needs to be handled, but the way that I also, personally as a fan just feels like it needs to be handled, then, Act 3 as a whole might as well just be a bust.
I'm going Oh my god, bro. I'm sorry, headphone users. Oh my god, bro. I didn't know. Wait, did I miss something in here? Hold on. I feel like there's like a tiny message in there.
Might as well just be a bust.
Oh my god, dude, I didn't know. I wasn't aware, chat. Please understand, I was not aware. Have I read Radiant? No, I haven't read Radiant, but I will plan to, actually. A good friend of mine likes Radiant, so I will read Radiant. Yo, awesome, bro. Oh, my God, bro. I legitimately was not aware, man. I did not know. It genuinely... Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Listen. Yo, Sync, bro, don't get on me, bro. We'll talk later. Please, bro. Please, man. Please.
This is My Hero Academia's worst arc. It also serves as the worst weekly experience of the entire manga, not because the chapters themselves are bad, which they are, but because Horikoshi's health was at its worst ever.
True.
I mean it when I say I have never seen such an inconsistent release process from any manga in Weekly Shonen Jump. Multiple announced breaks, multiple unannounced breaks, that even caught the magazine off guard.
I would argue that in terms of Weekly Shonen Jump, especially in recent times, granted, I didn't read World Trigger back when it was in Weekly Shonen Jump as a weekly series, but World Trigger is probably the most weekly, like the most hurt series a story has been since probably somebody like Togashi. I that's what I want to say. I think it's been Togashi, World Trigger, and then MHA for sure. Have I checked out Galaxius? I have not, but I am planning to read it. I have it bookmarked in my things. I saw a panel and the character was like, grit your teeth. I will be reading that.
Meaning that MHA was still on the table of contents. Some of the lowest page counts I have ever seen, sometimes reaching as low as 7 pages, all sort of leading up to a miserable week-to-week experience for both the author and the reader.
Live look at me, guys. Live look at me. Not really, but like, that's me when I realized that what I said was like actually gonna happen.
This, for me, is when I was really burnt out on MHA the most. At the start, I was excited because I expected Horikoshi to really come back to his senses here, because I believed we would finally see all the things he was waiting to do, all the scenes he was waiting to execute, only to find out the things that he wanted to execute, fucking sucked for the most part. As the arc went on, I just made less and less MHA content until we were almost at the finish line, and I couldn't even muster up more than an MHA video every couple of months, and at the time of posting, I haven't posted one in almost a year. This is a really big arc, so to go through with it, we sort of have to start at the beginning with its problems. To start, the foundation of the
Okay, wait, how did you do that?
We sort of have to start at the beginning with its problem.
Oh, that's so cool. It's like you cut out the H here, like you had the video, maybe like, oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. That's cool.
The foundation of the entire war arc, which rests upon tricking All For One in a battle, relies solely on something the series established as a hard rule of someone not being able to do something. Shinso, way back when, was explicitly mentioned to not be able to use his quirk to make other people speak, and the only explanation we have as to how he circumvented it is that he trained really hard, so now we can do it. The start of the entire...
Again, that whole thing would have been a lot better if literally the class that he was in beforehand was like, yo, practice on us. Let us be the reason why you get to your final, like, major step. You know what I mean? Literally an avoidable thing. It was just 2 steps off. Literally have the classmates that were there watching him during sports festival be like, practice on us. And let us be the reason why your dream can come true. Because we want you to be the one that represents us. Literally 2 steps short.
Arc is just an ass pull for the sake of the narrative convenience. This arc is actually full of contrivances for the sake of plot. The next one happens a chapter later, when Toga, a girl with regular human strength, is somehow able to pull Deku through a portal and away from his battlefield, despite him being dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than her. It's not as if he doesn't have full cowling active either, because in chapter 345, right as he's being pulled in, you can literally see the lightning around him. For the sake of the plot, Midoriya had to not react to this whatsoever so he can get pulled in and have his moment with Toga, which was fine, but just...
Now, granted, Danger Sense, I do like the Danger Sense explanation, right? It's kind of like this whole thing with, it kind of gives off, like, something you would see in, like, a DC comic almost, right? About how, like, somebody's intent is so not what it actually may come off as, that it's not making certain, like, reactions happen, right? But again, I'm surprised that, like, yeah, this really was like a Deku needed to move and not be here because this is just how it played out. I don't necessarily hate the explanation as to why Deku didn't, you know what I mean? Why Deku didn't, like, react. I think it was kind of cool. You know what I mean? As far as Toga, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird, man, because we talk about, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Because the moment itself is fine doesn't mean that the execution is retroactively improved. It feels like Horikoshi has a lot of ideas or scenes in his head, and when it comes time to execute them, he doesn't really give a shit. He just wants to, you know, smash his action figures together. Take, for instance, Hawks' new and improved wings. Back during PLW, we had expected his back to be completely incinerated, as we were literally told this by character dialogue. Then it seemed it wasn't completely destroyed, but just mostly, and now he's pretty much fine. In fact, they're so fine that Horikoshi was able to pull prosthetic wings out of his ass, because apparently he would be able to control those somehow, like with his mind or something. Ultimately, Hori had ideas for Hawks in this fight against All For One, and remembered he burnt his wings to a crisp, so he just went, fuck it, no I didn't. The entirety of the final act of My Hero Academia is like a desperate attempt for Horikoshi to get to this arc, to do all the things he wanted to do, but realizing he hasn't laid the foundation or the groundwork to do all those things. Becoming a series that prioritizes the idea of how cool something might be, rather than the execution of that idea. To reuse an example from a previous video I made, Horikoshi wanted to introduce the idea of Mina stumbling across the person who killed Midnight, but never actually laid any of the groundwork for that moment, making the dude, for absolutely no reason at all, mention killing some random UA schoolteacher within Mina's earshot, something that is especially hilarious considering the series didn't even try to make us connect with the class's feelings of grief from her death. I'm not entirely certain how to tackle an arc that is pushing 80 chapters, so I'm going to take this video step by step, talking about every battle and the respective character roles individually, minus the noble, and examining it and how it all holds up, inconsistencies, contrivances, character assassinations, and all. Think of this as a way to discuss how the series capped off particular characters.
Everybody lock in.
Timestamps will also be in the description in case you want to hear about a certain plotline or fight.
We've got a hefty 2 hours and 40 minutes,
The first fight we're going to examine is Endeavor and Hawks versus All For One. This fight, more or less cool. It has stuff I really don't enjoy, but I think it's overall pretty fun. Hawks having prosthetic wings is very stupid, but I've already discussed this. The art during this fight is phenomenal, as we get to see Endeavor encounter the enemy you would never really expect him to come up against after being blown away with one blast back Kamino. AFO has been weakened so much over the series that Endeavor can now easily put him on the ropes. He's getting his ass beat, so he pulls out his secret little card of, I was responsible for Dabi to some extent. We'll get to this backstory later when we touch on the Shoto versus Dabi stuff, but my initial impression is, I
mean, it's alright, like...
All For One being involved in something again is pretty boring, but it's also one of those things where I don't know how Toya would have logically survived being that. And to reel us back in from Endeavor's rage moment are Jiro and Tokoyami coming in to challenge someone.
To be fair, I'm not necessarily upset with, like, Toya surviving this. It kind of gives me, like, Star Wars, how Anakin damn near burned to death and was able to be, like, salvaged, you know what I mean?
And to reel us back in from Endeavor's rage moment are Jiro and Tokoyami coming in to challenge someone who once...
Star Wars reference, guys.
...instilled dread in those around him. A lot of people do not like this inclusion. For me personally, I don't really care. I'm not inherently opposed to the students coming to help out against one of the most powerful people in the verse, but when we get stupid moments like, oh, Jiro, don't move too much, your ass is rubbing on my back, It's really weird and stupid. Anyway, let's focus on the actually good part of this fight, Endeavor. He reins himself in, understanding his anger towards All For One is misplaced, when the circumstances that led him here were all his own fault. I brought all of this upon myself, this fight, this wound, everything, he thinks. The weakness that once drove Enchi to doing the horrible acts he had committed gets recontextualized, as he tells himself to not focus on a grand rebirth, but to keep—
I agree, Ragnarok. This is really good sectioning.
Cursing the weakness that led him down the path he walks now, full of regret, death, and mistakes. Dragging All For One through the fucking mud as he accepts that he has to pay his penance and lay a path for the future, something he egotistically did in the past, now doing it as a way to clear the baggage from the path Shoto will be walking. This is some of the best content in this arc, and unfortunately, it only lasts a chapter or two. I really enjoy a lot of the stuff Horikoshi does with Endeavor, even though I find the reaction to his abuse rather underwhelming, and he very easily maintains a top spot in my list of MJ characters. This fight itself almost feels like a direct sequel to the high-end fight, where Endeavor once again rushes into battle against someone he understands all too well, another person who can destroy people's futures with their hands. And the fight even ends with the same move, though of course it doesn't work as well. This fight was super cool for Endeavor and is one of the few standouts of this extremely lackluster and terrible arc. Cutting away from the good content, Jiro lost an ear, so perhaps the stakes of the series are saved, except unfortunately, we just introduced the concept of prosthetics that can do anything, so just slap a prosthetic ear on there and then she'll be good to go. Speaking of things we introduced in this arc, Quirk Rebellions. I can't lie, this is one of the most ridiculous things I have ever seen. Back in the Star and Stripes section, I used a term called Quirk Magic, and believe me when I say it goes absolutely off of the rails here in this arc. We're supposed to believe a couple of things here. One, that quirks, if they feel inspired by the things happening around them, they can act out. Second, they can act out. If we are to believe that they can just do this and refuse being used to take down the AFO vestige from the inside, then that means that at any point before, this was possible. That means that in the fight against the Symbol of Peace, the guy who previously—
You know, the quirk thing might have been a little bit, like, understandable if Stars and Stripes' vestige's speech, right? You guys remember when Shigaraki ran into or Alpharaki flew to the random guy's home, okay? And then he flew in, and he tried to give Stars and Stripes away, right? And then she was like, "You dumb," and she was like, "All that, New Order will revolt against any quirk," right? And then she gave her little speech, like mentioning John Doe and stuff like that, right? If we were to see like the other quirks kind of like watching Stars' vestige, watching New Order disappear slowly, and see them like at least like trying to like take into account of everything that she said, right? Then maybe it wouldn't have come out of nowhere, because then they'd be able to— Horikoshi would have been able to flash back to the part that maybe Stars' words saying, as long as somebody takes up the mantle of heroism, you will someday be defeated. Maybe, right? But even so, the fact that Quirk can act out because like a weaker vessel, and then they aren't the original copies and stuff like that, to me, like, we're starting to lose some of that singularity we had with what we know.
He split his head like a watermelon, they didn't feel inspired to act out, or any time before that. We're made to believe that the payback for being a little bastard is that AFO will open his comically large mouth and bite you like a cartoon character, but isn't that only a good thing? If your vestige goes away, he loses the quirk, which means you weakened him. Seems like a good deal to me. Of course, we find out in the SNS arc that AFO can't actually get rid of quirks, so what does the big mouth do? Like, does it do anything? I guess at no other point in human history are we to believe—
Wait.
Like, does it— can't actually get rid of quirks, so good deal to me. Of course, we find out in the SNS arc that AFO can't actually get rid of quirks, so—
Okay, I thought it was like he couldn't get rid of Stars and Stripes one.
So, what does the big mouth do? Like, does it do anything?
I assume that it just consumes them.
In history are we to believe that a quirk
and
decided—
it just deletes them.
Fuck this, and, get a little silly. Not over the hundreds of years that AFO existed, because while Horikoshi tried to Band-Aid explain why this could happen through people standing up to AFO, it's very clearly an ass pull to make him job in this fight. In fairness, there is a little bit of precedent when it comes to quirk vestiges interfering, and if only we knew how bad things would really get.
Like something like this
While
again,
this
but just with Stars and Stripes' influence, you know what I mean?
Rather than actively cause a revolt inside of a spiritual realm, it's all about suspension of disbelief, and this one goes way too far for me.
Yeah.
Speaking of suspension of disbelief, oh, yippee, All For One's rewinding. Endeavor backs him into a corner, beating the absolute shit out of him, and essentially puts him on death's door, because this is the weakest version of All For One's body ever, and as he himself puts it, this body is destined for the scrap heap. The villains did indeed have access to the Quirk-destroying bullets, and Dr. Garaki had to rework them entirely, and instead of doing what Overhaul's bullets would do, which was specifically target the Quirk factor and rewind that to nothingness, it targets the entire body to rewind it into nothingness, specifically avoiding the Quirk factor somehow. The question comes in, however, that if Dr. Garaki, the guy who is capable of reviving dead people and turning them into biologically mutated super people,
that fact with the whole Quirk transfer thing slipped my mind, my bad.
Who even All Might can struggle with, why can he not alter the Quirk-destroying bullet to just not kill someone?
You alright?
Don't get it. Sorry. Don't worry about it.
The bullets are pretty vague, but if we assume that the amount of contents inside of the round equals to how much it rewinds, could the internals simply not be drained so that we get Prime All for One instead of him killing himself? Did the guy capable of necromancy just not think of that? Is he stupid? I also can't help but feel that there were several better times to pop this little potion. Of course, it's a backup measure that All for One doesn't want to use, so he's not just going to insta-pop it. Perhaps, however, when you've clearly been led into a trap, it might be time to activate your Super Saiyan round and kill every single person around you, because this bullet turns you into the strongest person in existence, as well as rewinding any damage you take. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh. For some reason, when All for One takes damage, he rewinds faster. Why the fuck does it do that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, whatever, it's fine. It feels extremely illogical for the guy whose entire character at this point is, I'm the smartest guy in human history, to wait until he's literally one desync server packet away from actually, for real, dying. Alternatively, if he didn't want to risk it on himself because this bullet is pretty high risk, couldn't you also just grab it while you're being bear-hugged by the only man capable of killing you and just like stab it into him or something, causing him to rewind to death? Especially because it would be so much faster because he's not as old as All for One. The rewind bullet just has...
You know, it just kind of thought to me, hearing him, like, why the damage process accelerates it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Kaioken from Dragon Ball. You guys know when Goku used Kaioken against Vegeta, it would amplify the damage. His body would be like in extreme pain on top of, and then it would stack with the pain that he would get during battle as well. It's kind of interesting.
There's a numerous amount of issues, and I really, really hate this scene, especially with what it leads to. Immediately after this, something silly happens to Kurogiri, which we will get to later, and portals start spawning, bringing in tons of Twice clones as an offshoot from the Oako and Toga fight. Dabi is also here. Hello, Dabi. As the battle descends into chaos, All for One's new goal is to get to Shigaraki.
It would have been funny if, I don't know if you guys have seen Smiling Friends, but if Dabi, if a little clip of Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends said hello when Dabi popped through, I might have actually lost it.
He rewinds into nothing so he can successfully complete the merger and take over his body. So, what can we draw from this? All for One is on a clock because every passing second is dropping him down in age. Surely, he would do everything he can to get to Shigaraki. Just kidding. Fuck you. He's gonna stop and talk to these self-described extras every 0.1 seconds because Hawks wants to chat with him, and he falls for it every time. We get regularly beat over the head with, it's really important to get to Shigaraki, while also being slapped in the face with, hey, All for One, how was your day? And then he just indulges for some reason. Now, I want to make something clear before we continue, because I don't want you guys to think that this is going to be some CinemaSins-ass critique. I think it's fine, and even good, when characters make bad decisions. Characters are human beings, and humans are not notable for making the best decisions they can make.
And like I said, if authors did this whole thing where every character would quote-unquote do the logical thing, it just it feels like everything is going alongside an actual structure of point A to point B, and not like an actual ebb or flow of building a story.
The reason why I apply a different standard to All for One is because he is the mastermind character trope, and also his lack of mental stability.
Why did you do this?
So this is supposed to be him at his most composed when it comes to his decision making. Hundreds and hundreds of years of perfect decision making has led him to this point. So when he makes these mistakes or decisions, rather than feeling like organic human fuck-ups, it just feels like plot.
I don't think it's a real sword, Silver. That's like an actual blade.
Contrivances. Despite being in the most powerful state he has been in on screen, he also exemplifies his newfound Act 3 incompetence by literally never landing a real blow on anybody, especially Hawks, who, as mentioned before, keeps cutting him off in pursuit of Shigaraki to talk to him. And All for One just stops to chat, never wanting to land a killing blow on him until he finally does, and then it's fake. Oh my god, this arc is just so ass. Our wonderful payoff for this terrible, awful, horrible gag is the return of students that half of the people who read this manga probably forgot existed so that we can call Hawks a twink. A lot of people focus on this cringe dialogue. I personally don't think it's super egregious considering this is how Kami is. Unfortunately, what is substantially worse is actually Inasa. Let's get one thing out of the way here. Without All For One's interference, Inasa was single-handedly capable of putting a stop to an entire Sad Man's parade. This feat cannot be understated, as this was stopping hundreds, if not thousands of clones of Twice. It leaves us with one question. What the fuck was this guy doing during the Paranormal Liberation War arc? Was he on vacation? Why was he not put on the Hawks team so that maybe Hawks didn't have to kill a man, but instead the entirety of Sadman's parade could be subdued? This on top of Hawks' initial reaction to seeing Twice.
I genuinely wonder, right, if... I genuinely wonder if the reason why they may have not extended Shiketsu's reach is because they wanted to keep it close-knit between UA and everybody present in the area, right? Like, were they gonna take a chance and potentially involve Shiketsu as well and it getting out? You know what I mean? Because, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if they genuinely was like just trying to reduce as much abnormalities as possible before they were caught. Because I'm pretty sure people will probably start wondering, why is Shiketsu folk here? You know what I mean? Why do we have Shiketsu students here? And at that point, it may have sounded off the alarm potentially. So I feel like they probably were like, let's work with everybody in this zone. However, it doesn't change the fact that Shiketsu being here would have probably been pretty damn cool, especially in PLW. They would have really like needed help. Can you imagine like Inasa lifting up like Gigantomachia, bro? Like, boy.
This again after murdering him, being kill him right now, is bewildering. It's even more funny when paired with his comment from chapter 299.
I think you're thinking about this more than Hori. Yeah, I kind of am. I just think that personally PLW was like a legitimate use who we have here and let everybody know who we have here. We have no intention to involve Shiketsu or any other schools around the area that could neutralize this threat. You know what I mean? I feel like that's probably the intention. Just use what we have here right in front of us.
Quote, when they're backed into a corner and truly free, that's when they show their true colors, end quote. After almost zero introspection on Hawks' part on the death of Twice, and just tons of surface level, he was a really good guy, the first thing he thinks upon seeing him is to just immediately kill him again, even though Inasa exists and is actually here this time and is completely capable of stopping him, though of course this was hindered by All For One's presence. Speaking of Inasa, the guy who hated Endeavor's guts because he was mean to him once, he now knows that Endeavor indeed was not a very good dude. What is his reaction? That's okay, he's trying really hard. The character that basically existed to hate Endeavor's guts before anyone else did has now completely 180'd in an extremely obvious showing that is representative of MHA's cast at large. Nobody gives a shit, and that's just super disappointing. I already know what people will say in response to this because I've already talked about this before, but no. I don't think Inasa should refuse to save the world because he hates Endeavor.
Right.
I think it should be...
Like I was saying, people understand that when the going gets tough, everybody's going to have to work together no matter what, but it doesn't change the fact that some general disdain could have been shown.
Like, man, Endeavor is kind of a dick, but we gotta do what we gotta do.
Right.
It's just a complete fumble of post-Dobby's Dance consequences, which is a shame because that chapter is incredible. This isn't really the end of this fight, but in an effort to break it up, I'll talk about one last thing, and that is the weird plot convenience of Rewind. Tokoyami and crew are doing their best against All For One, and when you immediately think of that, that's not a good idea. Why would you damage the guy who is rewinding? Something the series has explicitly shown us before is the opposite of what you want to do, because that gives them more time. Because for some reason in this arc, damaging All For One speeds up Rewind despite an entire fight in the manga being based on it working in a completely antithetical way to the foundation of this fight. Interesting. This fight had its moments, but overall,
it's alright.
And let's go ahead and move on to the next one.
Alright. Who we got? Okay.
Shoto.
There's literally, okay, for me personally, I don't have any issues with Dobby for Shoto. I have virtually none. Like, I actually have none. For
Dobby
me. That's just me.
Actually pretty good.
Okay.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on here, among maybe just a couple of stinkers. Dobby is just an absolute standout in this final arc, starting his first major fight since announcing his identity by burning so hot, he burns the All Might statue erected in Kamino. The boy born to chase after the back of the man Endeavor couldn't catch now burns the recreation of his legacy. Let's also talk about his drip for a second. The all-white kimono-type clothing he wears
It's
is
so
symbolic
cool.
of purity. In Shinto, it's a color reserved for priests and the deceased. Dabi's getup change is him arriving here ready for his own funeral. It shows that he came here to die. Let's examine the backstory we get for Dabi in this fight. He burns himself and is saved by All For One. Now, look, this was initially terrifying, the idea of All For One being even more intertwined in the story, but it actually worked out in the end, in my opinion. AFO patches him up, and little Toya finds out that his actions have led to his permanent nerfing and extreme damage to him, making him incredibly frail. Despite it all, he just wants to go back and show his dad what he could do, because all he does is keep failing. This drive that Toya felt could not be contained by All For One. He was the one piece of AFO's puzzle that got away, and he arrives at the Todoroki's household to see that nothing has changed. Endeavor just kept it going to his next kid, and this marked the death of Toya and the birth of Dabi. Japan is a massively Buddhist nation, and in Buddhism, death is a cycle of rebirth. Toya is reborn as Dabi as he prays at a Buddhist altar, and now in this fight against Shoto years later, he dons white. Many Japanese Buddhist corpses were dressed in largely white attire as pilgrims undergoing their final journey. This white robe signifies Dabi's last journey, a pilgrim to death. It makes it all the more poignant when we find out that Dabi shouldn't even be alive. Something has kept him going. He somehow survived the initial heat on Sekoto Peak. Dr. Graki said that without AFO's help, he would be dead in a short period of time, but he just kept chugging, being kept alive allegedly by pure spite. And this is what leads us to his final conflict here. Now, there are a few issues with this fight. Like, first of all, who in their right fucking mind sent Ida to a fight where he is useless? All Might, you dumb bastard. Obviously, he will come into play at some point, but...
Useless in the first half, second half MVP.
And I'm definitely not using hindsight to say that, but it's just a very silly idea to send the guy who has overheating issues to the fight that takes place literally in hell. We also just get more unfortunate scenes of people in Endeavor's life not really caring about what he did and making lighthearted remarks about them still supporting him. Look, I get it. This is the end, and Horikoshi wants the heroes to be one cohesive unit. Too bad, we just rushed right into the final war and had no time to extrapolate on these interesting plot points. There's even room for an interesting dynamic here, with all these rich and powerful people sticking together as a form of class solidarity, only really caring about propping up this symbol of money-making, but instead what we get is just nothing. Alright, look, I've written this script across like 1 year and 4 different periods of my life, so I imagine I've harped on this enough, so let's just move on. Overhaul, huh? He was certainly an orphan. Such an orphan, in fact, that it seems he might have been in the exact same place as Toya. This is currently not gone anywhere yet, so I'm not going to speak about it as if it's final, but the implication that All For One also meddled in Shisaki's life is extremely dumb. It's exactly what I'm referring to when I talk about AFO being involved in every moving part of the story, and how all that makes the world feel so small and far too connected. Things that don't help with MHA's world is everything having to be shoved into volume extras, like the entire event that led to Dabi fleeing the orphanage, or the aforementioned volume extra that gives SNS a purpose only to rip it away. This is when you could really tell the pressure was on for Horikoshi. Story details being flubbed to be put in paragraphs and volume extras, noticeable degradation of art quality at times, chapters that kept getting shorter and shorter, and at some point taking a break week every other week, sometimes sudden break weeks. My Hero Academia has inadvertently become the poster boy of Weekly Shonen Jump overwork. Let's face it, producing 14 to 18 pages of content every single week is an impossible task barely kept together by people passionate about what they are doing and being exploited every step of the way. You see it with Oda, you see it with Kubo, you see it with Togashi. All of these people are being harmed to produce content for shareholders, but because this is what they have always dreamed of, they just allow it to happen. Especially when coupled with Japan's culture of accepting our circumstances and shutting up. Is it possible that some of these, in my opinion, awful writing decisions are a result of being put through a weekly meat grinder? Absolutely. This release cycle runs completely opposite to creativity and art, and unfortunately, during this final stretch, Horikoshi never lets up. No big break, just pain. As even other artists tweet out wishing for his health, he continued forward. The same guy who wrote the arc about working so hard that it hurts you never gives himself time to rest, feeling beholden to shareholders and having nightmares of My Hero Academia getting axed even though he's in the final arc and 400 chapters deep. Unfortunately, at the very end, the exploitative practices of Weekly Shonen Jump dragged My Hero Academia down even further, and it's apparent. Maybe not primarily in this fight, but a lot of chapters start feeling put out for the sake of getting a chapter out. If Jujutsu Kaisen was on break, MHA had to be coming out. It was clear that Weekly Shonen Jump didn't want both of them out of the magazine at the same time, and they often took turns taking breaks every other week. And a lot of these chapters are definitely a result of that requirement, but, you know, let's actually talk about the good parts of this fight real quick. The tail end of this fight has a lot of projection coming from Toya and onto Shoto, as he refers to him as a half-baked puppet that will never amount to anything. I mean, the writing is on the wall for that one. It leads to a really good character moment for Shoto, as he hears this beratement from Toya. He's able to do something that has been a long time coming. He flows both fire and ice on both sides, in a sense, by creating cold fire that flows through his veins. Comments and a mentality like that are not things that will get to Shoto anymore. Stealing his resolve, and combining the two sides of himself he struggled with for so long to say it on his own. This is his power. He finally puts a stop to Toya's rampage as the visual imagery of a child Toya reaching out in tears tries to cling to Shoto, and he unleashes a massive Great Glacial Aegir. Aegir refers to the sea, and also is referenced in a really old Icelandic poem from the 10th century in which the poet talks about the death of his son, who had died during a storm at the sea, and the author talks about losing his son by slaying the sea. It's also in reference to Ayashyanmar, a symbol of both power and protection. Power is Shoto's whole thing, glacier is in reference to preserving something in ice, and protection is in reference to saving Toya from himself. And just like that, Toya Todoroki was defeated. Oh. Uh-oh. For the sake of transparency, this fight actually takes place like 25 chapters after the last one, but we're doing this now for the sake of flow. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of this fight, but I don't hate it. Dabi and Endeavor finally come face to face, and Endeavor has to deal with the fact that his son has become a weapon of mass destruction, threatening to blow up the entire surrounding area, including the evacuation line that we just so happen to put directly under this battlefield. Perhaps not the best call. One of many strange calls made in this war, in fact. So let's just get this part out of the way now. Getten is indeed related to Rei. I have said multiple times over the past few years that this would stink, and yeah, here it is. My Hero Academia actively makes its world smaller by connecting all—
You know, I did forget about this. I don't really have any strong opinions about it, but in terms of world building, yeah, like I said, if everything is so connected, bro, it's like you lose your parts. Like, world building should be something where you put something here and you put something over here, and it should be able to stand alone, right? But if everything is part of one ginormous system, you just lose a sense of that individual pieces on the chessboard, you know what I mean? Instead, everything is just one giant piece.
All of its random cast members to each other, instead of being this massive, diverse world full of superpowers. Yeah, I really don't like this reveal, especially considering this is probably the last thing Getten will ever do, and also Mr. Compress, who had this massive reveal chapter and has been in prison for the past 100 chapters and counting. Dabi was able to recreate Shoto's special new move for some reason. Oh, he has ice. That's interesting. Even a lot of people who enjoy My Hero Academia still are a bit weirded out by this development. We always knew that Toya has been surviving things he shouldn't reasonably survive, and it's not like he's making giant Shoto ice ramps. It's just enough ice to protect his internal organs from completely bursting. If the criticism is that it just sort of happens and that's it, yeah, I could agree with that. Endeavor's own reckless abandonment of his child never let him experience this moment until Toya was on the verge of death. Toya copies Shoto's ability just after the latter proves he is his own person, and it's an interesting way to show Toya's lack of identity and purpose. Throughout My Hero Academia, he's just been kind of a copycat poser, but taking everything from people and twisting it in to fit his own mentality. Dabi, for example, got his own start with Stain, someone who wanted to massively disincentivize the selfish theatrics of heroism, yet Dabi's entire thing is about selfish theatrics, so him co-opting Shoto's move does fit in line with these ideas. I don't hate it, I don't love it, but the scene afterward of Endeavor and Dabi having a tangle of flames is so incredibly cool, as Endeavor takes full responsibility and decides to sacrifice himself to save everyone else. This is an interesting choice for two reasons. One, I think Endeavor dying as the conclusion of his arc kinda fucking sucks.
Agreed.
For similar reasons to why I don't like All Might dying, I think death as a conclusion to this arc just doesn't work. In a story about self-discovery and atonement for your wrongdoings, the answer to it at the end of the day being that you can only find that atonement through your own demise is both really boring and also a massive cop-out. What matters more in this type of arc is living to see the harm you caused, and being able to make changes to better yourself and the situations you have caused. Death is a way to avoid the hard work that comes with atonement. Not only that, but My Hero Academia was pretty adamant about, hey, don't fucking kill yourself, dumbass. Midoriya pushing on despite his horrible circumstances was bad. All Might wanting to keep fighting despite his massive wound was portrayed as a pretty bad decision, even though of course it had good outcomes, and thankfully, My Hero Academia stays consistent here, and Endeavor trying to kill himself isn't positive. As a response to Endeavor's goal of blowing himself up in the sky, the entire Todoroki family shows up to stop him and cool Toya down. Now, I gotta say, them all showing up here is pretty contrived. It's contingent on the planning for this war being so bad that the evacuation path is under an active war zone. There is a level of...
I think it's definitely pretty convenient that they showed up exactly where they needed to show up, but, like, you know, I think, like, the whole dialogue they had through the war about, like, the winds are changing, some things are going here, then there, you know, it got messy. You know what I mean? And I like that, right? It's kind of like, because, I mean, you know, like, we saw this, like, similar to Naruto, right? They separated and had these battles over here in different places for a reason. But at some point, something is going to cause things to either start to get a little convenient or get a little messy. And that will be Kurogiri.
Though, where we have to weigh if a contrivance is worth the result. It's similar to how the series started because of a contrived encounter with Midoriya and All Might to begin with. Obviously, we all accept this because it led to some really good shit, and also led to, you know, the entire series. In this case...
Also, if I'm not reading him out loud, I am reading you guys' comments, by the way. I'm just going to keep things going. That way I don't have you guys here all day. And thank you for being here, by the way. I know this is long, but we're going to keep going.
I would also say it's kind of worth it because this is a decent, conclusive fight. I think it's also nice as another parallel to the high-end fight, where Endeavor took over the sky to burn away a symbol of his past, but the Todo fam stopped him from doing the same thing to Toya. The Todoroki plotline isn't Endeavor's alone. He has already done enough hijacking of the plotline, so to have the entire family show up to put in the work to stop Toya is nice. It's a nice parallel to Sokoto Peak, showing what would have happened if the family wasn't fractured and broken by Endeavor. They all deserve to be here. Of course, one person is missing. Shoto and Ida recover from their fight, and we finally find out why Ida was sent here. It's another contrivance, purely to get Shoto to his new fight location, but it's a nice moment. It furthers MHA...
This is cool as shit to me, no matter what anybody says. I love Ida Taxi. It's so cool.
Thematic relevance of no man being an island, that you should rely on those who want to help you, especially as All Might comes in through the radio to cheer them on, and we're reminded that Ida's legs are meant to guide wayward children. Shoto arrived on scene and Toya Todoroki was frozen, containing the devastating explosion. This leads to a very touching and simultaneously depressing scene of Toya thinking to himself, everyone is finally watching me. If it was this simple, then why was it so hard? Ultimately, Toya was an unbelievably failed child, and while some disagree, we'll touch on that more during the Ochako vs. Toga section. So hold on for that discourse. The fight concludes with Endeavor apologizing not just to Toya, but to Fuyumi, Natsuo, Shoto, and Rei for all he has done wrong, and how his failures have led to this moment. In Chapter 345, we get a POV shot from Toya as he looks at Shoto covered in shadow, the same visual motif used a bunch in the story, and one we will be discussing shortly. And in these final chapters, we get a similar shot, but Toya sees Shoto as a crying child, signifying that he has had his views on things changed in this arc. Overall, the Todoroki plotline's final fight was... fine. It felt like, however, that it should have been exceptional. The almost conclusion of one of My Hero Academia's best plotlines, and it left me feeling a little disappointed. I still enjoyed myself, but it definitely felt like something that was speaking out to you going, just you wait till the epilogue for the actual conclusion of this plotline, rather than delivering on a solid ending. Or maybe it was also just a mix of my love for MHA petering out over these cruel 3 years of terrible chapters. That's what's kind of concerning about part...
I would argue that I personally think it was fine because, again, when it was mentioned that the purpose of atonement is to live to see the harm that you caused, that to me is something that could only have occurred during the epilogue, right? After all the injuries, everything that was done to take Dabi down, that's just something to me that could only happen in the dialogue or epilogue, you know what I mean? So personally, I think that was like as close and as solid as you could have landed this, knowing what was going on.
3 of this video series, as I look over all these notes and all these experiences, you can basically see the passion fade from me. Fun fact about this plotline, chapter...
I saw that same thing twice, and I kid you not, dude. Don't get me started, bro. Don't get me started.
190 was Dabi's
Don't get me started, bro.
Chapter 290 was the Dabi
Please,
reveal,
man, please.
Chapter 390 was the Todoroki family conclusion. Kinda neat,
but
man. That is the end of one of My Hero Academia's best plotlines, sorta, kinda. And now, let's get to the absolute worst one.
Oh boy.
It's unfortunate that we couldn't save the worst for last, because this is My Hero Academia's greatest sin. Genuinely, nothing at the current date and time reaches this level of awful, and it's likely nothing ever will. Let me set the stage for viewers at home. For seemingly no particular reason, All Might decided to send almost every minority in MHA to go fight the other minorities, despite having absolutely zero character relations. Spinner and Shoji? Nothing. Spinner and Koda? Nothing. Shoji and Koda? Nothing. Rocklock? Why is he here? All Horikoshi seemingly wanted to do was slam his heteromorphic action figures together, but halfway through realized that he was not built for this, and hastily gave Shoji a backstory to half-assedly connect Shoji and Spinner at the 11th hour. And in a worrying trend, to simplify the conclusion, our antagonist has been turned into a blubbering monster, as it becomes increasingly clear throughout the fights that Horikoshi doesn't really want nuanced interactions. We could make exceptions for Dabi because he was literally turning to ash, but he too was reverted to childlike cries of die and calling for his dad. Basically, there is a massive riot of mutants that are tired of being treated the way they are. We touched back in the first retrospective how even non-heteromorphic quirks like Shinso's brainwashing will create a slant towards people's treatment of you, and it was stated multiple times that people like Shoji have it particularly bad, like how that furry girl in the Villain Hunt arc was called a monster. It's very clear the allegory that is being drawn here. Heteromorphic discrimination is Horikoshi's stand-in for racism. It's a layer of separation to make it a little less on the nose. So, if heteromorphs are very clearly a stand-in for real-world racism, and they are, on the surface, rising up against multiple perceived slights on behalf of the state apparatus, but also as a result of racial tensions boiling over for decades, and they are portrayed as turning into a violent mob attacking buildings that they really shouldn't be, I wonder what Horikoshi might be referencing here. Oh. Those are real-life protests that took place in the United States. I see. Now, look, a lot of people are in severe denial about this because he's Japanese, so surely he would never reference American political events, despite the fact that Horikoshi is clearly very invested in American media and American aesthetics, and understands pretty well how we move in times of war, and made an entire manga that is clearly heavily inspired by American comics. Yeah, absolutely not. Look, let's set aside the fact that authors take inspiration from other nations' history and events literally all the time, and it's only Japanese authors that are infantilized in this regard, and let's accept it on its face that Horikoshi would surely never reference America. Some people use this as a further shield to say that we are really just being specifically America-centric about this plotline, and Japan just doesn't have the historical baggage of racism like the US does, which, it's not one-to-one, but Japan definitely has racism. Ask Koreans in Japan how things are going. Here's the thing. Even if Horikoshi didn't intentionally draw a parallel here between the heteromorph riots and the US riots, it doesn't really matter. One, people have all sorts of unconscious feelings when creating art, hence the statements about all art being political. No matter what, if you dive into the social or historical or cultural or political context surrounding art, you can understand quite a bit more about its creation. Picasso has a super famous piece called Guernica. Someone could for real look you dead in the eyes and tell you that this piece isn't political, and for someone without any art knowledge, you can see how someone comes to that conclusion. However, Picasso painted this in direct response to the bombing of Guernica, becoming a worldwide known piece that helped bring attention to the Spanish Civil War. So, while you can easily look at this and take away nothing, if you look beyond the surface for more than 15 seconds, you can see that this piece was influenced by historical context. My Hero Academia takes its analogy between the US riots and this series event even further by dismissing the validity of their outrage and instead focusing it solely on the fact that they are attacking, put that in big quotes, a hospital. I put it in quotes because they don't really damage the hospital itself and don't attack any of the staff. In fact, there's a scene where the doctors stand up to the rioters and they just go in a different direction because they had no intention of killing these people. Just like real life, the discourse surrounding the event was hijacked to shine light on the potential property damage of the riot rather than the loss of life that these mutants experience. That Horikoshi highlights in the same set of events by creating a list of genocides that didn't exist until 5 seconds prior in the universe and are all Star Wars references. Durkheim was a French sociologist active in the late 1890s and early 1900s, and he was especially known for an idea that he proposed that was particularly unique for his time. That crime is a lot more nuanced than bad people doing bad things. What crime does is show the needs of humanity that were not being met by the status quo. Instead of writing off criminals for their wrongdoing, he found it more constructive to look at the root of crime, to find out what conditions of social life were not being met, and to use crime as a prelude to reform. These riots, both in real life and in My Hero Academia, are the result of decades of racial frustration, and when your entire life has been essentially defined by this oppression, the optics of your retaliation become irrelevant after years of systemic disempowerment. We can examine the usage of visuals in this plotline as well because obviously manga is a visual medium. The way the writers are drawn is very consistent with how the series portrays people in the wrong, like we touched on earlier in the villain hunt arc. Obviously, we can draw the same conclusion here. The rioters are doing a bad thing, and of course rioting is bad. Violence is not an ideal thing to engage in, but as we touched on earlier, there is a reason for it. People don't tend to turn to mass social retaliation like this unprompted. This plotline also shows a hilarious lack of nuance by having multiple characters say that by living in this city, other heteromorph characters wouldn't have experienced discrimination. While it's true that cities are diverse melting pots, that diversity also includes bigoted opinions and statements. And obviously, if you spend more than 3 seconds thinking about this, yes, there is racism in cities. Horikoshi's mouthpiece, Shoji, would criticize the rioters for having no plan, just attacking the hospital to free Kurogiri. Astute viewers will notice, the heroes did not fucking do anything either. They knew about the attack ahead of time, enough to put them here, but did not evacuate any of the patients, the doctors, and never moved Kurogiri. It's not like mass evacuation would have been an issue for them, as the entire premise of this arc was founded on them utilizing the warp Quirk to mobilize the hero army in an instant. So this plotline has multiple fundamental failings. Its premise is shit, its real-life politics are shit, and its character writing is shit. Of course, just like everything else, some people will go out of their way to defend this plotline. A common argument being that people are just trying too hard to equate it to real-life issues and race dynamics, and surely, Horikoshi never had that in mind when working on this. As I've discussed at length in my Curtains Are Blue video, all art will be influenced by artists' life experiences, and so too will the viewer's perception of that art. Even if Horikoshi never intended for this plotline to be read through the lens of someone likening it to the US riots, the fact that it could be done so accurately and easily is proof enough that there is something fundamentally wrong with Horikoshi's analogy. The second defense is that this wasn't a direct response to US race riots, but just to the fact that they were conned by All For One into doing this. To me personally, this is largely irrelevant, and honestly can read way too close to anti-Semitic depictions of them controlling narratives or other narratives about minority groups not knowing what is in their best interest. While criticizing the mutants for having no plan, Shoji tells Spinner that he too was persecuted, and though their actions were not justified, there has to be a better way. The new antagonist Horikoshi pulled out of his ass for this plotline disagrees with Shoji, saying that he offers no other solution, and that this is a pathetic cry of his own ego, and referring to his idea as childish naivety. And for some reason, Horikoshi decided to portray this guy as if he's a fucking lunatic, with action lines and his eyes bulging out of his skull as if he's wrong. Also, Horikoshi named him Disgustus. Yeah. Shoji's lackluster response is that because of the actions here at the hospital today, their children might be the next targets of discrimination, and all I can think is, they already are. Shoji himself, in his own backstory, was the target of a hate crime. It's possible any of these hate crimes that Horikoshi pulled out of his ass and named after Star Wars references also could have included children. Children, teenagers, young adults, middle-aged people, and elderly people are all likely targets of discrimination, and seeing as how nothing about the current status quo of the story was showing any indication of that changing, it's equally as likely that this generation's children would also be victims. Another funny scene is when Shoji is telling the class his backstory in a flashback because fuck ever including things chronologically in modern-day My Hero Academia. He tells Koda and Tokoyami that they wouldn't understand racism because they grew up in a city, and leaves out Mina and Tsuyu, you know, Mina, the girl who gets called Raccoon Eyes, and Mineta apologizes for calling Shoji an octopus, but not for being a sexual predator. Just a funny little thing. Anyway, this plotline more or less wraps up with Shoji telling these rioters that instead of standing up for themselves, they should simply expose racists until racism stops. Surely, that will work. This is actually a piece of real-life rhetoric known as, quote, sunlight is the best disinfectant, end quote. It refers to the concept of simply putting a spotlight on problematic elements so that they go away. This is a solid line of arguing if you are a 14 or a 37-year-old Japanese man. Allowing people to be openly and violently racist and hoping exposure brings them down has literally never worked. The US being a nation very familiar with the history and atrocities of the intolerant, yet even in modern day, they only continue to seize power and add even more groups of people into their intolerance. When your only solution is to shine a light on them, they are not disinfected. They only use the sunlight to grow stronger. In a study by Richard Rogers called Deplatforming, Following Extreme Internet Celebrities to Telegram and Alternative Social Media, he follows highly popular cases like Alex Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos, who have been swiftly and effectively removed from the public sphere, and with that, their audience and revenue has been reduced as well as their potential reach. It also helps to demonstrate a shift in what is considered acceptable on social media, as unacceptable content and individuals are removed. Of course, My Hero Academia is a Shonen Jump manga, and children read it, so he isn't obligated to go into real-life race dynamics for children. even though Weekly Shonen Jump is only trending older as time goes on. However, I would also argue that having children read your works gives the author even more responsibility when it comes to portraying these topics well, especially when nobody forced Horikoshi to make a racist plotline.
I hope people understand that that line, it has some truth to it, especially, man. You know, X-Men has been around for decades, you know what I mean, since our parents' time. And that whole the foundation of the X-Men is dealing with mutants, right, and discrimination. You know what I mean? The thing about this plotline, in my opinion, is that it is genuinely a fantastic idea for the world of MHA. You know what I mean? Back when Endeavor had his conversation with All Might, back when Shoto was retaking his test, he mentioned how that the cracks within society are starting to show, and that All Might's falling has been, you know, just kind of like a indirect result of that. You know what I mean? Or I guess direct result, considering he was holding up society on one hand or one shoulder, or, you know, one man holding up one society. You know what I mean? With that being said, it would have been really nice if we could have gotten to see, slowly but surely, discrimination getting louder in hero society, right? We've seen it with Spinner, right? It would have been cool to see it get much more louder over time. You know what I mean? We've never seen anybody try to harass a Class 1A member about how they look. We've never seen a Class 1A member defend another heteromorphic classmate because somebody else tried to harass them. You know what I mean? And I say that all to say that looking at this plot line again, I do not hate the idea of this plot line. I genuinely think it's a good idea. The problem with this plot line, outside of the obvious lack of build-up, is the fact that it's the fact that, again, when we talk about how do you navigate people's rage, right? This plotline, in my opinion, shares a very similar and potent characteristic of Shigaraki's plotline in his conclusion. It's navigating people's feelings and emotions, right? You cannot approach somebody's feelings and emotions all the time and expect the logical response to be the response that solves all issues, right? People, how they feel, how they react is always going to be complicated. And when you have something like oppression in the mix, it's not going to be something that you can say, well, you shouldn't do that because how you feel may result in a bad thing, right? You know, we talk about, you know, like it was mentioned, you know, you have the idea of being better, right? There's no insurance policy, right? The people who are writing are one generation, and then Shoji is another generation. So he said that your children may be next, true, but Shoji was already next, and those people were already next. So my problem is that if you're gonna say these things, right, what is the insurance policy that guarantees the future? That if these people were to stop right now when they have the momentum at their highest, what is going to ensure that there will be something to actually come for something to change for once? You know what I mean? What is going to ensure them when they have momentum the most, when society is down bad their most, when their voices will not only be heard, but when it will be felt the most? What will actually change? And there is no insurance policy. I always say that Shoji's words and stuff should have always been... See, and here's the thing, right? In the epilogue, we clearly saw that what happened that day, Shoji took it and aimed to be better, right? You know, Shoji, I know the Shoji Luther King jokes are out there and all that good stuff, but he did something with it. But in the moment, before we got to the epilogue, the right words were not said, you know what I mean? Where it was like, you need to direct all that you have at me so that I can take your pain and every injury that I sustained this day and every blow that we may exchange this day, bring it to me. Bring it to me. Because if you bring it to these innocent people in the back, right, it won't go anywhere, right? But if you bring it to me, right, at least bring it to me. Bring it to somebody that actually may be able to, that will be able to do something for it. You know what I mean? At least in that aspect, he won't tell these people that they are wrong for doing what they did and that they should be better, right? Because you can't say be better, right? If you know what I mean, it's like the same argument as like if women who get assaulted or something like that, right? You can't say something like, oh, you shouldn't have dressed like that, right? That's not how that works. People are going to do and feel how they want to feel. It's a matter of what comes after, man. You know what I mean? You can't just say that. You know what I mean? As an African American especially, you know, having witnessed the riots and stuff like that, having friends who went to those riots and stuff like that, witnessing protests on college campus during COVID and stuff like that. I can't help but think with what I've also experienced and seen too. You know what I mean? You can't just this is not a one-dimensional solution. This is not a one-dimensional problem, and discrimination at heart is a multi-complex issue that is rooted in bigotry. You know what I mean? And it's because of that you need to navigate these types of plot lines with care. You know what I mean? Because people are always... Because I know Horikoshi said in his interview recently that, he wasn't necessarily trying to reference real life when it comes to the world of MHA. But it doesn't change the fact that what he did in MHA with this plot line exists in the real world. You know what I mean? It exists. It's something that people of all types of cultures and nationalities and races have experienced. You know what I mean? We see it. We've witnessed it. You know what I mean? And you cannot pretend that just because you try to put your fictional story in a realm of its own solely as a creator, that what you may incorporate that relates to real life may not end up connecting, and some people may clock that. You know what I mean? It's still going to be a problem. I'll always say this was a magnificent idea, but the execution, the build up to it is lacking. It is lacking, and it's unfortunate because it comes off as tone deaf, especially with somebody like Rocklock there. You know what I mean? And just thinking about like slavery and how my people have been treated like inhuman for generations now. You know what I mean? We still do. You know what I mean? It's rare that I talk about stuff like this because I'm really much more of a quiet person in reality when it comes to like serious issues. Like I think stuff, I don't speak about stuff. You know what I mean? But like this stuff, it adds up, man. And you have to tread with care when you do stuff like this.
He did it himself. If you're going to write something like this at all, you should look into it beyond watching Fox News, and that goes doubly if you're writing for an audience of primarily children. Also, My Hero Academia literally has the KKK? Come on now. To wrap up this shitty, terrible plotline, if we are criticizing the mutants for acting out against oppression and how they should have found another way, isn't it really funny and ironic that this...
Yeah, I know, Asa. I know you did not enjoy writing this. Trust me. I know. I know, buddy. Trust me.
This riot is what thrust mutant discrimination into the limelight of the story, effectively making it matter to the reader and our characters. Beforehand, this was nothing more than a couple of offhanded references, and now it's a primary plotline that Hori felt the need to wrap up and properly address in the final arc. So, even though we soapbox about how rioting is bad, the riots worked? Just like real-world riots? Writing L. Anyway, they push in, and we get some okay Spinner characterization, and then Kurogiri wakes up. Yeah, whatever, I don't give a shit, man. Let's just go. Let's just move on, please. Across the battlefield, while Shoji Luther King fumbles the bag, Gigantomachia arrives on scene to the all-for-one versus everyone in fucking Japan fight. It was at this point I realized, oh, this is just a poorly rehashed version of PLW. Right when you think the plot is going to progress, we do the new My Hero Academia standard flashback to explain why things are happening. When we left off with the Gigantomachia plotline with Mina and Kirishima, Mina saved some kids from Gigantomachia when Kirishima froze. A year later, Mina froze, so Kirishima saved her. People were kind of upset because it was another female character in MHA getting shafted for the sake of a male character doing something cool. I personally didn't see it that way. I saw this scene as more of the planting of a seed for the future of Mina's character arc.
Agreed.
Yeah, fuck you, buddy. It's the final act, and also we are at the final arc, and she hasn't done a single thing. Mina gets to use her super strong acid that turns her white against Gigantomachia, and that lasts about 2 pages as she laments being weak. Absolutely nothing before or after as...
Damn, hold on. I forgot about this. Wait. Does it turn... Okay, I know her pupils turn white, but does her actual skin tone turn... Her skin tone doesn't turn white, right? Turn white, right? It's just her pupils, right? Her pupils lose some of the blackness in it, right? It's not her full skin, right? Is it? Dude, I don't remember. I actually don't remember. Like, this plot line was, like, in such, like, a weird position in terms of, like, everything that happened either before. I don't remember it. She doesn't actually turn white. It's just the pupils, or the eyes, I thought, right? She becomes white. It's probably not actually white. I think her skin gets lighter, though. Hot damn.
Tori desperately tries to make us think this conflict between Mina and Midnight's killer actually means something.
Almost
As
no
Kageta
pink.
Makia is desperate to get
Dude.
back to All For One, he gets brainwashed by Shinso. This is his real big moment in the arc, and he's never seen again in it.
You know what? I guess that kind of makes sense, because if she's exuding so much acid, and we could assume that the acid in her body probably keeps her skin tone a certain, like, shade of pink, you know what I mean? Since that it may be like a reaction to just the natural quirk. It's possible that her skin maybe does turn white. Wow. Yeah, okay.
Makia gets brainwashed into arriving at the battlefield and attacking All For One. However, Shinso's power did not get an off-screen upgrade to his durability, so when AFO shoots one major attack at Kageta Makia, he wakes up. Plot twist, Kageta Makia really is mad at All For One, even though he wasn't mad about it 3 page turns ago. He decides that now is the time to beef with All For One over leaving him behind, and not the past few months or the multiple years that he spent alone.
Gotcha.
It's the scientific definition of an ass pull. No build-up, completely unsatisfying, and a massive contrivance that isn't worth the con.
You know what's crazy about this, though, is the fact that when we heard that Gigantomachia was voice commanded, Shinso literally was like such a good theory to throw out there for such a long time, because there's no reason why Shinso couldn't have just copied like All For One's voice from a video and just manipulate him. But the way it just kind of came out of nowhere, not out of no, I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of like again, like Shinso being voice command, and then not Shinso, I'm sorry, Gigantomachia being voice command, and then you have the only character in the series that can command other people with a voice. Is literally like yin and yang type stuff. They go together. They were going to have this interaction no matter what. I said this years ago, back on my first Twitter account years ago, that this was something that was going to happen. But I don't necessarily know if the part where Gigantomachia was actually mad with All For One was actually valid enough to be like, okay, this is okay, because this man Gigantomachia was loyal to All For One through thick and thin. Like, was he not expecting some type of like whatever master's plans goes type shit? You know what I mean?
Content we get, especially considering that a few page turns later, Gigantomachia gets one shot by All For One. We do, however, get some new information that I am bringing up for a reason. The reason All For One was able to attack so hard to the point that he is blowing himself to pieces is a twofold issue of Rewind and Shigaraki. As his age decreases, his unconscious mental link with Shigaraki intensifies, meaning that Shigaraki's hatred and anger has more of an effect on him, allowing him to break past his limit and attack harder than ever before. As he rewinds, he lands on the ground in front of Hawks and takes his quirk. This is really fucking lame, as the concept of Hawks losing his quirk after killing twice Tadabi, of all people, held way more thematic emphasis than AFO being responsible for it. The metaphors of flying too close to the sun, a bird losing his wings after making a questionable decision, and a character that shares many similarities to Hawks' backstory being the one to do it, all came together really nicely for the potential of Hawks' character going forward. Too bad though, his wings healed.
I feel you, Titania. I feel you. I see that statement.
Anyway, so we kind of did all this for nothing. Alright, man. That about makes up the lightning round for this section. It sucked. Let's move on to something that can actually be pretty good. For this fight, let's turn back the clock a bit, and by a bit, I mean a lot.
Back to the island,
Deku was arbitrarily pulled into the portal and arrives on the scene of Oako vs. Toga. Toga begs Deku not to leave, and this is when we learn that danger sense is 50% less broken. Because Toga loves Deku, and this is her way of showing affection, there is no danger to sense because she has no hostile intent. This is when we get the line that basically immediately set this plotline up to fail in the eyes of many people. I want you to be my boyfriend. A woman has a crush on a man, therefore the West has fallen. Of course, I'm not going to deny that this isn't a really corny way to deliver this. MHA is pretty known for its corny delivery, especially
it was just corny to me. It was just corny.
But it's also really not the end of the world.
Yeah,
this serves a greater purpose than just being weird or corny, though. It's used as a way to dive deeper into Toga's idea of love, as she says that turning into someone else is all about love. Midoriya outright rejects her, telling her that he always wanted to be strong like All Might, but couldn't imagine wanting to share the same heart and mind as him. Just like back in PLW, Toga faces rejection again, so she comes to the conclusion that this is her last stand, and as usual, Deku wants to solve the situation right here, right now. Deku could hit her with one Fajin chart smash and be done with it, but that doesn't make a very compelling story and would just kinda suck. Also, this is Ochako's plotline, so she just asks Deku to leave it to her. And despite some consideration, he accepts and leaves the battlefield, which is actually a good continuation of the theme of not shouldering everything on his own. We get some more corny lines, but as usual, there is more than meets the eye. As Ochako declares to Toga that she lives how she wants, but still hasn't come to terms with how she feels about Midoriya. Now, I know some of you are going to stop me here because, oh goodness, Ochako has been entirely ruined. There is a lot to be said about the common sentiment around Ochako's character, and a lot of it can be summed up by, you just didn't really deep it. Not to imply that Ochako is the apogee of creativity or the gold standard of storytelling, because she is severely lacking in both screen time and writing. But a lot of the reception to her plotline reads like a pretty lame double standard. You get Yuta Akatsu from JJK, who is all about love, and he is called Raw Goat Swag. I mean, to be fair, he is pretty Raw Goat Swag, but that same consideration isn't given to Ochako at all, who is also about love. Not necessarily the same aspects, but the common criticism is that because she has a crush on Deku, that she's a standard female shonen character and is dookie ass because of it.
Yeah, I also want to just briefly interject here real quick and just say, like, romance, motherhood, and stuff like that, they aren't inherently bad things. The problem is that when we go back to the era of the big three, we have this one famous word, and that's useless, right? If a woman character does things and can throw hands and can keep some kind of pace with the MC, then they aren't useless, right? That's why people put Noelle Silva on a giant plate, because just like Ochako, she's had her own arc, hers is with her own family and stuff like that, but she likes Asta and has said she likes Asta, but because she can keep a pace and she's technically a top 3 power fantasy character in the series, or top 5 at least, in terms of the good guys, you know what I mean? She is able to, like, get this pass, you know what I mean? But, like, because Ochako, I guess, I don't know, man. It's interesting to see what people are okay with, you know what I mean? Like, when you look at it at large, right, people, the bar for right now for Shonen Jump, right? Akane Banashi, Akane, you know what I mean? Momo from Don to Don. You got the woman of the Yozakura family. And, of course, you can't forget Rui Dragon. And at the very top should be Fuko Izumo from Undead Unluck. You know what I mean? Those pass, but majority of these people are main characters. You know what I mean? And then you get, like, you know, you go down a tier and go, like, to, like, these female leads and stuff like that. And it's like, why are we separating these, man? Like, that's a problem. I kid you not. I'll leave it at this before I continue the video. The fact that we have to have these constant talks about female leads separate from the main characters themselves is a fundamental problem of Shonen Jump that has extended itself all the way back to the damn 80s. And I kid you not, it's only going to get worse over time, because right now I've seen there's a video I plan to watch actually very soon that dealt with Jujutsu Kaisen and misogyny, and it is just going to get worse over time as these things go on. God forbid we end up in the plot line where, like, Kagura, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, God forbid we end up in the the timeline where Kagurabachi has this conversation come towards it. If, like, what's the name, Hiyuki, if she ends up, like, falling back with the Kumambai and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys read Kagurabachi, but she's, like, the female lead right now. If she ends up falling back into, like, more of a quiet thing with the Kumambai and stuff like that, God forbid. Because I'm telling you now, they are going to rip into Bachi's ass, and it is not going to be fun.
I think drawing the line with female characters arbitrarily at you cannot be interested in the protagonist isn't really doing the epic activism people think it is. It's just punishing female characters for being human. In an effort to prop up female characters in a genre where they generally get the short end of the stick, we have circled back to also punishing what could be considered traditional femininity and praising...
Yes! I cannot stress this shit enough. Yes! Womanhood, romance, motherhood is not an inherently bad thing when it comes to the male counterpart, but it's just how you navigate it. But the sauce has been lost because now we're constantly, the anime community is constantly saying misogyny. And I don't disagree with the fact that there's probably a lot of there is a lot of misogynistic elements within Shonen Jump, right? But this doesn't apply to every author, man. It really doesn't. Some of these authors just fucking suck in some places, and the other ones do actually have good intentions, but just come up short. And that more so exposes their flaws as an author than them being misogynist. These people are not going to write women magically good the majority of the time, and people need to wake up and acknowledge the fact it is a fundamental problem with a lot of their writing. It is a bigger problem within the history of Shonen Jump, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And I understand if you believe that Shonen Jump has a lot of misogynistic elements, but a lot of these authors themselves are not misogynist, man. It's just a fundamental issue that has carried itself for almost 30 to 40 years now, and this is how it goes.
Characters like Nobara Kukisaki because they exhibit literally physically strong traits. A lot of people unironically think Mirko is a better character than Ochako, and like, huh? The character with absolutely nothing going on besides Hori mutilating her for fun is better than a character with an actual plotline? I'm to each their own, I
Fucking
guess.
zoom in, bro.
For those that were not paying attention, which is apparently very many of you, trigger warning, Ochako has a crush on Midoriya, and also she has poor parents. That's all. Okay. But seriously, her motivation to help her parents comes from a similar place to Midoriya's, living on behalf of other people, specifically not yourself. Of course, selflessness to some degree is a good thing, but at the end of the day, you matter too. And Ochako becoming a hero to see her parents' happiness come to fruition, and putting aside her own personal life to focus on that, go together to form a core theme for Ochako, suppression. Himiko Toga, her direct foil, is someone who lives entirely for herself, having
You're
a
right,
childhood
Titania.
being suppressed by her parents.
Definitely
not meaning
can.
any harm, but having a taboo quirk, and being forced to suppress her urges and her sense of love, before being placed in court counseling that quite literally said that they were just trying to make her normal. Of course, normal is a subjective state of being that often exists to crush things that society doesn't like. So one day, Toga finally snapped, and the only place that would accept her as she is the League of Villains, a found family of people failed by society, allegedly. As mentioned back in POW, their fight over the doll wasn't them fangirling over Deku or whatever, it was a discussion about Ochako suppressing herself, using the All Might doll as a catalyst. Of course, you could still think this plotline was lame or not interesting, or needed way more time to cook, and that's completely fair, but because there are no big flashy battles, or because they aren't men, these two characters don't seem to get the same level of analytical charitability that some other people do. I mean, Jesus Christ, Kirishima keeps cracking top 10 in popularity polls, how the fuck does that even happen? Okay, now that we understand this climax is going to be about Ochako's suppression of self and Toga's lack of acceptance, or desire to be considered under the umbrella of normalcy, let's get back into the actual story, and most of it was off-screen. Oh, okay. Well, we're finally here now, and Toga bets on Spinner and consumes twice his blood to let loose Sadman's parade. And at the same time, Kurogiri activates his portals from the resolution of the plot that shall not be named, allowing the devastation to spread. For some reason, however, Toga's clones can't use the quirks. How convenient. This is a trend that is continued throughout the final arc. It's as if Horikoshi reread his entire story and went, holy fuck, what have I done? The villains are broken. If Gigantomachia didn't suddenly turn heel to join the side of the heroes, it would have been over. If Dabi didn't turn his brain off and become a nuclear weapon, it might have been over. Though I am more forgiving of this one, as mentioned.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm more forgiving of Dabi too, because Dabi is an extreme case of like walking time bomb, you know what I mean? The others, not so much.
Earlier. If Spinner didn't turn into a hulking monster who can't think for himself, he might have been able to offer some actual counter-arguments to Shoji. If we didn't make Shiki for one absurdly stupid, he might have actually been able to keep Bakugo dead. Sorry, spoilers. We'll get to that soon though. If Dr. Garaki wasn't a stupid asshole and made a bullet that would just kill all for one, he would have just flat out won. If Toga's clones could use their quirks, the world would have ended. Over and over again, the villains have to act uncharacteristically stupid or have their powers changed mid-fight, and it's just disappointing. This is the end of the story. This is the last time we have to see these people really go off. Dabi is somewhat exempt from this, but Gigantomachia didn't really do anything besides get one-tapped. AFO didn't use his massive wealth of quirks besides hitting really hard. Shigaraki never really gets the opportunity to shine, and the devastation we expected from Toga feels only half given. We're given this ass-pull reason that she has to truly love them or something. While the villains regularly get their intellect and power stripped, heroes get literally revived mid-battle. Okay, man. Toga can only use part of the Twice quirk, in that she can make copies, but those copies cannot use their quirks like Twice can because her bloodlust mixed with her love, so it didn't work. I have no fucking idea what this means, but them's the facts. We got most...
You got bloodlust mixed in there. See, I wonder if it's just like... I genuinely wonder, like, was the Toga on the island, right? And then the Toga now, was their exchange, was Oako and Deku's exchange with her like the last bit of the straw that broke the back, and she started to kind of lose a sense of prioritization as to how she needs to navigate going forward? Because you know what I mean, like, because like, okay, I'll put it to you like this, right? If Deku was here right now, and this is said, right, that means that danger sense would have gone off, right? But the Toga back in the island wouldn't have gone off. Why is that, right? And this whole idea about bloodlust, right? It's kind of like I don't know. Bloodlust in anime has like a weird way of getting represented, right? Sometimes like characters can sense it, you know what I mean? And like characters have to either suppress their bloodlust in order to not be like caught out and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that's how I'm interpreting it, just based off how I've seen bloodlust represented across multiple instances when it comes to interactions, sensory, and stuff like that. The Toga on the island and how she was navigating on the island, and the Toga now, in terms of mentality, are two different people, essentially. And when she gets like this, I'm gonna live how I want to live and summon these clones and let these clones wreak havoc mentality right now, it's starting to you're starting to lose the plot, you know what I mean? A little bit. Yeah, like Hunter x Hunter, you know what I mean? Like Hunter x Hunter is a very good example when it comes to bloodlust and stuff like that. You know what I mean? When you have to suppress it for reasons, because when you let it out, shit goes wrong, and people are able to pick up on that. So when she's let it out here, right, it's messed with her idea of love in this situation, right? Because now it's starting to interfere with how things could go. Like, it's kind of like how like All For One had to like keep anger with he had to instill anger of Shigaraki, right? Because he himself had to remain calm in order to remain like kind of more omnipotent over his quirks, right? But he had to get anger in Shigaraki, right, in order to take one for all, right? If there's no anger, you can't overpower one for all, and if there's no love, then you can't maintain the stability that is the true essence of Toga's clones using their quirks.
Most of the bad out of the way, so let's get into the plotline itself, which is pretty good. I know I was just saying that the villains were arbitrarily limited in every encounter so far, and that is still true for Toga's quirk, but Toga vs. Oako allows for quite literally the only dialogue we will see between heroes and villains in this arc, as Toga attacks Oako for never knowing what it's like, for having a livable life, and we further cement that the safety nets for Hero Society are severely lacking, focusing on normalcy rather than having a place for people like her, a person who wants to express love differently. Toga would drop the line, "Does everyone else just fight the urge to be the way that they want to be?" And it leads us to an interesting lens we could view the Toga and Oako plotline through. Toga herself seems to be a pretty clear allegory for LGBT experiences, being impugned by her parents for not being normal, being seen as strange for her preferences, having to go outside of social norms to find a place to belong, and her wondering what love is like for other people, and if they too fight their own urges. And I mean, of course this plotline has this panel of Oako calling her cute. MHA has had some pretty decent LGBT representation, especially for a shonen manga, which is not really known for having that type of content. Toga has pretty obviously been bi for quite a while, so this method of viewing her plotline isn't necessarily surprising, but it's cool for a shonen to have openly LGBT characters that can still also be their own compelling characters, or to have actual trans rep through Tiger and Magne, though Magne is literally one of 2 League of Villains deaths, and some people argue that the way her trans friends are portrayed is kind of bad. It's a pretty big leap for your standard anime content that usually uses LGBT characters as the butt of a joke, and I can appreciate MHA for its...
You know, in hindsight, it would have been cool if Magne lived and see how they would navigate with Toga, to be honest with you. That would have been really interesting to see.
Pretty progressive view on, well, some things. So this is obviously where we get to the only elephant in the room for this plotline, and it's the stab. Of course, Toga is trying to kill her, that's not the surprising part, but what's surprising is the absurd lack of consistency when it comes to durability in My Hero Academia. Now, this is not an issue in MHA alone, of course, that would be very silly to claim otherwise. What is bewildering to me is how Horikoshi wants me to believe how this one stab from a pretty moderately sized knife spells the near death of Oako, whereas in PLW, Deku blew his body to bits and managed to keep fighting with no limbs, or Bakugo getting impaled more times and worse than Oako, but still continuing on. All Might supposedly had his guts removed in his fight with All For One, but still essentially killed him. Bakugo literally got manhandled by Shigaraki, but kept going before his heart got punched out. Okay, I'm sorry, spoilers, yeah. Gran Torino, who is a fossil literally recovered from deep-sea samples, survived getting punched through his gut, which makes up like half of his fucking body. Mirko has lost every single limb, including ones re-added to her, and she kept fighting. What is this? Well, I know what it is. It's Horikoshi's half-assed way of working towards a conclusion of this plotline, but surely there is a better way to do this that doesn't make Ochako look so washed. We do get this really cool scene that I very, very much like about the League of Villains talking about villain names and trying to decide on one for Toga. Shigaraki interjects and says that he doesn't want one, and Toga agrees with that because she just wants to be Himiko Toga, not hide behind an alias. I absolutely love this little section, and holy shit do I miss when the League of Villains was actually a group of characters that interacted even though it hasn't happened for over 100 chapters besides through flashbacks. I love the concept of the two characters who are most about being themselves and wanting their own things in life are the ones that reject having a villain name or alias. It's super on-brand and really cool. After this, Toga would impugn Ochako, actually strawmanning her purpose for being here and arguing against society itself. You're supposed to just accept your circumstances, and if you try to change them, you get thrown in a cage or killed. Obviously, Ochako isn't agreeing with this since she's standing here now, trying to pick away at her origin, but Toga is blinded by anger, and some of that anger being justified. Wait, did I just say a villain is justified? Well, here is when we get into the rest of the discourse about not just Toga and Ochako, but My Hero Academia's villains at large. Videos and posts all around the internet saying that Horikoshi is trying to wash away all their crimes. And even though I think My Hero Academia Act 3 is a real stinker, it at least so far has never done that. There is often a conflation between reason and justification. You see it a lot with Toga because both the story and some fans point out how she has been failed by the system at large. The narrative must be in fact saying that Toga did nothing wrong, but multiple characters in-universe disagree with that. The two characters on the front lines of saving their villains, Midoriya and Ochako, both reference how Tomura and Toga's crimes can never be undone or forgiven, but they are still on the path of understanding the root of it all. Notably, not justification, simply understanding. Some of the fandom's response to the villain's history just reads as a massive lack of empathy, especially considering a lot of the things these villains experience are just straight-up allegories to real-life issues like LGBT discrimination, racial discrimination, lack of social safety nets, abusive households, and generational trauma. This lack of empathy also leads to a metric shit ton of people just going, these people should be executed. Now, look, the villains in MHA have done terrible, horrible things. They've destroyed cities and murdered maybe hundreds of people. However, I still don't think that these people should be executed if it can be avoided. If there comes a situation where someone can literally not be stopped, all methods have been tried, but they are still hell-bent on killing other people, I can understand the feeling of perhaps taking their life. However, understanding or even wanting someone dead is not quite the same as allowing the state the power to extrajudicially take a life. The most common counter-argument I run into when saying that maybe we shouldn't kill people is, well, you would want to kill someone if they hurt your family. Good news, man. I'm not the government. I'm not granting the state the power to take a life without due process. Execution and a self-defense killing are two drastically different topics, and I don't care how many people they killed, the government shouldn't execute them. Not even from just a moral perspective, though I find that one awfully compelling, but from a narrative perspective.
I mean, let it be known, too, Nagant literally killed the top of the Public Safety Commission, and even though, granted, that she needed it, even though, granted, they covered her tracks up because they didn't want what had happened to get out, she was going around killing a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like, Nagant, technically, if they really wanted to silence Nagant for the crimes that she committed, they could have just killed Nagant. But they decided to imprison her in Tartarus. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like, if they really wanted to make sure that nothing would ever get out, they could have just locked Nagant up and just put a bullet in her and just called it a day. But they didn't. They locked Nagant up in Tartarus on the same level of All for One, and same level as All for One, in fact. Just saying.
Perspective. Imagine going through all the work to save these villains, then the next chapter drops, and they're all in the electric chair with no satisfying follow-through. No satisfying conclusion, and they just start steaming from their ears. Unless a story is banking on heavy realism, which, if we were, then their executions would take like 15 years each, I will always prioritize the narrative over any type of realism, because in Japan, they would be put on death row. But this isn't real-life Japan. It's a story that is trying to tell itself and its messages, and a lot of the time to deliver those messages effectively, realism must be bucked.
Weird, just side note, this is like such a cool fucking panel here, by the way. It looks like Toga's just like surfing, you know what I mean? It's kind of cool.
To tell itself and its messages, and a lot of the time to deliver those messages effectively, realism must be bucked. Having Toga just die at the end of all this would just be an unsatisfying mess of a story, but we'll get to that later. Apparently, Ochako loves to see people smile, and that's when she declares that she is jealous of Toga, who gets to smile about the things that she loves, and that what makes her truly happy, really putting a nice bow on the idea that this is a plotline about suppression. It was pretty explicit before, but yeah, there we go. Ochako accepting that she has been suppressing her feelings and saying out loud for the first time that she does love Midoriya is what allows her to have a Quirk awakening. Some might call this contrived, but this is cool to me. Rewarding characters for concluding their arc can be pretty neat. As her powered-up Quirk spreads and makes all the Twices float, Ochako offers Toga her own blood if that's what it takes to help her reintegrate, once again proving that there are options for her besides execution. Ochako also finally brings up her poor parents, which apparently Hori forgot about, even though it's the entire backbone of her character arc. People just don't pay that much attention to female characters, and for the first time, instead of heroes going, "Shut up, idiot, you have no friends," they actually respond to the villain. There is an actual dialogue between two characters in My Hero Academia in current day. Actually insane. Toga finally opens up as Ochako successfully reaches out, taking the first big step to saving the villain. She would point out that the signs for Toga were always there, it just took so long for her to notice, and I imagine this is supposed to be a reference to Hero Society also letting all these people slip through. However, if that's the case, I wouldn't really agree with that analogy, because with the Nagant stuff, it's plainly obvious that the systems at play are very aware that these people are falling through the cracks or turning to villainy, but the main contributing factor to its continuance is the profit incentive. Heroes are a commodity to be bought and sold, so there is an economic incentive to creating villains, or allowing villains to be created. The only time people actually gave a shit about Ochako versus Toga was the MIQ page, which is pretty sad, because, of course it's a nice conclusion to their conflict. It was only gassed on Twitter because, oh my gosh, they might be gay, so now the plotline is good, even though everyone spent the better part of, the past 5 years ignoring it. Very obvious reasons why it got cast now.
This guy, on my life,
holy flashbang.
Every single day. One day he's a Muslim, the next day he's a Christian. I swear to you. Where's your Bible? Did I tell you guys? I'm a Christian. You're a Christian, yeah?
As Ochako takes Toga's hand and they float towards the ground, Toga runs out of Twice's blood, and the Twices all begin to despawn. We cut to Hawks, who confronts a Twice clone as it goes away, and he says, "Fair enough, Jin was a decent guy." Dude, shut the fuck up. The man you murdered, the man you immediately demanded be killed right this second, and now you think you get to say he was a good guy? Okay. Hawks is a much stronger Icarus allegory than we thought, because it wasn't just him who tanked towards the Earth, but his character too. Perhaps one of the biggest fall-offs in My Hero Academia. As the apparently lethal knife wound on Ochako slowly trickles blood, it's determined that, yep, she's gonna die. So Toga takes some of her blood to transform into her to do a blood transfusion to save her life, allegedly sacrificing herself, and the plot ends until the epilogue. Yeah, we were left on Toga possibly being dead for a year. The people with Horikoshi's long dong of the law shoved miles deep in their throat would say that her dying is peak fiction because it's poetic. Sane people, however, realized how stupid this was. Before the final war really kicked into high gear, Horikoshi said that Ochako's role in this coming battle would be as a light of hope. I don't really think it would be a super hopeful character trait to literally fail, and not fulfill the conclusion of your character arc by failing to save someone. The character that had their arc about saving heroes kickstarted by the death of Night Eye. Repeating that same event, but on a much more personal level, is an unfathomable loss. Of course, that isn't the only argument, but as Toga gives up her life, she decides on her own that there is still no place in this society for someone like her. There is no world where that is being saved, and if the story's brilliant idea is to agree with that conclusion, it might as well just say that you can never atone for the wrong you've done, and you might as well kill yourself, something it literally subverted with stopping Endeavor's suicide mission. Death is still not atonement, but in this case would be an easy out for addressing what to do with these people that society has failed. It's easier to say, well, they just sorta die, rather than to address systemic failings. It's kind of crazy because the fandom is so vehemently against the idea of Toga surviving this encounter, because she has killed billions and deserves the death penalty, but will turn around and slam their dicks into the wall by accident on the way there to defend Lady Nagant, who has more than likely killed more people than...
Nagant's crimes were ordered by the government, meaning she will not be jailed for them. Only legal crime is him killing a government official. He tells this to Ayama, and all Ayama does is leak information. Toga is literally a terrorist, even if Deku or Ochako let her go. Oh boy.
Any member of the League of Villains combined. But that's cool because, like, she killed people for the state. When the state does it, it's cool and good. If you show any resistance to flipping, you're deemed too far gone and need to be shot in the head by Snipe. It would be a horrendous stain on Ochako's character, quite literally never achieving a single thing throughout My Hero Academia, besides yelling on a rooftop and stopping Deku's rampage. Both 100 chapters apart, by the way. Okay, but if Toga lives then, she goes to jail. My Hero Academia's prison system doesn't really seem exemplary, which is another fear of mine that I don't really know if it'll be addressed, but prison doesn't have to be a literal gray, soul-crushing institution that is designed to keep you there. This is just a uniquely American idea, and if you go to a non-American prison, you might have the opportunity to witness a world that is created to support people like you, having been saved rather than allowed to die. There's also the take that Toga will be a cautionary tale for a better future, something that is quite literally presented by the bad guys in the bad guy arc, the Meta Liberation Army. Curious wants to kill her and use her as a martyr for the future, and the MLA are notably not good guys. They are in fact significantly closer to the idea of fascism than anything else in the story. It is very clear that in a future MHA world, Toga wouldn't just be locked in solitary, but given tools to reform. And even if she never truly gets to go outside of that prison, she still gets the chance to be better, along with Ochako and probably Midoriya.
I've noticed it all week, Asa. I haven't said anything, like, to them about it, of course, because some of them, I think, like, a good amount of them have you blocked or whatnot. I've seen people upset and all that good stuff. I kind of expected it, not gonna lie. I feel like a lot of them has definitely skimmed through. I mean, I don't know, dude. That when you have like a take, you know, a quote unquote hot take, and then somebody that like you don't like puts you in their video, it's bound to get some like some words out of them. But like, you know, what you said, like their tweets are the proof that what you're saying is not just made up. Like, a lot of the time when people talk about, like, community reactions and stuff like that, they say it, but with no evidence. Like, putting the tweet in there, like, yeah, it's gonna be some dicey responses and a lot of good stuff, but we're not, you know, nobody's making this stuff up, you know what I mean? It's out there on the internet. It's stuff that people said. You know, I know people feel some type of way about it, of course, and that's, like, a whole other conversation to navigate through, but, you know, this discourse around Toga has gone quite long.
Some point, so it's not like she would be completely isolated, but she would be kept in good company by the kinds of people that inspired that change in her, and are helping build a world that prevents future Togas. Ochako and Toga's battle is probably the best in the entire arc, and that might not inspire confidence in some people, but it's quite good, and I can only imagine how much better it would have been if Hori didn't decide to shelve Ochako for most of the series. Toga is more than just a crazy yandere, and Ochako is more than just, haha, my parents are poor, or haha, I love Deku, and there's a lot to appreciate by the end, even if you don't enjoy all of it. If Toga's dead, this fucking blows though, but I guess we won't know until we get to the epilogue section. Don't skip ahead. Don't skip.
Oh boy.
This is a fight between, well, everyone and Shigefo, again. A lot of this arc kind of follows the same footsteps as PLW, leaving you to wonder if the trigger was pulled on the Major War arc a little too early. It's a bunch of people beating up Shigaraki, and trying to prevent him from using decay, and making sure Erasure stays active while Manual waters the eyes of the user. It's almost 1-to-1, man. This fight really exemplifies the issue with My Hero Academia's ever-expanding power. Shigaraki is just far too powerful. A lot of very powerful characters don't even leave a dent when they use their biggest attacks on him, causing us super uninteresting blue ball chapter cliffhangers, and a general pattern of big hype attack that does nothing, into them getting bodied. This is also where I feel a general weakness of the narrative comes up, and it solely has to do with regeneration. Regeneration allows the story to get away with pretty lazy or uninteresting slugfests, where one guy spends most of the fight getting absolutely whooped, but it doesn't really matter because he just regenerates, and there aren't many tactics involved because of it. The only tactic for Shigaraki mainly being, do not let him touch the ground so he can't decay. It very much compounds the issue we spoke about in Act 1, about My Hero Academia not having very interesting fights, because the choreography is almost non-existent. This problem existed in PLW, and it might have put off some people. For me personally, it was still a novel enough concept that was just the sheer idea of Shigaraki fighting like 10 dudes was hype as it is. To make matters worse for Shigaraki's power scaling, he develops an ability that can subvert, Erasure, Go-Go Gadget, grow a bunch of fucking fingers. This is the answer to the plotline that was brewing in the background. The primary way to subvert the Quirk Singularity Doomsday Theory is to grow. This entire sequence is basically a superpowered Shigaraki kicking the absolute shit out of anyone as he monologues about his ideal society. This is also indicative of a trend of My Hero Academia that started as far back as PLW. Villains would make a lot of points and arguments about the failings of the status quo, and the response would be, "Ah, you suck, I'm gonna hit you really hard, here's my asshole." Multiple characters do this arc, and it's almost as if Horikoshi really did want to write a somewhat valid perspective on the struggles of hero society without offering any substantive response. It's not something that really inspired confidence in how everything would be wrapped up either. At this point in time, a lot of people consuming My Hero Academia were quite afraid that the solution to the issues of Hero Society would be solved by punching AFO and Shigaraki really hard.
That's true, Silver. The regeneration was being disabled, but however, if you have like this growth that like just continues to grow, you know what I mean, and like his main body is taking it, it doesn't feel like it, even if it logically was getting disabled, you know what I mean? You don't feel like your blows are adding up, right? It's like this wall of attrition, but the battle itself is just hitting a constant wall. Titania, that Mirko clip, yeah, I know. Man got the woman got the yams.
Involved in discussion was so unempathetic and surface level, it either means that this will also be the series' approach to it, or Deku will suddenly become the only beacon of human emotion in the entire series, while everyone else is fucking heartless. You know, it's kind of fucking insane that Mirio was at some point considered someone who could be the next symbol of peace, and someone that rivaled Midoriya, considering his character essentially despawned until PLW, despawned again, and didn't show up for most of the Shigaraki fight just to contribute nothing besides twerking. How the mighty have fallen. Credit where it's due. Despite me liking almost nothing about this fight, the sections where even the business course are finding ways to contribute to the battle and hoping to spread a positive narrative amidst a tragedy is cool. It would be a shame if the story repeated this like 1,000 fucking times. Bakugo starts to fight Shigaraki and gets absolutely fucking disrespected, and his body gets kind of discarded in a funny way. Let us go ahead and flash back to the Paranormal Liberation War arc. Deku, being extremely reckless with his own body, was pounding Shigaraki to a pulp and blowing himself to bits. Bakugo kind of fruitlessly saved him, but imparted some solid advice onto him. Stop trying to win this on your own. As Deku was on the verge of losing both of his arms and his legs were flapping around like leaves in the wind, he was still trying to carry everything to not be useless. We had an entire arc, you know, at the start of this act, that was about not doing super reckless shit that will destroy your body in a vain attempt to do everything yourself. Bakugo was at a forefront for this, saying that he knows better than anyone what Deku might resort to, especially with someone like All Might, who also had the same trait for a lot of his life. This arc, for all of its faults, was correct on this assessment of Deku's character. Despite everything, as Best Genius says in this fight with fake Shigaraki, Bakugo gets back up even though his face has been punched off and his arm is twisted like Farfalle. He gets back up to challenge someone he has no hope of beating. He gets a Quirk Awakening or a power-up or something, I don't even know because Quirk Awakenings are super poorly defined, and manages to hit Shiggy for once. And he gets really mad.
Honestly, I would consider this whole thing with Bakugo like an evolution on his Quirk, because it's still taking the basic principle of where the nitroglycerin comes from, but it's just expanding upon its possibilities. Awakening feels like, I don't know, Awakening feels like a little bit of a stretch. But then again, though, Ochako's went from just single touch to AoE, so is it really? I don't know.
Mad about this is seeing images of the second user of One For All, as if Bakugo is actually a threat, before he punches Bakugo so hard that his ribs shatter, his lungs explode, his heart pops like a balloon, and I assume his back gets fractured because literally all of his gear on his back dramatically blows to pieces and flies off, and he just fucking dies. So, this is obviously not perfect. Like I said before, Bakugo is kind of spitting in the face of quite literally everything he said or did during PLW and Villain Hunt. Because of Deku's recklessness, Bakugo felt the need to take a powerful hit for him, basically stating, "Your lack of self-consideration is hurting the others." Even though Deku probably could have dodged this in this particular incident, but let us ignore that for the sake of convenience. And we get an entire arc of the dangers of putting your body on the line for others, only for Bakugo to literally do the exact same thing. But unlike Deku, doesn't get the courtesy of a warning from his friends, he literally dies. It makes Villain Hunt look even more like a joke than it already was, but I don't entirely hate Bakugo's death here. I think if we just ignore this spot of his character, it's a really touching moment of him going against what would be expected of him from the very beginning of the series. Bakugo, the douchebag kid, gets a very emotional send-off where he finally accepts that he may not be able to reach the heights of Deku, but even despite that, he tries to be a hero and do what he can to stop Shiggy for one. In a sense, the power-up he receives rewards him for his selflessness, and we get a really cute moment at the end of it all where he regrets his chance to ask for an autograph on his All Might card. I've talked a lot about how My Hero Academia took significant damage to its stakes from PLW to now, and this was the closest we had ever come to the series seemingly trying to repair that. Someone took substantial damage, enough to literally kill them, and honestly, there's really no point in doing all this set dressing, because if you're watching this video, you probably already know, Bakugo starts to get revived 2 chapters later. It's just awful. Genuinely, at this point, probably the worst thing the series has ever done. Of course, the mutant stuff would come later, but at this point, this was terrible. Reviving a character you just created a send-off for is bad enough. Doing it after 2 chapters of him being done is even worse, and pulling a bunch of shit out of your ass to justify it makes it horrendous. The series puts on this big theatrical show about how the old heads should be looking out for the next generation, and like, where the fuck was this loser when Nejire, Tamaki, and Mirio were getting their shit pushed in? Are they damaged goods because they are 18 years old now, Horikoshi? It also rings hollow when we're so hyper-focused on protecting the next generation that we are just losing one of the top heroes to do it, because apparently Edgeshot can just revive someone, and we'll get to the logistics of this revival later because holy fuck do they suck. Let's think of it like this. In the battle for essentially the world, a kid dies, and yeah, that's terrible. And we have the means to revive him, apparently. Do we A, try to continue stalling until Deku can arrive at the fight as planned, and then take care of everything? Or B, do we take one of the top heroes out of commission to do open heart surgery in the middle of a battlefield where one dude's punch has the power to blow people away, and the battlefield is constantly getting destroyed and remade, and then the building starts falling out of the sky? The amount of hoops Horikoshi had to jump through and the sheer absurdity of this entire situation he created truly cannot be understated. I hate this part of the story so much it's unbelievable. But before we move on to the next fight, we gotta talk about Shiggy for one. I'll be honest with you, I'm still really not into it. Shigaraki is just more interesting, and I don't enjoy the watered-down version of him we get as AFO is also occupying his soup brain. It also means we get very silly scenes of little Tenko showing himself because he gets mad that Mirio says he's friendless, and he mentions his dog instead of like his actual friends he has in real life, robbing us of even more Shiggy thinking about his friends. Well, that fight sucked. Let's get into the final two fights. Surely they'll be better. This battle is character assassination to a new level. The man who was talking about finding a will to live suddenly donning a suit of power armor.
A few moments later.
And he's committing suicide. We'll have to roll back the clock for the second to last time here. Wow, we're almost at the end.
Again, I'm okay with All For One versus All Might only because All Might didn't die. I would have liked to see how much more. I mean, okay, All For One versus All Might, in my opinion, is like comes down to a structure issue too. Because if they were gonna do this whole thing with All For One rewinding, essentially having like the invulnerability star from Mario for like a good while until it runs out, and then his lifespan eventually runs out, they needed something else to stop him in between. You know what I mean? And that's just the problem. Like there's genuinely nobody else capable of keeping up with All For One at that time that could stop him. But that comes back to like a whole like, you know, the vestige issue, and then that goes back to PLW. It's genuinely just like something that you either just like or you don't like, because once it started, it was going to end up here at some point. You know what I mean? But I digress.
Right around the final portion of the final Todoroki family confrontation, All Might kickstarts Shoto with Ida's resolve to go help Endeavor deal with Toya. The ever-minded All For One rampages across Japan in pursuit of Shigaraki
all
to
good.
help him steal One For All and to finally take over his body for real. Tsukauchi would yell out that nobody is around to stop All For One's rampage anymore, all of the heroes are down and the rest are still fighting their own battles. What can stop one of the strongest men
Hey,
in the
what's
world?
up, Navi?
I know.
Hope you're enjoying yourself,
nearly
brother.
Dead 55-year-old man. You might ask where this comes from. Well, if you paid close attention in the Villain Hunt arc, you will notice All Might holding a briefcase. Yes, that briefcase was actually a fucking Iron Man suit of armor. Now, I have talked extensively about All Might's character on this channel, and I think I'm one of the only content creators to ever do so that isn't the surface level, he should have died in Kamino stuff. Besides a few very dedicated All Might accounts on Twitter, he never really got any consideration when it came to analysis of the series, and I like to think that I paved the way for thoughts on All Might's character in that regard. I wrote a thread that was my most popular ever about his role in the story, and it was apparently good enough that it got plagiarized bar for bar by CBR a few years ago. To briefly summarize my thoughts on All Might, I viewed him as a cautionary tale about Deku's current character state going into Act 3. All Might had spent his entire life giving up his own sense of self for the sake of heroism, abandoning his life and becoming the symbol of peace to the extent that he was working around the clock and effectively killing himself. This left him with only people he kept at arm's length, having no life of his own, so after he finally lost One For All in his great battle with All For One, he could no longer do the hero work that he threw himself into for his entire life, and he had to witness the consequences of his ideology. Having society only lean on a single man led to unimaginable consequences after that man's collapse. He could do nothing to stop the cataclysmic effect of his fall, and everything he believed in and represented began to decay before his very eyes. His individualistic, self-destructive mindset and tendency to hide the anguish he was going through came to a boiling point. Near the end of Act 2 of My Hero Academia, we see All Might talk with Aizawa about finding his purpose and telling him about how he has decided to live, but that the feeling of helplessness and powerlessness bubbles up inside of him. Aizawa tells him what he needs to hear most. Being Toshinori is all he needs to do. As long as he lives and is there for them, that's all the push those kids will need. This leads us in a villain hunt where All Might is forced to feel the blowback of the ideology that he cultivated in a kid like Midoriya. Just like Toshinori used to, Deku went out of his way to shoulder everything on his own, to hurt himself so nobody else has to be hurt, and All Might stumbles across Deku's broken mask on the ground, the mask that was made to imitate All Might's smile. That's when Stain appears to tell All Might that it had nothing to do.
You know, I've seen ideas about like if All Might should have used his suit to stop Deku during VH. I'm not gonna lie, a Deku versus All Might fight, like round 2 for real, when like Deku's like in his weakened kind of tired state, might have gone fucking hard.
With his power that he became so loved. It's not the power that marks the difference between All Might and Toshinori Yagi, but his beliefs. Aizawa told him that he just has to survive, and Stain told him that he has to keep being a hero to those kids. Of course, being a hero is something My Hero Academia has established to be not just something you do through power. The kids exemplified heroism by putting on the concert for the UA kids after so many terrible events. This arc has been hitting us over the head with other methods of heroism as well, like with the business course recording the fight. All Might had to carve a path forward as a different kind of hero, a powerless hero for the kids he had inspired, while trying to unlearn these self-destructive behaviors he still has, and he has seen been instilled in the next generation through Midoriya.
Yeah, you get me, Jordy. Would have been interesting.
Is worth more than what he can do, or he can put on a suit of armor. The reason for this lengthy preamble is, like I said, because my takes on All Might were overwhelmingly popular in the My Hero Academia community at the time, how I regularly spoke about how All Might's future is off the battlefield, and instead involved in these kids' lives, but the second this fucking suit of armor came on, I apparently never understood the story. I cannot stress enough just how much I fucking hate this development, sincerely, and how counterintuitive this is to All Might's entire arc about not killing himself and finding a way forward as a hero. A man finding a place without power, and his conclusion is an omega powerful suit of armor to fight one of the strongest men in the world. What makes this feel even more fucking asinine is how literally right before putting on the suit of armor, he was doing exactly what I was referencing. He inspired Shoto and Ida to kick it into high gear and get to the next Todoroki family brawl just to, like, be a dumb fuck immediately after. There are a couple of things relating to the groundwork of issues Iron Might presents to the story. First things first, My Hero Academia fans around the world, myself included, had collectively deluded themselves into believing that without a quirk, you can't be a capital H hero.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about this, dude? The only other person I low-key could have seen stopping All For One, right? Because this whole situation started when All For One had to get Shigaraki in order to implant himself fully into the consciousness, and then ABCXYZ. There is literally only one individual, okay, with the facilities to potentially at least, stop or at least stall All For One, and I kid you not, it literally is Gentle. A powered-up Gentle by LaBrava's quirk might have been able to buy some time. Okay, Gentle plus Stain. Gentle plus Stain was the only combo possible that would have been able to buy enough time to stop All For One. You know what I mean? But that was it. But Gentle had to go help UA. You know what I mean? That's literally it. It's literally Gentle and Stain. If Gentle didn't have to go stop UA, then him powered up by LaBrava, and then Stain working with him, like literally the two of the most nuanced people that have these connections to Hero Society and quote unquote Villain Society too, they would have been a pretty interesting team up. Had they been able to stop him. But again, I legitimately cannot figure out anybody else that could have stopped Prime All For One. This literally was a situation that was roadmapped the minute All For One said he has to leave.
As in the profession of hero,
and get to Shigaraki.
You simply wouldn't be able to stand up to the big dogs. However, all of us ignored Knuckle Duster from Vigilantes on purpose because nobody read it and it's lame. And all of
us Vigilante slander, what the fuck, bro?
Completely ignored the superhuman feats that your average human is capable of. Stain and Eraserhead, despite having no physical enhancements or quirks to boost their physical stats, are capable of absurd feats. This leaves us with two options. One, that quirkless people are just as capable of being a professional hero as anybody else, or two, that quirks boost baseline abilities, which we have no real consistent grounding for, considering All Might, while quirkless, takes a beating from one of the strongest men in the world and is just fine, or more pressingly, all the times to having a quirk doesn't seemingly boost your stats, like Ochako taking one knife to go down. And now, of course, we have the existence of support gear that can go toe-to-toe with Prime All for One. Previously, our understanding of support gear was that it existed primarily to boost the usage of one's quirk, or perhaps put up an extremely lackluster fight against something. Now, as we can see, a completely quirkless man who is basically on the verge of death at all times can just equip a lot of cool armor and survive a hit that one-shot Gigantomachia. It begs the question, why isn't this standard? Of course, All Might must have had to pay a lot for this suit, and he has connections to make something that's powerful, but even a fraction of its power would be completely good enough for average hero work. Why are the UA kids, who don't have to pay for their support gear and in a school that seemingly has infinite money, not wearing gear that boosts them significantly? Doesn't have to be as powerful as the Iron Might suit, as your average pro hero is not running into All for One. They are dealing with street thugs. Surely then, other high-ranking heroes could also be utilizing support gear, like Endeavor, yet the most he wears are strange fire clothes and a blue jumpsuit.
To be honest with you, yeah, I'm actually kind of, I mean, granted Endeavor may have just wanted to, like, keep something like Prominence Burn as close contact as possible, and maybe any gear in the process would just get burned up in the process, you know what I mean? But I'm actually surprised that, like, Endeavor never wore a suit or wore something that goes on, like, the parts of his bodies that isn't, like, blue. Like, I'll put it to you like this, right? Everywhere, every blue part on Endeavor's body could be, like, a part that cools him down when he uses Prominence Burn. And with that being said, I'm also surprised that low-key Endeavor never just, like, made a suit for Dabi. Or, like, told Dabi, like, listen, wait till you're older to use your quirk like how I want you to. Let me get you a suit, and then we lock in. You'll be behind, but this is what I'll do.
Perhaps he could have invested heavily into young Toya's future.
Oh, what do you know?
Academia has giant robots walking around.
What do you know?
By city blocks. It's time for us to examine what we were ignoring, and how armor like this has always been a possibility that Horikoshi essentially refused to explore
What do
until
you
the
know?
keys jingled in front of his face to ruin All Might's character arc. A volume extra explicitly states that this was an extremely expensive endeavor, which is about the only thing it has going for it, but now, the possibility has been introduced, that with enough money and connections you can indeed be a capital H hero. Melissa Shield from the first movie as a child was literally able to make something that could withstand 100% of All Might's power at least a few times. Mei Hatsume created a replacement for these same gauntlets in like 30 seconds with a box of scraps, which can handle a large chunk of Midoriya's power output, and I remind you once again, most pro heroes are not in situations where they need that much power output. The message that we're supposed to get here is that All Might was ultimately wrong when he told Deku that he couldn't be a hero initially. However, a lot of people have
That is true, Titania. Iron Momo would have been crazy. Oh my god.
read this as All Might stating that he was wrong because all you need to be a hero, capital H hero, are your heroic ideals and the desire to save others. But this is again a conflation of the two types of hero. When All Might first shot down Deku, he wasn't saying that he couldn't have heroic tendencies. He was saying that without a quirk, it's just not realistic to be a capital H hero. But when he tries to save Bakugo, not only does All Might recognize this double meaning, he accepts that Deku can be both, but primarily because he can give him one for all, letting him know that he thinks he is a lowercase hero, and is now presenting him the option to be a capital H hero.
Yeah, the emphasis on capital H and lowercase h in these sentences are very important. Capital H meaning like the pro, the one that really gets out there, but lowercase being the essence itself. Really important detail.
You'll note in this initial rejection, he never says to become a stockbroker and buy a suit of armor, because MHA gaslit the community for 9 years into thinking that you can't be a capital H hero without a quirk. But a quirk isn't what makes someone a hero. To be frank, this isn't even the most insulting part of Iron Might. It's not the character regression, because of course you could write that in as the point of the suit. You could have All Might be forced to examine his reckless behavior that he just faced with Prior and Villain Hunt, and it's not the inconsistency of the power system or the conflation of heroism. It's that it makes All Might a selfish asshole. The man who once exemplified the concept of selflessness now held onto this extraordinarily powerful suitcase without telling a single person. Nobody here has made it clear that they were very aware of the Iron Might suit, and at no point did All Might take it into consideration for the plans to literally save the world. At the risk of foregoing modern society or the lives of his students and peers, All Might opted to simply hold onto this insanely powerful armor for content. Let's go back and recap the final war arc with the context of All Might having a suit of armor that can stop one of the strongest men in the world. All Might watched Midoriya, the crux of the entire operation, get pulled through a portal across the entire nation, and decided to sit there for content. All Might sat in his office checking the stock market as one of his most treasured students, Bakugo, got punched so hard he exploded and died. He then proceeded to invest in cryptocurrency while the pro hero scrambled to try and revive him. All Might would then
my
lose
God.
the remainder of his life savings on crypto while glancing over at his second screen and watching Endeavor not only lose his arm, but also watch All for One activate his super secret.
Again, this is one of those things where it's like, again, if the character did the logical thing to do, it literally, like, you know what I mean? It again, because, you know, like, you can make the argument like, why did All Might go out and help earlier? But it's like, bro, Hori needed somebody or something to be in place for when All for One gets past this obstacle. You know what I mean? That's literally just how it is, man. Like, you know.
Trump card.
But it is a valid,
All
you
Might
know,
would
thing
then
to
open
mention,
up a
of course.
GoFundMe to recoup his losses while noticing that everything has gone wrong.
Holy shit, dude.
Kurogiri has woken up, Dabi got back up, and Toga had activated Sandman's parade. It wasn't until quite literally 11:59 on the Doomsday Clock that he decided to don the armor and still act entirely callous and borderline malicious to his only friend Tsukauchi, who has been deeply concerned about All Might's well-being for years, by opting to not tell Tsukauchi anything about the suit and going off on his own to stop All for One without saying a single word to him. One can, and will, argue that All Might only waited this long because he was the backup plan. First of all, there was no plan. Nobody knew about this.
Yeah, not for him.
Second of all, All Might never knew that he would need to be a backup plan in case All for One literally starts rewinding.
Yeah, it's literally like a situation has changed thing. Like, the plan was to defeat All for One at Gunga Village. The minute he got away and started heading towards Shigaraki, that is when it changed. Oh, that's muted.
A million different things that went wrong.
Stream
and
is nice. Wish I could have
prompted
pulled
the
up earlier,
backup
man.
plan.
Hey, don't worry
What
about it,
might have
Bronny,
worked
man.
out better
Appreciate you
would have
coming
been
by,
setting
brother.
Iron Man against All for
I know
One's
I'm pushing it
alongside
with
Endeavor.
time right now, bro.
Remember that
I
this was the
know.
weakest All for One has ever
You know.
been in universe. The two could have tag teamed him so hard that he wouldn't have had
Yeah, I
time
still
to
got a little
activate
bit to
his
go,
rewind,
man.
but
So
if he
I
did,
apologize. I
all
might
of
have
them
to,
in
you
their
know.
giant clash together would have likely been enough to
going.
put a stop to him. Let's also stop for a second. With future context and full hindsight of the war arc, I'm left with one question. Why was the plan to separate Shiggy and All for One? What if Shiggy and All for One were brought to the same place and hit with Erasure? We know Erasure can hit multiple targets because of the USJ arc, and we also know that you don't need to maintain continuous eye contact because of, well, every single time it's been used. I know that they are trying to prevent their shared mind space, but could they even access it while erased? If they were both quirkless, what would the benefit even be? All for One's de-aging quirk would also be erased, and he would hit the ground like SpongeBob and Patrick in the SpongeBob movie. Well,
That is a good point, actually, huh? Because All for One being there. See, actually, that would have been interesting. Because, see, if All for One is there, and he couldn't use his quirks, well, see, I guess you also kind of run this risk of like some weird quirk magic happening at the same time. You know what I mean? I don't know.
All for One would be utterly powerless, and Shigaraki would be in the same state as he already is. Of course, they weren't aware that he would start growing fingers. To compensate, you bring everyone you sent to Gunga.
And see, it would have been interesting too, because it also puts Shigaraki on the defensive. All for Rocky would have been using Shigaraki's body to defend him while quirkless on the ground. But again, that also runs the risk of like some unimaginable quirk magic happening, and I don't know if that would have been like, you know what I mean? But Kurogiri would have interfered. I mean, like, in terms of getting him there, yeah. Well, no. Okay, in terms of, like, okay, so we're talking about, like, when the battle first started, right? When Aoyama was pulling everybody through. Not Aoyama, I'm sorry, Jesus. When Monoma was pulling everybody through, right? Why didn't they just put those two together in that moment, right? Now, if Monoma had put them together, right? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that I get. Again, logically that may have worked because then All for One's the aging quirk would have kicked off. But again, you put these separate battles, separate for a reason, right? That's how you set up like your final battle structure, right? Like every Shonen Jump arc kind of like has that like thing with final battles when it's like multiple characters doing different things, right? That's probably how it's gonna go for Undead Unluck. That's how it's going for Yozakura family right now with the family members versus their final antagonist members. Naruto did it. Bleach is doing it. 100% Bleach is doing it. I can already see it now. They did it for One Piece over every major arc. That's just how they do it. They spread these characters out no matter what, and it's just kind of like. It may be like a fundamental flaw. And I got you, Bronny. Yeah, I'm sorry again. But, if they do,
Endeavor,
Our
Hawks,
time, you know what I
Jiro,
mean, then.
Tokoyami, the Shiketsu kids.
I might be able to
bring
get
in
there.
Iron Might if you want. The
Well, if
landscape
y'all get
of the
stuck,
fight
I should actually
changes
be able to pull up
completely
there.
as All For One gets one-tapped even by an Amp Man before the sun sets, and you now have all these powerful people to fight with Shigaraki. All Might and his uncharacteristic selfishness, ego, and carelessness almost led to quite literally the end of the world.
Yeah, Hunter x
but
Hunter
he
did it
got
too,
a really
with the
cool
Chimera
Twitch
ants.
clip out of it, I guess. All Might was one of my favorite characters in the series, and now I can't even look at
Me
him.
watching a 16-year-old.
Well, Iron Might stands in front of All For One, and we get to see All For One at his most deranged, which makes sense. He's reverting and also melding with Shigaraki, which is making him more prone to anger and brute force, so I guess that's neat or something. I don't fucking know, man. I can definitely accept AFO's behavior here because it makes sense with the circumstances he is currently facing, but there's a giant elephant in the room known as this fight. Shigaraki in PLW and
Yeah,
also in
that's
the
true,
Star
Bonnie,
Strike
that's
fight
true. Good
utilize
evening,
this little
Osis.
quirk here that interferes with electrical equipment. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. Taking quite a few steps back, in PLW we learn that
Welcome to the
Shigaraki now
stream.
has the original All For One quirk, and All For One had possessed a copy. That means that whatever quirk Shigaraki has access to, so too does All For One. Why did All For One simply not shut off Iron Might's entire suit? Is he stupid? As the fight continues with the pretense of All For One could end this at any second if he knew how to rub together two brain cells to accidentally form a coherent thought, All Might charges straight at him and uses a fuckton of random technology that serves to mimic other people's quirks, like Kaminari's entire existence. Oh, apparently electricity meddles with his rewind regen. Why? How does that work?
Oh,
Why
boy.
has rewind in its entirety been completely
you can do
flipped on
both,
its
Osis.
fucking head? Like, literally, what is going on? Horikoshi
You can
then
do
doubles
either.
down on everything I do not like about this with a flashback to young All Might and Nana, as Toshinori tells her that he wants to step up and be a symbol of peace. Wanting to step up because a quirkless guy has no role otherwise. Therefore, the solution, according to All Might, is kill yourself. I guess we could take a brief cut here to talk about Aoyama because he needs some content since we dedicated a little arc to him, and it's over. Okay, Stain appears to help All Might stop All For One, and let's see, and he's dead. Presumably. Horikoshi did a real funny when All For One never throughout this fight remembered that he could simply interfere with All Might's electronics, but had him remember a quirk that just so happened to let him expel all the blood from his body, and a perfect counter to Stain's appearance here. Very cool stuff.
Dude, it's
kinda
so
crazy
good,
that
Bronny.
nobody
It's
talks about how Stain just
ridiculous.
came and went like this.
This
is a lot of
man
people's
is
favorite
like,
villain
this
for
is
some
like
reason, and he just shows up
when
for
you're
a
in a
couple
elite
pages,
shit
and
poster
it's
and like you
one-tapped.
lock in at the same
This fight
time.
is definitely top 3 worst things about this arc. It completely flips the power system on its head for the sake of a cool moment, makes All For One appear even more incompetent than he already did, tried to half-ass sell us some form of stakes by bringing back Stain to potentially kill him, who has effectively not been a character for over 250 chapters, while hoping we don't think twice about this 55-year-old man on death's door getting his ass whooped, and completely assassinates any consistent form of characterization from All Might, who before this was one of my favorites. Horikoshi looked me dead in the eye and essentially told me to think that All Might committing what amounts to suicide is supposed to be badass with all these raw panels of him, but to me, they just read as deranged. I won't discount the possibility that we're supposed to think this was deranged, since you can argue it somewhat falls in line with our previous statements about the visual medium being used to look down upon things, but that interpretation just feels at odds with what's on screen, and especially since, at the current time, All Might suffered no real consequences for this fight.
Okay, I know nobody wants to hear this, but this panel right here is going to hit like crack in the 80s when it gets animated. Holy shit. It's so cool, man. I'm sorry. I know y'all don't want to hear this right now, but it's so fucking cool, dude. I can't hate this panel. Like, bro, like, just the subconscious talking, he's like, do your worst. Oh my. Dude, it's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. I'm sorry.
What did you expect
It's
All
so
Might to
cool.
do? Just sit back because everything went to shit? And the answer is, yeah. Clearly, that is the preferable alternative to both All Might's character and the narrative at large. There are probably a ton of different ways this could have been executed that don't make me feel like that this was putting two in the back of one of my favorite characters' heads. The suit of armor actually being a hologram that serves as a reminder of the visage of All Might that haunts All For One is a drastically better alternative. While
I never thought about that, but that would have been pretty interesting if, or like imagine if All Might appeared in this. Okay, put it like this, right? Imagine All For One's coming, right? And then imagine All For One runs into All Might. No, he runs into the suit, okay? And you can see like blue eyes on the front of the suit, right? Making All For One think it's All Might. But imagine if All Might's not even in there. You know what I mean? Imagine if he's just like controlling it like AI. Like, you guys know how like Tony Stark would like summon some of his suits and like it would come to him on his own? Imagine if All Might had like sensors on him and he was controlling the suit from like a million miles away. That would have been so damn cool and so fucking funny at the same time.
keeping him safe and showing that All Might has learned from the past and kept himself safe while still finding a way to save the day. But also the time limit. Somebody needed to stop All for One, otherwise he would have...
It would have been so cool, Bronny. Like,
That's
dude.
really
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
insane
Titania.
This isn't a fictional
Like, can you imagine
story
All Might
where
just, like,
every single
shadow boxing,
decision
like,
was
All
by
for
author,
one,
as we've
like, from a
already
million
seen,
miles away?
because the author
Holy
kept
shit,
bending
the
her
level of
backwards to
heated
change
he
the
would have
rewind
been,
as we know
bro.
it, and have All for One rewind a lot sometimes, but
Like,
not
imagine
very
if,
much
like,
other times.
All for One, like, destroys the suit finally, and he just gets so pissed off because he sees that All Might's not even in it. He has, like, a fucking tantrum and just, like, destroys the city around him. That would have been so funny, dude. And so cool. Because it would have shown that how good All Might would have been as a fighter. You know what I mean?
The passage of time is not real in My Hero Academia. And
that means that
Horikoshi
All Might could
just
have
shaved a
whooped
couple of
ass
minutes
from a
off
million
of
miles
time,
away and
especially
still been
considering
that
all
guy.
this stupid reckless shit did was buy a
So
minute or
cool.
two and have AFO bring Toshinori's near-dead body to the Deku versus Shigaraki fight to make things worse. But we finally made it. We can't really continue this conversation.
And interestingly enough, if All Might didn't get brought to All for One's place, and if Shigaraki was still on the track of the experiment that got away from the leash, All for One would have killed Shigaraki would have killed All for One, and then all hands on deck. Bakugo would have been AFK for the rest of the war. So be it.
Conversation without touching on the final stage of My Hero Academia. If you've been watching straight through, this will be the time to get up and take a bathroom break, because this is going to be
hold on, I'm just gonna, like...
talking about, well, just about everything.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to stretch. Okay.
This is one of those things where I don't really know where to start. Deku and Shigaraki's final fight feels very emblematic of everything wrong with My Hero Academia. I know that I might not have touched on many of the systemic issues of the series over the course of the video, but I think this fight is the perfect time to bring all that up, as this is when it became clear that MHA's final war arc isn't the final war of MHA, and a better way to put it is a final arc that utilizes the skeleton of My Hero Academia, foregoing the fat, muscle, nerves, and all. After Bakugo's, death, the heroes are forced, and I put the word forced in quotes there, to revive Bakugo as Shigaraki for one ravages them. With a few seconds remaining, Mirio shakes his ass and shows us how the mighty have fallen, and Deku finally arrives at his own battle. I feel like that there is some important context I would like to provide here. At this point,
you know, just in context, I know everybody's patience when Mirio did what he did was very low, and obviously you could argue like tone indication, stuff like that, you know what I mean? I don't necessarily hate what Mirio did. I kind of find it amusing, just knowing the fact that it at least keeps consistent with the fact that Mirio is clearly not strong against power types, and the only way you delay the imminent is with the unexpected. Just saying. That's just on me,
Deku was not even close to my favorite character anymore after the villain hunt letdown and the Aoyama Flanderization, so I went into the final war arc with the idea that whatever Horikoshi had cooking for Midoriya in Act 2 and Villain Hunt will come to fruition, only to be quite literally immediately let down by his first action in his premiere fight. When he arrives at this fight, finally, he sees Bakugo has been punched so hard he exploded, and he looks around and sees how every hero around him has been beat to shit, and he has an understandable reaction, a mix of sadness, rejection, and anger. Him having a human reaction to seeing his childhood friend pretty much dead isn't what bothers me here. It's how this is a direct repeat of PLW, and how that was supposed to be a learning experience. Of course, this arc in its entirety is a knockoff PLW, so that part isn't surprising, but the fact that Deku succumbs to his rage is complete character regression, and the repetition of a mistake he already made in the past that almost lost him everything. His rage moment in PLW was supposed to be a very overt mistake, especially when we think back to Banjo warning him about controlling his heart, something that this scene even flashes back to, but now, in the final arc, where Midoriya should be at his most advanced after the fall and rise of PLW, VH...
Shout out to today's episode, by the way. I enjoyed it very much so. They animated the rage scene pretty darn cool.
In its aftermath, it seems as if Midoriya hasn't learned a single thing. I'm sure someone's going to comment, well, what did you want him to do? He's just a 16-year-old little boy seeing his friend dead. It's a goddamn story, man. I just want some consistency. Deku's rage moment in PLW, while raw, almost led to the literal loss of the entire war. If the war didn't start when Shigaraki's body was unfinished, Deku would have just straight up died here. In Midoriya's last showing of the series, Horikoshi opted to sacrifice his competency as a main character and as a developed character to instead make certain plot beats come to fruition or make raw shit happen on screen. Need I remind you that Midoriya is the linchpin of the entire hero operation, and the plan was already fucked enough because he got yoinked once, leading to death and destruction, and now he was about to fuck it over again by immediately throwing for content. Now, even though I just said all this, I'm still fine with an initial outraged or deeply damaged reaction. The second issue is this glorified fucking janitor coming in and being the one to talk Deku down from the edge, robbing Deku of even more moments where he gets to be a competent and developed character. Instead of giving in at first, but then thinking back to PLW, thinking back to how many people are depending on him, and understanding that giving into emotion like this is a mistake, he needs Mirio. What does he even do? Toga to tell him, hey, actually, it's
Not
fine.
the middle name,
Bakugo's
dog.
being revived, I guess. Dude, just calm down. It's not that serious. Midoriya had already lost
Come on, bro.
so much of his own agency and character at the end of Villain Hunt, and then he loses even more by becoming a machine designed to only output empathy in the Traitor arc. And now at the start of this fight, he can't even fix his own mistakes and show that he has learned and grown as a person. Instead, the final war arc completely backtracks on any and all progression made by the series prior. Remember how at the start of the section I said that this arc is the skeleton of MHA disregarding the substance? Midoriya Izuku is the most blatant example of that aspect to possibly exist. Even an arc that just happened in this final act that we talked about like an hour and a half ago doesn't matter anymore. Villain Hunt and the end of PLW had this big thing about Deku only finding his own value as a person and as a hero in the power of one for all. You especially see that in the first Deku vs. Shigaraki, where he dehumanizes himself and sees himself only as a vessel to destroy all for one. In Villain Hunt, Midoriya is supposed to learn that this isn't correct. To boil himself down to only his power has disastrous consequences, and his friends come together to let him know that no matter what power he has, they don't care, because the person they like is Midoriya Izuku, not one for all. But this arc immediately backtracks on the idea by creating such a sauceless fight between Deku and Shigaraki, where Deku says literally only one thing of relevance throughout this multi-volume fight. No, not fight. Altercation? Staring contest? If you run through all of Deku vs. Shigaraki, you know what? I'm not even going to do it as a hypothetical. I fucking did it. I scrolled through the entire fight, and I counted 18 individual thoughts of Midoriya's own throughout this entire fight that weren't just repetitions of the same thing he already thinks of. 4 of those were arguably introspective thoughts about his current situation. 1 I classified as other because it didn't really fit the other categories, and 13 were thoughts about One for All, or the fight itself. 72% of Deku's individual thoughts were about One for All. Midoriya Izuku sure is a character that intakes and reacts to external stimuli, I guess. This current version of Midoriya is such a stark difference from the introspective, deeply lost in thought, rambling Midoriya, as his Act 3 version says nothing besides battle plans and repeats his goal of wanting to save that crying boy like every few page turns. Gone is the Deku who would try to find a way other than fighting to save others. Gone is the Deku who would espouse his heroic ideals to Gentle and let him know that nobody is mocking him as he tries to get to his origin. Gone is the Deku who had confused thoughts about his role in the world due to his power. Hello, One for All. I'm almost left to wonder if Horikoshi considered Deku done. Like, Villain Hunt was his character conclusion, and there was nothing left besides reaching his goal of saving Shigaraki. There was this interview with Horikoshi as well as Kubo, the author of Bleach. Kubo would note that he was taken aback by how Deku was such a worrywart, but after getting to know Horikoshi, it makes sense. Horikoshi replied that at first, he thought Deku's plainness was appealing, but looking back he wonders, why did I make him so gloomy and boring? And I feel like that hits home the shift in Midoriya Izuku as a character. What we found to be deeply inspiring, moving, emotional, and introspective, Horikoshi considered gloomy and boring and turned him into a thoughtless, powerful loser. And Villain Hunt would be a send-off to this in-depth and well-thought-out character arc. This can be especially felt when we examine Deku's power progression, something that was really fundamental to his character journey and is what locked a lot of people in at the start. Seeing him go from blowing his limbs up to reining in 5% of his power, to 8% of it, to 20% of it in Air Force, developing his own unique fighting style to separate himself from All Might, which he never uses again, the feeling of regret and regression when Black Whip emerges, and it's all just gone. After PLW, Midoriya has been effectively upgraded to 100% without actually saying it. Last we saw him, he had a couple of quirks and was using 45% max. He was haphazardly given Fajin and Gear Shift, which arbitrarily...
I will say one thing that does disappoint me about Midoriya's progression, at least the power creep-wise, is the fact that Infinite 100 back in Season 4 is the only time we see his hair go blue. Like, you know what I mean? I felt like the second time or the final time we would see that in the main series is when he actually mastered One for All. Or at least was able to reach 100% naturally. But I kind of hate the fact that like we never will see like his hair go naturally blue like ever again. I really like the blue look, especially from Heroes Rising 2. It reminds me of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball Z. I thought it's just cool, you know what I mean, to represent like that mastery with like the blue hair and stuff. But the fact that literally Overhaul is the last and only time we will canonically see him go 100% naturally makes me just a little sad.
It shoots him beyond All Might level, because I guess watching him grow and learn was
And like outside of the fact, like the movies, like I'm talking about, like, you know, just like the streamlined narrative, we will never get to see him like go blue outside of Overhaul.
Too gloomy and boring for Horikoshi. Yeah, I'm bitter. A once methodical boy who thought a bit too much about his circumstances and the people surrounding him, blowing himself to bits as he tries to come to terms with his power, has ironically enough, considering his name, been hollowed out into a narrative puppet that has nothing to think or say besides how to immediately progress the plot, and all of his most crucial plotlines were hastily resolved just so we could get to this final fight, and it was not even close to worth it. The Vestiges. Oh god, the fucking Vestiges, man. This might go down as one of the biggest fuck-ups of the story. We'll get into the specifics of Vestiges and how they interact with the power system relatively soon, but as characters, these guys fucking suck. We had this path of discovery from Midoriya when it came to Banjo and Black Whip, which made the progression and development of that power feel really nice and rewarding. And with all these other fucking guys minus Nana, she's cool. Literally, what do they even do? Any development that was possible with Bruce and Kudo disagreeing with Midoriya's plan of saving Shigaraki was stamped out by a hasty handful of pages conclusion. And beyond that, their only purpose is to exposition dump so we understand all this stupid quirk magic shit, and when they're not doing that, they are completely trampling over Midoriya as a character in his entirety. While Deku doesn't do a single second of thinking.
Yeah, I will say, I really was not a fan of Kudo basically hijacking this plan. I felt like Deku going into this fight not knowing what he wants to do is kind of synonymous with my talk about how Shoji's discrimination arc and about how you can't approach somebody's like trying to solve somebody else's feelings logically, right? I felt like that was a major part, and I really enjoyed the fact that he admitted that he doesn't know what he's gonna do when the time comes, because I felt like it just really made it interesting. I felt like when it came down to how Shigaraki was going to conclude, it was going to be this dire situation that may either cause Deku to like land a blow, or Shigaraki was going to end up like getting killed on his, like killing himself. You know what I mean? I felt like it was going to like have you on the edge of your seat until it actually happened, because you just don't know what the right way to go about it was. You know what I mean? And I genuinely like that, like not having this foolproof plan. You know what I mean? I genuinely like that. I thought it was a really interesting thing. I've never seen that in a shonen series, you know what I mean? Characters usually always meet these types of issues head on, right? Sasuke and Naruto duked it out, you know what I mean, in the end. And every series that like has had a method of like, I've got to reach my friend halfway, they've always duked it out. But this was something that you could not duke out simply just because of the fact that two people opposed each other. It's something that really just was complicated, you know what I mean? And I like that. But then Kudo introducing this plan about departing with One for All, fucking hate it.
The Vestiges do it all for him in a really insulting way. Deku has no plan to actually win this fight, for some reason, so the Vestiges come up with one for him. The plan involves giving up one.
And again, like I said, you know, I actually like the fact that like he kind of didn't have a plan. It kind of just really created like this complicated, like, what do you do? Because, you know, the one thing I will say that I like about this fight that I do think is consistent from PLW, because I know I also mentioned that Deku losing his cool was not consistent from PLW. But at the same time, though, Deku, like, just going at it, like, blow for blow, like, just trying to beat the shit out of Shigaraki, knowing he's going to get tired, knowing he might break his limbs, knowing his gear might slowly worn out, and instead kind of being on, like, the reactive and the defensive, at least going into the part where they're off the coffin. I do like that, because, again, I don't see how, like, you get anywhere just beating the shit out of him again. What does that accomplish? So I do like the fact that Deku's more like kind of like reactive and kind of like more on the defensive, trying to figure it out. But at the same time, it still led to this because we didn't have a plan. And I wish, again, my overall thought process was the fact that I wish that Deku had a plan with the Vestiges to try and punch Shigaraki so hard that he ends up in the Vestige realm when coming into contact with One for All, right? I think Deku should have yoinked his ass in the Vestige realm. I think Deku should have tried to do the plan that Shigaraki did, where if Shigaraki tried to take One for All, right, by encroaching on One for All's territory, then the One for All users need to create a territory to where Deku can walk forward and hold that kid's hand and free his ass from All for One. You know what I mean? That, to me, would have been really fucking cool. If Deku was like, let's take him into the One for All realm this time, but this time we're on the offensive. And instead of Nana and Yoichi being there, it's all of them there holding the bridge or the land between Deku and Shigaraki as Deku goes to reach out to Shigaraki and meet him, having that moment where the two were kids and like they're holding like each other's hands, stuff like that, while All for One is like getting his ass beat by the Vestiges. as the vestiges are holding him back. That to me would have been really cool if they would have went in with the plan of like yoinking Shigaraki in the in the One for All realm. Because why can Shigaraki? Right? Because like here's the thing, right? Deku entered the One for All realm when he was unconscious, multiple times. Right? He was asleep, and when he got knocked out, or when Shigaraki yoinked him in. If Shigaraki can yoink him in, why can't One for All yoink him in too? You know what I mean? I feel like it could have gone both ways. Shigaraki did it with his quirk, so take One for All. Put all the vestiges in a punch if you need to, and punch his ass so hard that he ends up in the vestige realm. You know what I mean? That would have been cool in my opinion.
For all to break into Shigaraki's core, which he doesn't come up with himself. Midoriya doesn't get to comment on the fact that he is going to part ways with One for All. Shimura does for some reason. All the people around Midoriya get to comment on everything about a situation, completely ignoring Midoriya himself. In Villain Hunt, Lady Nagant criticizes Deku for not being able to see past his own nose, being tinged by Hero Society itself, and not recognizing the inherent flaws of it all. It mentions that even if Midoriya brings back the status quo, without a plan beyond that and without any real convictions, all he will be doing is bringing back the
God, I need her so bad, bro. Good God. Amen.
System that abets so much suffering. And all Midoriya does in this arc is prove her right. He makes lofty declarations about wanting to save Shigaraki, but has not a single fucking clue how to actually implement that, and is being guided by long-lost ghosts to a conclusion that was supposed to make him unique. Oh, Bakugo is up. Okay, yeah, alright, let's talk about him real quick. God damn it. While Deku vs. Shigaraki is underway, One for All drags All Might's stupid, suicidal ass to the fight, putting a lot of pressure on Deku on how he's supposed to save All Might, deal with All for One, and deal with Shigaraki. That's when Bakugo, who started getting open heart surgery like 40 minutes ago in this video, gets back up. Just in time to save All Might from AFO. Now, if you were around in MHA's communities before the end, most people had assumed that wishing energy was a concept created by a dying man trying to reconcile why his quirk failed him. A lot of people online assumed that Nide's quirk just couldn't work properly in the presence of another time-manipulating power, but now, hundreds and hundreds of chapters later, we know about wishing energy. And it's real. If you wish for something hard enough, things will change. I guess the mutants didn't wish to stop being victims of a
Okay, listen, obviously this is like a little bit of a stretch, you know what I mean? But like, it comes off as something as real, you know what I mean? In one way, this serves as like Bakugo's conclusion, you know what I mean? This serves as a way for Bakugo to finally come to reckon with his feelings of him failing All Might back in Kamino, you know what I mean? But the phrasing with like wishing energy and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know, like I like this panel in a sense of like it gives you like that anticipation. Like I kid you, I'm telling you, dude, listen, 2 years from now, man, anime only is gonna get to this point, man, and it is going to be the most jaw-dropping, like fucking like hell yeah moment. Because it just feels like they want Bakugo to win, you know. We want Bakugo to win, but the phrasing of wishing energy and stuff like that, it comes off very offensive.
Impression hard enough. I guess the villains didn't wish for their economic.
I know. Okay, I know they said it, Asa. I know it's there. But just like, you come on, you know what I mean. You
Social conditions to change hard enough.
You know.
Koda should have wished harder for his parents to not have been killed by Muscular.
See, that's why I say that's a stretch. Come on, you know you're wrong for that. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Wishing energy
that's so
causes
fucked
All
up.
Might's fate to twist.
Oh my
as he was
god.
originally going to be killed
Come on.
One right here, but Bakugo gets back up with his poorly put back together body and saves him right on time. That's right. The guy who got hit so fucking hard, his body imploded, got back up, and Ochako is down for the rest of the arc from a stab wound. Honestly, skill issue. Edge shot exits Bakugo's body. Oh my god, I don't even like how that premise sounds. As a little fucking worm guy, we will call him Edgeworm, and he just flops around like a fish out of water. And what's funny is that his entire plan that basically destroyed the UA fight to go into Bakugo and restart his heart didn't even work. He stitched his heart up and failed to start it. However, thank the stars, a bead of sweat entered Bakugo's gaping fucking chest hole, entered his bloodstream, and exploded in his heart, reviving him. No.
Okay, listen. Cool as fuck idea, but maybe roll if we get there. I think it's a cool idea, though.
This is not a joke. The entire plan was completely fucking pointless besides yet another weekly Shonen Jump cliffhanger. The funniest part about this isn't even the absurdity of the moment, it was the Glazers going online and talking about how this revival makes sense because nitroglycerin is a heart medication. Please, I implore anybody watching this to try and give nitroglycerin to a dead person. It's not going to do what you think. Also, why the fuck does he not need a blood transfusion? Toga might be dead because of this. Oh, anyway, Bakugo is back somehow, and he's fighting All for One for some reason. This fight feels so fucking meaningless. The two have almost zero relationship outside of one encounter. They have no relationship, no back and forth, no rapport, and it's just action figures slamming into each other. Okay, pop quiz. Was what I just said about Deku versus Shigaraki or Bakugo versus AFO? The only thing that Hori dangles in front of us to meaningfully link the two is that Bakugo looks like the second user. Yep, that's it. See, my first impression was that AFO was so angry because someone without One For All was standing up to him just like Kudo once did, but I guess that really wasn't accurate because that was the entire arc, so it really is just because he looks like Kudo. Wow, that's stellar dynamic writing. The amount of power Bakugo is putting out in this fight is genuinely insane, and it's really funny that both pre-death and post-death, he receives power-ups to be able to hang with the big boys, because otherwise, what does he even do? Also, his new power-up, not to be confused with his old one, or the older one, is based primarily on the concept of him hurting himself, and all I can do in this arc is look back at Villain Hunt and go, what the fuck was even the point of you? Hurting yourself is cool, actually. That's why Iron Might is badass, and Bakugo killing himself and getting a power-up from it is so raw. I will never forgive people for thinking I was wrong for hating Villain Hunt, man. This fight is also when I started to look back at Bakugo and go like, what was even the point of this character? He serves no function for the primary theme of saving the villains. In fact, he is now 1-1 in terms of killing and being killed. He has no conversation with Midoriya when it comes to saving villains, but Ochako wants to save her villain, Shoto wants to save his brother. Bakugo isn't even involved in this plotline. He's barely involved in the One For All plot. He barely has any connections to any of the villains and doesn't even have his own. Now, I don't want you to think that just because Bakugo doesn't have a purpose here means that he sucks, because not all characters are going to be linked to the primary theme, and some characters will serve other purposes. That's totally fine. What's not fine is how Bakugo is shoved down the reader's throat at every single opportunity. He's shoved into every plotline, he's shoved into dynamics, he's shoved into all marketing, like, holy shit, man, this is crazy. My impression of Bakugo's character was that he was supposed to serve a cautionary tale of a hero upbringing. How the constant drive for power can drive a kid to be abusive, belittling, and egotistical, to show how someone like Endeavor can come to be. But Bakugo was supposed to stop in his tracks, look at the damage he was inflicting far earlier than Endeavor, and see himself in Enji's wake of destruction pursuing the #1 spot, and understand that it isn't suitable for him. To understand that sometimes you can't be him. And that's perfectly fine, and that's what Bakugo was about. And in his totally heterosexual last moments, he wondered if he could ever keep up with Deku. But now that's completely halted because boom, here you go. Go kill the big bad after receiving 1 trillion power-ups so that you can even hope to trail Midoriya's permanently growing power of One For All. Go ahead and take the spotlight from the kid you abused and belittled and say, hey, you know what, maybe I still can't surpass Deku. Even though, like, I had accepted that it was impossible, and accepted that I can't always have the spotlight, and accepted that I'm not him. I am him now. Deal with it. Also, I'm taking over his retrospective section. Yeah, man, I do not like Bakugo very much. This is when we get some AFO backstory that shows that even he wasn't born bad, but he was instead pushed into villainy implicitly by his and his brother's horrible circumstances. In a vacuum, I actually think this is solid stuff. It's the only AFO content I have enjoyed for, like, years. But it does go to show that Horikoshi at some point really turned heel from the ideas of Act 1 and how All Might and AFO were supposed to represent simplistic concepts of heroism and villainy, with All Might not really changing, but All For One changing massively for some reason. We'll get more to AFO during the Shigaraki portion of this section, though. Speaking of AFO, he turns into sperm and dies. Cool. Okay, Shigaraki time. By the time Shigaraki broke free of All For One's hold, he had been more or less absent from the story for 25 months.
Good
or
God.
nearly 100 chapters, so we're going to have to unfortunately view it through the lens of how is Shigaraki's character doing after being absent for over 2 years? To begin, a character being gone for a long time is not an inherently bad thing. Like, I'm not that pressed that Ida hasn't had much to do over the course of My Hero Academia. That's not a big deal to me, but Shigaraki is not just some character. He is, or is supposed to be, the primary antagonist. And when you don't use those 25 real-life months or nearly 100 chapters to do really anything with this character, yeah, that kinda sucks. It hurts to say because Shigaraki was one of my favorites, but he got usurped by a far, far less interesting character. If I'm supposed to believe that Shigaraki is the main antagonist, then he kind of failed. If I'm supposed to believe that All For One is now the main antagonist, well, he kind of sucks. Shigaraki, a character with deep ties to the themes of the series and massive intrigue for where he's going.
Very looking forward to seeing this in a couple of weeks here. This is one of my last like mega breaks for the season.
Going for the future, shelved for over 2 real-life years, and then he finally breaks free from AFO's hold suddenly, and then his fight gets off-screen for another year. So he was basically not a character for 3 years. All For One is just such an obvious turning heel from Horikoshi that it feels almost insulting. He served his purpose in Act 1 and went to prison, passed the torch to Shigaraki, but now I'm supposed to believe that this was the intent the entire time, even though none of AFO's decision makes sense now. Like, you know, him not taking Overhaul if he was in his fucking nursery. When we go back and look at AFO's decision making in Act 1, with the idea that he intended to take over Shigaraki, what was the point of, like, any of this? What was the point of Shigaraki building so much independence and his own ideas, relationships, and bonds? There's definitely an argument to be made that AFO's purpose here was to show how the older generation sometimes refuses to let go of their hold over the world. In that vein, it can still definitely be consistent with the passing of the torch theme, though I just like it less. But this idea would feel far better executed if AFO was killed way prior to this, like Villain Hunt, and Shigaraki got to be his own character for the rest of the story, instead of AFO being the big bad. You would show that some older people refuse to let go of control, that it would never work, and you could still have the nuance of the newer gen, like what was initially shown from Acts 2 and some of 3. The staggering differences between our two antagonists is felt so much during the few small scenes we have of Shigaraki's return. Shigaraki's aura, screen presence, and personality all outweigh All for One's calculating nature. His facial expressions, his dialogue, all drip so much more passion and interest than anything AFO has literally ever done. Like when Shigaraki rejects AFO's warp, dude, he's so cool. However, Shigaraki's cool nature regularly gets undermined in this very arc. Every time Shigaraki's about to do something cool, we get robbed of his moment because someone else cuts in and does something cool, or we just cut away from the fight entirely. Shigaraki comes back, cut to Toga, see a panel of him, cut to Iron Might, see a panel of him, cut to Bakugo, but don't worry, Shigaraki gets one raw panel every 3 months. When All for One finally turns into sperm and dies, Shigaraki says he feels grateful to him? To the guy who groomed him? To the guy who took him over and tried to steal his body? This concept of Shigaraki still feeling a lingering attachment to All for One could be way more interesting in, like, a good manga, but this isn't one, as we will see upon the final fight of the series. Right before the final confrontation, Shigaraki steals Danger Sense and tells Midoriya to stop seeing him as a human being. An actual good crumb of character writing. He calls back to the flattened horizon he wants to show Spinner, and Midoriya tells him that there is a person inside of there, and he will rip up the rug he mentioned in PLW that the heroes sweep everything under. We were this close to greatness. They just started to clash in ideas of the world, and Midoriya displays the capability to kill him in one hit if he wanted to, but he refuses. Shigaraki tells him Tenko is gone, and Nana tells Deku to kill him, but Deku again refuses. This was the setup going into this final confrontation. Before we dive into the final fight, let's dive into the Kurogiri subplot. And it's over. It was off-screened and wrapped up in 2 pages. Yep, that was fucking stupid. Okay, before we get into the final fight, let's talk about quirks as a power system, because genuinely, what is going on? Let's just run through the progression of quirks to see how much we've lost the plot. In early Act 1 and arcs like Sports Festival, quirks were pretty grounded as a power system. They were muscles in your body that you had to exercise through repeated usage, just like normal muscles. Of course, it would be dishonest to ignore things like Dark Shadow, which are pretty far removed from this concept, but there's a level of suspension of disbelief that you just gotta have for sci-fi power systems like this, and Dark Shadow definitely sits on the thin edge of that. As the series went on, this power system became increasingly more deranged. Quirks as powers themselves just grew into incomprehensible areas, starting with Dark Shadow, then moving to things like Overhaul, which is pretty crazy, then moving to things like Rewind, which is even more absurd, to things like reality and manipulating New Order, and now quirk magic through the vestiges, which is a whole topic we gotta get into. The concept of One for All having quirk vestiges was introduced back at Sports Festival. It is a now ancient concept, but back then it wasn't really an inherently bad thing and led to a lot of intrigue. Just like all things, what comes next is the execution of the idea. A quirk that melds with other quirks having access to saved spirits of older quirk users. It's definitely a stretch from the original application of quirks, but it's cool, and there's a point where some ass pulls or stretches in suspension of disbelief can be forgiven if it leads to something worthwhile or pretty neat, and obviously with this, we could then infer that All for One would have access to the same spirit realm, since these two quirks interact uniquely with quirk factors. We then learn later on that One for All and All for One, because they both technically come from the same quirk, share a psychic dream space. Okay. We're getting a little freaky with it, but like I said, depending on execution, it can be cool. And since it was used to introduce the idea of crying Tenko that Deku wants to save, we'll let it cook. Because of this quirk vested shit, AFO was able to completely take over Shigaraki's control of his body, and okay, I mean, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility from what's been previously established, since at the Sports Festival, the vestiges were able to interfere with Deku's body when he got brainwashed by Shinso. We are likely stretching this concept to its absolute most, though. We then learn in the final act that because All for One copied his quirk and has the copy, and gave the original to Shiggy, he has a shared awareness with Shigaraki. Okay. How does that work? Wait a second. All Might can also feel the vestige realm even though he's quirkless now, so it's not because AFO has the copy. Is he just stupid? Was his soul downloaded to the quirk? Wouldn't that mean that everyone who has had their quirk stolen using All For One also shares awareness with him? I'm starting to get a little confused here. Also, what the fuck is a quirk copy? How does it even work? How have All For One and Dr. Garaki had the capability to copy quirks for tens, if not 100 years, but nobody else does? How is that something that just flies under the radar here? Quirk copying would be a tremendous feat of scientific capability, and is definitely not something only Dr. Garaki would try, but none of the world seems that interested in it. It's also the cornerstone of All For One's entire evil little operation. It's invented by the narrative haphazardly, and never explained or even justified. It's completely absurd. Okay, to stop the crying child inside of himself, Shigaraki physically buried the crying Tenko, which I guess means that there are two souls or something, deep into the spirit realm. First of all, how do you bury something in a fake psychic realm physically? Second of all, why are there two of you? What kind of fucking muscle group is this? Then, with Star and Stripe, we learn about New Order and how bullshit that quirk is, and she made it so that her quirk can revolt against other quirks. On its face, I guess that's not a bad thing. If you're a vestige, what if you just started ripping shit apart? Wait a second. Why would this have never happened before? She took out Reflect and Regeneration from Shigaraki's body, but in the same arc, AFO said he can't dispose of quirks. Why not? She just did it. The quirks then rebel later on in the final arc, and he opens his big comedy chomper and bites down on it. What did that do? Not destroy it? If he can't destroy quirks, why not just fuck around in there? Not like your existence will be deleted. Why didn't the quirks rebel at any other point in human history? Why did AFO say he can't get rid of quirks when SNS can? Is he just wrong? Is AFO stupid? Are quirks stupid? Maybe it's just something that only AFO uniquely cannot do. So could the other quirk vestiges inside of AFO kill each other? Why don't they do that to weaken him or at least consider it? Are the vestiges scared? Of what? They are ghosts that exist inside of their enemy that only aid them by not killing each other. The other quirks also fought back and killed SNS, so it's possible to kill other quirks, is it not? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Near the end, it's revealed that Star and Stripe's only impact is that she left a little scar on the physical burial of Tenko, the Tenko core that doesn't really make any sense, and didn't need to be cracked open to begin with, considering this was a problem created to be solved by SNS that she barely solved. Shigaraki also climbs back out of AFO's suppression and takes back over the body. Where the fuck was Shigaraki buried? Another core? Can you just keep doing that? Rewind for one's main goal then becomes to head to Shigaraki to transfer him the copy of AFO, because then he will have complete and total control over Shigaraki. Is that because there will be two AFO vestiges? How does that even work? Soul duplication? Dude, weren't these muscles? Also, AFO was somehow entirely unaware that Shigaraki took his body back at first, even though it was mentioned earlier that they share a consciousness and worked together using that shared space before. I feel like you would only notice that, but whatever. Jesus, man. Shigaraki then steals Danger Sense from Deku, so I assume he finally met the qualification to have enough rage to overpower One For All's rule of it not being stealable, which also doesn't make sense, but it's also something that we accepted a long time ago, so whatever. But how can Shigaraki take one quirk at a time? Even though One For All is all one quirk. Because if it weren't all one quirk, it was explained earlier before Villain Hunt that Deku would die because bodies can't sustain more than one quirk for too long. So he reached into the quirk and took a piece of it. That's definitely not strange. Back to the Tenko scar, Star and Stripe appears in the Vestige realm again for like 0.1 seconds, even though she's dead. I guess she just had one more in her. Also, All Might sees her, again reinforcing that this shared space is completely made up because he's quirkless. It's explicitly stated that regeneration cannot heal the scar because, yeah, why would it be able to? It's a psychic dream scar, but it's treated as if it's an exception and the rest were healable. Quick question, why the fuck was the rest healable? Anyway, the plan to stop Shigaraki is for Deku to transfer individual quirks of One For All one by one to attack that scar, because the vestiges will pry it open. Sure, you know what? Fuck it. At least it's not batshit insane. Oh, and then immediately after it's clarified that's not what they're doing, Deku is transferring them hard enough to shatter the vestige into nothing and ripping the scar. First of all, how do you transfer a quirk really hard? Second of all, how do you transfer the quirks individually? Third of all, why does this kill the vestige? Fourth of all, AFO can't destroy quirks, but Deku can? As they go through with this completely batshit plan, the memories of Deku and Shigaraki link, for some reason, and they both experience aspects of their lives. Not just that, but anything that happens here actually happens in real life, like some fucked up you die in the game you die in real life premise. Because Deku almost gets hit by a fucking truck. Okay, quirks don't make any fucking sense, and it's about to get worse. Let's talk about the final confrontation. So, Midoriya is told to give up One For All in order to damage the Tenko core and accepts with no thought or reflection of his own. In fact, Nana is the one who gets to talk about how sad Deku must be, and then yippee, remember, it's that thing that happened 100 chapters ago now. That was cool. Anyway, they fight.
It is kind of cool.
For a bit, and Deku starts transferring the quirks one by one, and this makes them start seeing each other's memories for, as we established earlier, some fucking reason. While I'm not inherently opposed to this, what it feels like is a lazy band-aid solution for the fact that Deku and Shigaraki never had any meaningful relationship. Imagine how much harder them seeing these things would hit if they did know each other more than you know the gas station attendant. What's really strange is that the plan starts with giving Shigaraki Gear Shift, one of Deku's most powerful quirks, under the speculation that the backlash will be taken from Midoriya and given to Shigaraki. Why the fuck does that work, and what if it didn't? You're dead. How about Smokescreen, or how about the All Might vestige that you can apparently transfer despite it having no quirk attached to it? Why are we giving up one of our only tools for winning? Forced tension? We flash through a bunch of their memories, which you might think, hey, surely this is leading to some greater character conflict now that they both know each other's upbringings and relationships, especially after Shigaraki talks about how he wants to be a hero to his friends, the villains, but nope. Midoriya just grabs fake Tenko's hands to stop him from killing his sister, repeats the same thing he has already said a million times, which is supposed to be his I am here moment somehow, and then All For One is back. Dude, come on. My Hero Academia has had a lot of fan theories. A lot of them are absolutely dog shit, like Bakugo.
Yeah, and this is why I was saying earlier, like, even if, well, not earlier, I've said this in a previous stream, but even if we get rid of the real All For One, the fact remains that the vestige All For One was still there. Whether or not you fight, you know, you have this back and forth body fight, you know what I mean? Whatever, you know what I mean? It's gonna happen, or it did happen, rather, you know what I mean? All For One got beat down, and then Shigaraki took his body back. A for, you know, ABC, XYZ, right? The fact remains that as long as that vestige did not get handled, it was going to still exist, right? It not existing, it not being handled would have been lazy, but it still existing has the possibility for it to come back, and that's exactly what happened, you know what I mean? It's not like Kid Tenko decayed the vestige from the inside out, or like tried to get rid of the vestige from the inside out, you know what I mean? Or like tried to, like, for instance, take that vestige and like make it, put it like into like a mold into like his hand, like where he made his family, you know what I mean? And then cut that hand off and just let that little consciousness of All For One just sit there, and then he just kills it, you know what I mean? Like there's no way to get rid of it, you know what I mean? It's just still there.
The theory that the second user was Bakugo who went back in time, or Dad for One, which was about All For One being Deku's dad all along, or that All Might had a suit of armor in his suitcase, or that All For One manipulated Shigaraki's entire life and even gave him decay. Wait, you can't be serious. This and Dad for One were up there in the hall.
Yeah, this is why I say again, like again, even though it kind of somewhat makes sense for Decade for all to, you know, suddenly be in the Shimura family lineup, it would have been more tragic if it were a mutation. But the fact remains, I hate masterminds that go down to origin of like birth origin. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like even with Bleach, right? I know why Ichigo is the way he is after watching the first core of the 1,000-Year Blood War. I still don't care for it. I don't like masterminds that go down all the way to birth. Now, granted, Aizen's involvement is not nearly as intense, or as not nearly as like thorough like All For One's, right? Aizen's involvement was more so an accident, if anything. This is like, yo, bro, I'm gonna watch you smash your wife from the window, and when he's born, I will be there on time, no matter what.
Of the worst things that could happen to the story, and of course, Hori had at least one more in him. This reveal, or Chapter 419, is the start of a never-ending decline of this final battle. We learn that All For One planned out Shigaraki's entire life, more or less. He met up with his dad because Nana is a fucking moron and never changed her or her son's last name. He somehow convinced Kotaro to fuck his wife and have a kid, which turned out to be Tenko, and then he spent years contriving situations where Tenko could be a hero so that he could develop heroic ambition, so not even that is his own. And then fanned the flames of his father's abuse, that too having All For One's involvement. Shigaraki's circumstances being the most extreme example of people with dangerous powers being neglected and outcasted, being bred in a society that inspires heroism, and being a victim of his father's hatred towards heroes, was all down to the very sex position Kotaro used on his wife, initiated by All For One. No longer a character made of a result of the circumstances of the world that he was brought into, but the circumstances of one man. Shigaraki's entire fight about how we should improve society somewhat was proven wrong. Not for the accurate reason, which is that his methods are terrorism and should be redirected to other things, but because it's all for One's fault. The story's final obstacle isn't the legitimate flaws of this heroic society that we have painted over the past 419 chapters, it's one guy, who capitalizes on the faults of Hero Society, but the only purpose of All for One's involvement is to water down the message, and to take away from hard questions Deku and Shigaraki would have to face, as their goal becomes to take down All for One, rather than have any meaningful dialogue about their situation and how they wound up here. Not only did all of this happen, but we finally got an answer to my age-old question of, why didn't All for One take Overhaul? Well, here's the funny thing, he did. 20 years ago. He just made it shittier, didn't actually use it himself, and gave that shitty version, without reconstruction, to Shigaraki to form Decay. Literally, what the fuck, man? First of all, how can you split a Quirk in half? Second of all, where's the Overhaul vestige if that's the case? Did they surgically get rid of him? Follow-up question, if so, why not do that for every single Quirk so they can't fuck around in the vestige realm? I can't help but be left to wonder what the actual fucking point of Decay being Overhaul is. Does it improve the dynamic between Shigaraki and Overhaul? No, it just makes it explicit. Is it because eventually Shigaraki will unlock the other half of it and learn to rebuild? Nope. Does it actually mean anything for his Quirk? No. Does it do anything for All for One besides make him look like a fucking moron? No. Does it help with our world building? No, it in fact does the opposite by making even more characters connected, and removes the parallels that Shigaraki had with someone like Eri who has a Quirk mutation, because even Shigaraki's Quirk was made by someone else. This is also how we find out that Shigaraki did have a Quirk initially, it was just taken at birth. Deku and Shigaraki are a dynamic that is entirely formed upon parallels, their circumstances growing up, their mostly Quirkless experience, and their parallel growth. With this reveal, the parallels have been damaged significantly. They did not have the same circumstances growing up, as Shigaraki was the product of one man. Shigaraki was born with a Quirk. Their parallel growth was for nothing because Shigaraki stopped being a character. With these damaged, and with the absolute lack of character interaction in their final conflict, you have to wonder, what did this dynamic even accomplish? As we ponder this question, Shigaraki gets body jacked again. This time, however, All for One claims that Shigaraki's spirit is dead, and with it, the Decay Quirk is gone. That's right. AFO destroyed a Quirk. Interesting. With Shigaraki completely usurped, we are left to accept that All for One is the final antagonist of My Hero Academia. An extremely uninteresting, lackluster, underwhelming, parasitic character who is the weakest of every dynamic he has, who only takes away from every situation he is put into, and at the end, contributes nothing to the story as a whole. As we discover this, Deku gets up to fight him, but uh-oh, he somehow took actual damage in the made-up mind realm and his arms are completely gone. Holy shit, stakes? Let's just not turn the page a couple of times. Yep, let's soak in the moment. Something bad has finally happened to Midori Izuku. Something bad finally happened in My Hero Academia. That's awesome. Okay, I think I'm ready. Let's go ahead and flip. Oh, okay. It's, okay. Why? Why did we do this? Well,
why?
Obviously, if we don't give
why the
back,
random missile,
duh.
dude?
This,
Why?
by the way, it's not a straw man. This is
Fucking
genuinely
why,
the most common
man?
response that I've gotten, and you're like, okay, sure, not really addressing the root cause, unfortunately. Some people like to coddle or baby authors and follow the just a little guy ideology, where they are not actually the one writing the story. And I think some people might be genuinely confused and think that these things actually happened. Just so you guys know, Deku is not real. He did not really lose his arms, and he did not need to be rewound to fight. All of these things were decided by this guy, you know, the author. He made the decision to take his arms only for Eri to give them back. Keep in mind that Jump authors are usually working multiple chapters in advance, so it's almost guaranteed that this was always his intended direction. It was likely this idea of Eri paying forward the kindness given by Deku or something of that nature. This entire arc has been everyone paying Deku's kindness forward, and I don't think we had to include the literal child in the war to show her gratuity towards Deku. She could just do whatever the fuck 5-year-olds do. Hori retroactively proved all of the people who slander Eri correct because, indeed, her only purpose was to be used as an undo button for narrative consequences. How about we just don't take his arms and don't try to pretend that this is some grand, hard-hitting moment? It's funny, when he first lost his arms, everyone on Twitter was shitting on me or people like me because, haha, you guys always say that there's no stakes in MHA, well look at that, Deku lost his arms, and then the next chapter dropped, and he got them back, and then it became, well, what else was gonna happen? He can't fight with no arms. Just a fucking joke of a community. Back when Bakugo first died, we were supposed to believe his revival was delivering a ham-fisted message of the older generation protecting the newer generation, unless you're the big three because you're 18 now and can go die in a war. This chapter shows that teachers will help you permanently mutilate yourself and your quirk to heal someone, even if you're a fucking toddler.
Actually, I'll wait.
Messaging of not pushing yourself past the point of no return.
I gotta wait to
You
the
weren't supposed to
epilogue.
be killing yourself to save others, but now Aries' quirk is allegedly permanently damaged. Also, a little girl with extensive trauma from being mutilated has to once again mutilate herself to save the day. Very cool. Her damaging or losing her quirk defeats the purpose of her arc, which is learning to love herself, quirk and all, and believing that she isn't a monster. And just like Deku said, the application of her quirk can save people, and it's something that she can work towards being a boon to her life. Just kidding, chop it off. And why does this even fucking work? It's completely detached from her body. Why does stabbing someone with it...
Okay, I talked about this too, actually. I said this a while ago. I don't know why it works like this, right? Because we've always only seen Eri having physical contact with somebody for it to work, and then the bullets that overhaul created were engineered to work like that. So, like, does that mean, like, I assume that because it was engineered that it had an effect. I wasn't aware that, like, the raw essence of the quirk itself, when just straight up, like, raw injected, it can just work.
Make it work. If Eraserhead just dropped the horn, would he rewind like a leaf by accident? This arc is so fucking bad, dude. Not even Culture Festival is sacred anymore. At the same time, we also learn that One For All is gone, and Deku is fighting purely with the embers of One For All, just like All Might did in Act 1. Quirkless Deku is an entire can of worms we will get to in the epilogue, because good lord. Anyway, I know we just started talking about the final confrontation, but this is where it ends. No, seriously, it's about to end. Deku is cheered on by all of his friends and pushed forward as he rushes to the bodyjack Shigaraki and punches him. That punch, quite literally, kills him. No interaction, no relationship, no conversation, and their final moments aren't even between them, but a punch between Deku and All For One. After having 17 chapters to himself over the course of 3 years, Shigaraki dies in one hit from someone who said he would save him, and never even really tried. Myself personally, I was never inherently against the idea of Deku having to kill Shigaraki. It was something that, if it did happen, I wanted Deku to have to come to grips with it, to accept that it was his decision. It would be something that comes after a long, arduous road of trying to save him. This moment right here truly demonstrates that Horikoshi had no real intention of making Deku and Shigaraki more than they were in Act 2. Their entire conflict fell apart because he wrote Shigaraki out of the story for 3 years and turned Deku into such a passive non-character with no thoughts or beliefs on his own, his entire final fight being hijacked by ghosts that put in place a plan to kill the final antagonist. Tomura dies without getting to be himself, with no reaction to Twice's death, with no reaction to Dabi's reveal, with no reaction to AFO's huge impact on his life, his final moment with Nana being off-screened, and with no significant last words. A character who embodied found family with the League completely tossing that to the side to get hit once and killed. Genuinely unbelievable. My Hero Academia put so much emphasis on this idea of saving the villain that it's genuinely staggering how little Deku tried. All the way from Culture Festival to now, and the plotline's conclusion is that Deku tells him someone reached out to him and saved him, but it's a shame Tenko didn't get that, I guess, so it's time to kill him. The most important prospect of saving someone is making them believe they can be saved. The words Deku once said to Gentle that touched his heart and lit a fire inside of him.
Yeah, I agree, Max. I understand that Deku was open to the idea of killing Shigaraki in order to save him. Of course, I know that that option was definitely put, like, at the bottom of the list in terms of options to try before we get there. However, the road to get to that point is very not very, like, digestible for a lot of people. I mean, I've got my complaints too, of course, in different areas, starting with the final battle. Well, when Deku arrives and how we get there, and the whole, like, vestiges thing. You know, if there was truly no other option and Deku got to that point, sure, but we exhausted every other option beforehand. But again, the road to get to that point is what we have a problem with. I was always on the team of Dabi was going to die, Toga was going to live, Shigaraki could be 50-50 because of who he is. That was always my opinion, okay? And everything has literally, like, happened in terms of, like, unexpected when it comes to this turn of events, so.
The actions Deku showed Nagant that made her think twice. The words that he would say to Ida in that alleyway, but we don't get a single drop of that in this encounter. My Hero Academia was supposed to be about breaking the cycle of the older generation's methods of heroism. What people like All Might and Endeavor did was only attack the symptoms and perpetuated cycles of poverty unintentionally, and that the system they exist under now has an incentive to keep villains on the streets. Deku's answer to Shigaraki is to change nothing, to kill Shigaraki, and with Deku's own words, to stop him from passing on his sadness. Deku's I am here moment comes not at a time where he finally separates himself from the heroes of old by getting into Tenku's origin, but when Deku ultimately fails, becoming one of the greatest heroes after failing to understand his villain, not even really trying to understand his villain, failing to save him and killing him, with his big final smash being portrayed as a heroic moment, calling back to when All Might punched so hard to save Bakugo he cleared the sky, because killing people without even trying to save them is really cool and epic, actually. Tomura's last words that he imparted to Deku to tell Spinner, who 1, doesn't know who Spinner is, and 2, doesn't know that Spinner is currently hitting...
Again, I want to clarify, it's, Deku did try to save him, but the part that what people were looking forward to seeing is because obviously a lot of the arguments right now is that or a lot of the consensus right now, not arguments, I should say, is that Deku saved his soul, right? And that's okay in spirit, you know what I mean? But a lot of people were trying to see, is Shigaraki somebody that could be kept on this earth? I was somebody who thought this could go 50-50. I truly did. Like, I'm not mad that he died. And I wouldn't be upset if he lived. But with that being said, there are 2 routes that the story would need to go, depending on if he got killed or if he got saved. And the route that we got to getting killed was not it for me. Personally, not it for me. I didn't like body jacking. Shigaraki couldn't even be confronted by Deku on his own to the end. It literally, his very body got destroyed. And without a body, there's no catalyst to hold a soul in, so it's just gone. You know what I mean? There are routes to this thing, right? And I know that people are okay with saving the soul, and I still don't even know how I feel about saving the soul, right? We had the kid version of we had the kid versions of each other talk, and then Shigaraki basically said I understand what you're trying to do, but even so, I still have to be a hero to the villains, right? I get that, right? But when we say save Shigaraki's soul, what do we mean by that? Does he have peace? Does he have reassurance that his friends are not gonna be thrown in the slammer? You know what I mean? What does it mean for him to have his soul saved? Because to the end, it didn't look like to the end. It's not like he had mental peace or anything. You know what I mean? His body was hijacked again, and then his friend. He doesn't know the fate of his friends at all. We don't know what's gonna happen to the league, or he doesn't know what's gonna happen to the league. You know what I mean? He didn't even ask Deku, how do I know that what I destroyed or what you say I destroyed had already been destroyed did something? What about my friends? What would you do to them? You know what I mean? If his soul was quote unquote saved, and he at least went with the idea of my friends' existence or what they did for me won't go to waste either, and that they'll be able to live in a society where it will be rebuilt, but at least they'll have somewhere to live. You know what I mean? I can understand that. You know what I mean? But it's just we don't even know Shigaraki. He never really got to say anything to Deku that Deku could give him a response to that lets him know okay, maybe I can go. You know what I mean? Maybe my time is now. And in that, he could walk away in peace, but at least it would impact more than just society, because we don't know. He doesn't know what happened to his friends. You know what I mean? He didn't ask that question. How do I know that Toga or anything like that would just live or die? And but then Toga's dead. I have not played Yakuza, Titania. I have not, though I know that's a very popular franchise. And he did destroy the system. You know what I mean? And granted, he had some faith, like you said, now had to put his faith in Izuku to actually make change, and that's fine. And I agree that obviously the epilogue had showcased some change, right? But it's just man, Toga, that's fucking rough, man. I still would have. It would have been more. It would have been nicer to see if there was some reassurance given to him about his friends too. But at the same time, Toga's dead now in retrospect, so it would have been empty words. Dabi's dying, empty words. Spinner locked up, empty words. You know what I mean? There wasn't any shouldn't have Shoji never came to visit Spinner or tell him like, you know, I'm gonna try to get you out of here and I want you to see the world that I created. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing. You know what I mean? It's just, you know, we have to just, you know, it's more about putting your faith into it, sure, but you know, it's you want a little bit more concrete evidence in this moment too. You know what I mean?
The defense stance behind a 7-Eleven is that Shigaraki destroyed till the end, which doesn't really do anything to break the cycles of villainy and will just serve to make Shigaraki a martyr to an oppressed group of people once again, acting as another incarnation of the "your next" phrase that served as a shackle to Midoriya and Shigaraki's mindsets. And of course, this isn't even mentioning that none of these words do anything for Shigaraki and his relationships. I guess Toga, Dabi, Twice, and Mr. Compress just don't matter. What makes this conclusion even more fucking mind-boggling is that you have someone like Shoto who rejected Deku's act of reaching out multiple times until one talk changed his outlook on life and sent him on a long 400-chapter journey of overcoming his trauma. Shigaraki had his hand held and all of his problems disappeared because of quirk magic, and then he got one-tapped. The message of
and that's what I don't understand too. Like when that innocence kind of quote-unquote came back, it's like, you know, like obviously this isn't something that's directly like you have to look at the imagery and kind of read between the lines. I get that. You know what I mean? But it's just like Shigaraki's problems are so deep and so complex and so nuanced. In retrospect, as we began to learn about the world and the Meta Liberation Army and just stuff like that, you know what I mean? It's just like, you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I feel like we were just missing some serious oomph. You know what I mean? To really send this off.
My Hero Academia's final arc is, if you're a villain, you should just kill yourself to prevent your sadness from reaching other people. What the fuck happened in this arc? Like, genuinely. I know I said in the Villain Hunt section that Villain Hunt didn't feel like MHA, but that was written at a time before this arc existed, and I owe an apology to Villain Hunt. It still has the lingering dreads of MHA's prior existence. This arc? It's a fucking disaster. This is my own personal hypothesis and not an unofficial confirmation, but this is what I think happened. The fall of MHA, in my opinion, happened right here, at this moment. A chapter that outtreaded the US 2020 election that shocked people around the world and was some of the best execution for a reveal I've ever seen. A reveal years and years in the making, and immediately after, we got a jam-packed arc finale of reveal after reveal with no respect for the reveals that came just before. Hori saw how fucking cool Dabi's dance was and immediately put pedal to the metal to rush to the final arc to have an endless string of unearned Dabi's dances, the high of the narrative climax. He threw away everything that made this story great, the slow, simmering build-up MHA became known for, the strong interpersonal connections and relationships, the fascinating and heavily intertwined fights and emotional climaxes, all for one more Dabi's dance. You can point to one quality of almost every arc that has been ruined retroactively by this arc in itself. I think what sticks out to me the most while making this video and having to look back into the past of MHA so many times is just how colossally different Midoriya is. This once deeply introspective character who valued himself so little after his years of bullying and being put down for his dreams has really become, well, nothing. It got to the point that around this time in the fandom you genuinely had people writing threads to debunk that Izuku Midoriya ever had issues of self-worth. The historical revisionism on his character is just deranged. Midoriya's Rising chapter, and for those unaware, because I don't think we ever really touched on them, MHA has something called Rising chapters. These rare chapters serve as culminations of character arcs, the ultimate climax of the stories of a cast we have followed for nearly a decade. Bakugo Rising is him coming full circle and taking the stab for Deku, benchmarking his progress thus far. In Deku's own Rising chapter, he doesn't do anything. He gets pushed on by his friends, and then of course, one-hit KOs Shigaraki. But he himself doesn't think about or do anything, and it made me look back at all of Act 3 through a new lens. I mentioned this prior in this section, but I really do think that Midoriya's character was just done. Villain Hunt was likely the end of Midoriya's arc. There was never any substantial plotline about self-worth because that wasn't relevant. Then a Gaunt fight showed us that there was never going to be any hard questions about saving villains and doing what you can to reach out to them, because if you aren't immediately open to changing, then you're already too far gone. Instead, all that Midoriya's character is no man is an island and you are more than your power, both of which are aspects of his character that repeatedly failed, but I digress. And I think that this is partially why Horikoshi never actually delivered on his word when it comes to introducing Deku's dad, because I think that would have had massive potential for Deku's character. In a series where familial connection is so heavily intertwined in all of our main characters, except Bakugo, Midoriya being fatherless contained a massive trove of untapped potential, especially with how that could have related with Deku trying to help Shoto accept his dad's atonement. Shigaraki and the League of Villains at large also did not deliver by any means. The group, once brought together by joint struggle, people that fell through the social safety nets and found each other, end up largely not caring about one another by the end of it. Gone are the days of Shigaraki raging on behalf of Twice, or Shigaraki remembering what they wanted sushi, or people telling Toga to return to them. Now, none of them think about each other in their apparently final moments. Twice's demise still goes largely untapped. Magne was forgotten. Nobody really cares that Spinner was turned into a giant brain-dead monster. Nobody gave a shit that Shigaraki was body-jacked and became a flesh being. And holy shit, who remembers Mr. Compress? You know, the guy who ripped his ass out to save the League? Who thinks about him? Certainly not Horikoshi. Villain Hunt as an arc in itself has just been completely trodden upon, which is crazy because it wasn't that long ago. And what's really crazy is that Midoriya asked Muscular more about his past and reasonings than he does anything with Shigaraki.
I don't think that for one was going to happen, Titania. I think that was just a really, strong theory for a long time, but I didn't think that was going to happen. To me, that just wouldn't have made any sense.
At the beginning of MHA Retrospective 1, we go through some of the core thematics of the story. If you remember those, you win a PS Vita. Number 1 was, what does it mean to be a hero? A hero was someone who could break through people's darkest moments, people who would try to put a smile on someone's face when the sun could not be seen. Being a hero meant putting yourself out in the open, to act as a beacon to those lost and in need of service, to recognize others' pain and do what you can. How did the central theme end up? Well, just about every villain's fucking dead. Midoriya did nothing to save Shigaraki, deciding to kill him randomly as fuck. Toya is to be determined. Ochako reached out and tried to save Toga, but Toga still never saw a way out of her circumstances and probably killed herself. Kurogiri gets one-tapped by Bakugo for some reason. Spinner had Neuralink installed in his mind and will likely never be the same again. The only people that were saved were Aoyama, who came from an initial position of extreme privilege besides being quirkless, and Lady Nagant, who is quite literally the exact example of someone that the MHA fandom at large wants dead because they kill people, but Nagant is hot, so she can turn over. This massive disconnect, well, I guess at the end of the day, it wasn't that much of a disconnect, but this difference between what MHA was putting out there and what the fandom believed to be the case is kind of staggering. If you kill someone, you should be put to death. A general fan opinion that came to be after a lot of die-hard MHA fans split off from the community over the course of the tragedy known as Act 3. I'm not sure how, but My Hero Academia managed to attract the biggest bootlicker fan base towards the end of its run that it might as well have been renamed to My Death Penalty Academia. A complete rejection of the series' idea up to this point, which I guess goes to show you that the series turning heel was in fact real. Because fandom discourse went from, oh man, I wonder how Deku's going to save Shigaraki, to Deku should kill all the villains because killing people means he should be executed by the state. But Nagant was, strangely left out of that every time, but okay. You could argue it's because she did have a change of heart eventually, then you remember that they're still advocating for Toga's death even after her giving up her life to save Ochako, because she killed billions or something. So I guess being a hero is when you ignore the systemic issues that led to the problem in front of you, and you repeat the previous generation's failure by punching the problem in front of you as hard as possible, because when the state kills people, it's cool. Monopolization of violence and so on and so forth, and we just keep it pushing until we see someone steal a packet of Skittles from the corner store and hit them with a 100% smash. Number 2 was societal discrimination, referencing the plight of the quirkless, the charged impressions of people like Shinso, and of course Spinner and Shoji. Well, it definitely still had this theme, but as we saw in the final war, it was a complete and utter fucking disaster. Not only did we have agents of the state say, hey, have you guys tried waiting for things to get better? And of course, you can't forget Horikoshi turning the main villain of the plotline into a brain-dead monster. Very good representation of differing viewpoints there. When it comes to the social fallout that some quirkless people face, well, that never really mattered again outside of Aoyama's rich parents not wanting to be looked at strangely for having a quirkless son, which is an appreciated aspect of the more or less abandoned aspect of the world, but it feels like that there could have been so much more thought put into it, especially with Deku finding out Aoyama was born quirkless too, but they never have any conversation about it, and the only person who makes a comment about it is fucking Bakugo. It's just another sprinkle on the cake way too overloaded with sprinkles, known as the missed potential of Izuku Midoriya, a character I once was really invested in. I won't write number 2 off as like a complete and total failure, because My Hero Academia did at least somewhat try to include this in the overarching story. It just sucked. Number 3 was the pressure of expectation, and unless I'm forgetting something, I don't think this one was really fumbled actually. Number 4 was passing the torch, and good lord. Let's just say this one was usurped at every possible opportunity after Act 2. Right when Shigaraki and Deku would have become their best versions of themselves, Shigaraki gets his body hijacked for the rest of the story by the worst character in My Hero Academia, then Deku's brain leaks out of his ears after having to listen to Aoyama talk for more than 30 seconds, and his will gets hijacked by dead people. For most of the story, the Todoroki plotline focuses on Endeavor rather than Shoto, of course until its conclusion. Then you have All For One and All Might fighting again to really rub your face in the fact that this message doesn't really matter anymore, with All Might audibly saying that this was always his fight because truly progression has never happened. I think I mentioned this earlier, but in a more competent story, the older generation creeping back in because they refuse to relinquish control would be an interesting twist on the premise, until you have the good guys doing it too, and that's supposed to be like cool and epic. And even if that is the point Horikoshi was going for, the damage it did to the story was not fucking worth it. Number 5, the final one, was reaching out and connecting, specifically how hands are used to represent forming connections with people to save them. Alternatively, you could use those hands to kill someone, as Horikoshi made it clear. If not someone else, then most certainly yourself. You are only worth forming a connection with if, you killed a lot of people, but you did a year or 2 in prison. If anything else, we're hitting you with the guillotine. I think that's enough harping on the final arc itself, and all the things it retroactively ruins. There's really only one thing left to talk about, which is crazy to think about. We're actually at the very end of a series that used to be so important to me. Let's get to the final part, the epilogue, but first, an intermission.
Oh boy. How's everybody feeling, yeah? Oh man.
Season 7 is really more of the same, except it has a new director, Naomi Nakayama. Someone who does a lot of storyboarding for openings, endings, and some episodes. I'll be real, even with my distaste for the MHA anime, Season 7 has a notable increase in direction quality, at least in my opinion. Even though it still repeats the same old uninteresting shots every now and again, during priority scenes it feels like it goes above and beyond. It's strange, Season 7 has some absolutely killer openings and endings, some of the best of the series.
Ryan,
the direction takes a notable step up, and half the season diverts from its standard, boring midday lighting we critiqued in Season 6, and we're doing all this for some of the worst content the story has to offer. It's definitely in a strange spot for me. To sit back and watch an episode and go like, yeah, that wasn't that bad, then realize I just watched a syringe and bubble try to pump Bakugo's heart back to life. In such an action-heavy arc, we were left to wonder, how well can this really go? We saw with PLW that it was nothing but fumble after fumble, and you could argue that the final war has even more ambitious fights to do. To their benefit, they pretty smartly used 4 of the standard 25 episodes as recap episodes, meaning they don't have to shove pointless filler into the real season and get 4 less episodes they have to work on substantially. 25 episodes is around 550 minutes of animation, or around there, and 21 episodes brings that down to a much more manageable.
Hey, where my invite, Synchro?
Minutes,
oh my god,
meaning you get to
bro.
pick and choose your battles better.
Nah, I'm
well,
just kidding.
by the time this video comes out, the season won't even be over, and I'm not going to wait another 9 weeks to post it, so how have we done so far?
Man.
I'll be honest, not fantastic. MHA continually falls into the same issues it struggled with for quite some time. First being it follows the manga too closely, even when it comes to flashback scenes. The reason the manga can get away with intersplicing flashbacks the way it does is because it doesn't replay the scene in full. You get a screen cap of it, and then you can just literally scroll past with your eyes. Seeing the shot alone gets the point across. The anime, however, adapts these, you could say, faithfully, in that every time there's a flashback in the manga, we have to sit there and rewatch the scene, maybe even in full, no matter how long ago it happened. Taking my flashback academia too seriously here. This has been a long-standing issue, and it isn't really unique to the season, but in what reads as such a fast-paced, chaotic nationwide battle, these flashbacks cutting in completely and utterly cuts down on any of the hype and excitement of the scene. What also does not help its pacing is how it structures its fights. I already mentioned this in Season 6, how it all builds up to a soy-jacking recreation of a manga panel. Well, not much has fundamentally changed there. Time and time again, you see some great direction, shot composition, lighting, and a bunch of other terms I don't know the definition of, all of it to build up to the most awkward still frame of all time. These, coupled with the prior flashbacks, make scenes and fights feel so disjointed, slow, and awkward. What's the solution? I'm honestly not sure, because I understand why they want to adapt these flashbacks. They feel kind of important. The change in lighting with the clouds coming in after Bakugo's death really shows just how much better the MHA anime can look when it's not permanently marred by midday lighting, and also lighting that lights up those hideous, ugly backgrounds by Musa. That, coupled with the direction, is an unfortunate look into what the MHA anime could have been over the years, instead of the largely hard-to-look-at mess it devolved into. I mean no disrespect to the staff when I say that, because they are working their absolute hardest with the time they were given. The time that they were given by the higher-ups is just never enough. Season 7 is a marginal step up from Season 6 so far, and it's kind of bizarre to see a period where the manga and the anime were in the same arc. Lets you know how ludicrously long the final arc is. The season hit its emotional beats fairly well, and the improved direction helps a lot even if MHA is still failing to hit its visual mark, at least for me. It's nice to see it have an uptick of improvement, but sad to see it come so late, and for content I am so uninvested in that after this video comes out, I'm probably never going to watch this anime again. That's enough stalling.
Oh.
I guess we should get to what people really came here for.
I don't draw with the intention of conveying a message because of current social situations or the real world. I draw with a sense of responsibility towards the world of MHA. I'm always thinking about how I can make the manga interesting.
That is true, by the way. If you guys do not know, Horikoshi recently had a interview put out by Viz Media. It's on their website. You can go find it. He did say that exact quote. Is a question based off the interview person.
The actual for real conclusion to the Todoroki family plotline is sorely lacking. Of course, fandom opinion on this is split as well, to nobody's surprise. Where my irritation with this conclusion comes from is that it once again centers primarily on Endeavor. Shoto, the hero of the family and the character that should be the focal point of the plotline, gets like 2 lines of dialogue. Natsuo doesn't really talk about his family and just says he's gonna bounce. Fuyumi and Rei get completely sidelined as Horikoshi treats this as a setup to a conclusion rather than a proper conclusion, having them both say that they have so many things that they want to talk to Toya about, but they never actually get to say it. And not even the somehow surviving Toya himself gets to say anything besides, "Curse you, Dad." Speaking of which, Dabi is in fact alive. Asterisk, I guess. We get this sort of vague, "he is alive for now" comment, as if that doesn't apply to every human being ever. What do we do with him now that he's alive? If you guess nothing, you win, nothing. A one-word interaction with Shoto, nothing new to say to his dad or any of his family, nothing about the family that he found, nothing about the girl he spent his last encouraging moments with, the woman that had her entire life.
I won't, Chaos. I will be doing shorts for that, but I also want to see what season 2 will look like for Yozakura family, because in terms of the success for the anime, it will not be considered a financial success for Yozakura family. So I will be waiting to see first if we actually get a season 2, and if we do, who will it be by, and when will we get it? And then depending on that, I'll probably make shorts just like how I did before with introducing the family, because I think that's a lot more quicker. And then when we get to the actual episode reviews for the front lines, I'll be probably a lot more thorough talking about the bloomings per episode. I don't necessarily want to put out anything that will spoil anime only, since this is kind of like a new thing for a lot of people.
Life destroyed by Endeavor's abuse and thrown into a mental hospital for like a decade, gets to say nothing to her son and ends up acting as Endeavor's personal servant because he can't walk anymore. Even down to the final chapter, we see Endeavor just kicking it with the sidekicks as Rei continues to push him around his wheelchair. It perfectly encapsulates the issues of this plotline. We're given no confirmation on Toya's death, we're given no closing remarks from Rei and Fuyumi, despite them wanting to speak with Toya, and we're not even given a final scene with Shoto, completely glossed over as we barrel towards our rapid conclusion. We also get some wonderful information that Hawks wanted to reach out and give Lady Nagant a government job. The serial murderer on behalf of the state apparatus who served like a couple of years in prison, and the only reason she said no is because she wants to sit back and observe for a bit, but you know, Shigaraki, Toga, and Kurogiri all had to die for some reason. I guess as long as you do a single good thing after all the bad, you're chill, unless, you know. The hypocrisy of this is not just from the story, but from the fandom especially, who would go to bat for this comparison and say, well, Nagant killed people because the government.
Toga herself would rather die than rot in jail for the rest of her life, and she can't join UA because she's murdered innocent people, and her closest friends and allies have murdered dozens more. It was either a shitty life or a peaceful death. Lady Nagant, a mass murderer, was offered a government position 3 chapters ago. There's a difference between Lady Nagant and then the 2 super terrorists with the ability to level civilizations if left unchecked. They weren't going to get happy endings. They were saved, but the story was never going to give them specifically a pardon.
I told her to, so it's fine. Very, very interesting. Oh yeah, Hawks. He's a character of all time. He finally lost his quirk, something that influenced so much of his childhood and his life overall, and he doesn't really care. Sounds like another murderer I know. He just sits there and giggles with Nagant. It just goes to show you that Horikoshi has completely and utterly given up on these characters. The experiences they went through, even at the very end of it all, do not matter in any way, shape, or form. To show his lack of writing interesting emotional conflicts further, the government agency that Hawks said he felt liberated from, well, he's the president of it now. Let's not mince words here. Hawks becoming the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission is like if the cop who raided your house and put 35 rounds into your sleeping dog got elected mayor of the city.
Feeling that surge of adrenaline after you kill someone should always be your last option, no matter how amazing it is, no matter how powerful you feel.
Surely he was going on press tours during the election about, you know, how good of a dog that little guy must have been. Hawks has done absolutely zero introspection or growth to deserve this position. He still has not said anything about why killing a man was maybe not the best decision. He has never said a single thing that indicates he would change how things are. Were there any other characters that could take the position? No, probably not. Maybe we should have just constructed the story differently so that we don't have the weird murderer take up the mantle. As Hawks and Nagant talk, she says that she wants to
I still think Homeboy, who issued the hero license exam, should have stepped up.
stay in jail for now, as she wants to see how society reacts to what Midoriya showed them. What did he show them? Live leak? Let's make one thing clear. Deku did not do anything, but even if he did, it would have been in the Vestige realm, that nobody can see. Let's save that for later, though. Well, that's the Todoroki family conclusion, plus Hawks, as always. It's pretty inconsistent and bad, missing the point of what made their plot interesting, and it kind of boils right down to a helpless servant, which is kind of really fucking gross. Let's see what the only surviving League of Villains member has to say. If you had asked me 2 years ago if I thought Spinner would get his own section of the epilogue portion of the script, I would have definitely laughed at you. However, everyone else is dead, so the Spinner wrap-up chapter begins with a TV documentary called Who Was Tomura Shigaraki Really? That demonstrates to us nothing has fundamentally changed. Despite the weird whiplash of hope and expectation from Nagant last chapter, everything is the same. What Midoriya had shown these people was not to reach out and understand people, but to kill them, a doubling down on the status quo. Deku arrives to inform Spinner of Shigaraki's last words, and Spinner calls him a murderer, to which Deku can't really fight back. This is probably the only Deku moment in years that I've liked. We get an epic, wholesome 100 moment where Deku attempts to empathize with Spinner over his sadness due to Shigaraki's death and how he was his first real friend, but Deku is just not the person to do it. I actually really like this part of the chapter where it interlaces the documentary and people's heartless approach towards Shigaraki with Spinner's remarks of their relationship. Deku...
That was a very excellent choice.
Just feels like a completely vacuous agent in this encounter, and of course every encounter. It feels like this entire chapter could have happened without him. He was purely a catalyst for Spinner's character.
No problem, Chaos. Whenever, however long the anime chooses to come out, whether we get a new studio, whether we get the same studio, season 2, I will be there every season, all the way until it's done.
The primary thing that irritates me is how Horikoshi approached people like Hawks and Deku. We were sold that these two formed connections with these people, that they wanted to reach out and take them out of their situations, but he completely fumbled their attempts. Hawks, I thought, was intentional at first, but now I'm not so sure. After trying nothing and giving up, Deku and Hawks immediately kill their villain. What comes after that? Well, nothing. We're thankfully seeing the aftermath of Shigaraki's death on Spinner, but what about the guy who did it? This is the exact same thing that happened with Hawks. He killed him and got to wax poetic after his demise about how good of a guy he was and how he understands Toga's rage towards him, but it's never reflected through his actions or the rest of his words. Wow, Twice really was a great guy, huh? He could have been, but you robbed him of the opportunity for growth and atonement. Deku killed Shigaraki, and is now getting to daydream after his demise about how he touched the League's hearts and how he'll never forget him. It's a completely toothless, half-baked implementation of the aftermath of a death that avoids all the hardest questions. Deku hasn't had to reflect on what he's done to these people, what he did to Shigaraki. He never attempts to make amends with Spinner, just passes a message and says, "I won't ever forget," while the blood still hasn't even dried on his hands. It's a very convenient out for these characters who have confirmed kills. You get a legal, and to some, moral pass to kill these people, and you get the opportunity that the dead will never have, the opportunity to think about what could have been. What happened to the Deku that had deep introspection about his failure to save Bakugo, about Oako and Sports Festival? Thinking about the kind of hero he wanted to be in Overhaul. Cutting to the villains, there is something extremely off-putting about the idea that Tomura had nothing to say to any of the League of Villains besides Spinner, something even Spinner can't believe. We call the League a found family a lot throughout these videos, but at this point, they haven't had any connection for 4 years, which is nearly half of the entire series. When things go on for that long, it leaves you to wonder if you were right.
In hindsight, I feel like the only reason why... I feel like knowing... If Horikoshi knew that Dabi was going to be on this machine and that Toga was going to die, then it would technically, in that moment, make sense to say to Spinner.
Even though Horikoshi clearly demonstrated that in the past and showed their bond multiple times, did he actually mean to do that? Was this really just a group of random people that had no affection for each other? Spinner has no input on Toga, whose fate is undetermined. He has nothing to say about Dabi or Compress or anybody else. Neither do any of these other villains. As this conclusion wraps up, Spinner says that he's going to write a book about Tomura Shigaraki's life, which, by the way, is exactly what All For One wanted him to do. Deku turns around and tells him to make it a comic book. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. For some reason, his conclusion chapter also includes overhauls, which shows that through the super cool magic technology, they undid his boss's coma somehow, and Overhaul is going to spend the rest of his life getting berated. Question, why did we bring Overhaul back at all? If he wasn't reintroduced in Villain Hunt genuinely, what would have changed about the story? Whatever, I guess. The very dark chapter of a man grieving the loss of his only friend in life wraps up with a tone-deaf gag about Bakugo and Shoto being chased through the halls by the new first-year girls of UA. Very cool, Horikoshi. Let's check in on Toga. When we left off with Toga and Ochako, it was over a year ago, and we were left to wonder what actually happened. Toga transformed and started giving Ochako her blood, and we cut away for a strange amount of time, with Horikoshi going out of his way to never show the battlefield in full, as if he was hiding something. Strange camera angles, weird framing, and almost never cutting back to their fight as if he was trying to keep us guessing on Toga's fate. And now we know both Ochako and Toga's conclusions, and it's safe to say they are some of the worst in the entire story. Not even getting straight into the issues with Ochako, Toga died believing that there was no place for her. Twice his line about society having no place for insane guys like him was unfortunately vindicated. A character that was a clear-cut allegory for many people about the struggles of social acceptance and the struggles of sexual identity was killed with the feeling that there was no better place for her than the cessation of existence. No path forward, no light of hope moment, and nobody in this arc steps in when this act has so many moments of the common people stepping in, enough to integrate them into the hero billboard chart at the very end. Nobody steps in to stop a teenager from killing herself. Hawks doesn't get to step in and save his dying character. Well, at least posthumously, the recording of Toga's sacrifice could be played worldwide to show people that things are changing. The camera ran out of battery, so nobody saw anything besides Toga stabbing Ochako. I see. Her suicide to save someone wasn't even recorded, meaning that Toga's death accomplishes nothing besides making Ochako's character fumble. I see. No protecting children, no civilians putting in work, no saving the villains, just a suicide of a gay girl that a lot of people could connect to and relate to. I see. Bakugo can survive getting his body blown up, Dabi can survive being turned into a husk, and Edshot can survive being turned into a worm, but Toga will dump all of her blood into Ochako in 5 seconds and kill herself instantly. Literally, why?
1, she's a female. 2, she's not a boy. And 3, and most importantly, she's a girl!
With Toga's death...
That is an insane Jimmy Neutron clip to use in context of this. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, again, I'm going on the record to say this again. I do not agree with Himiko Toga's death. I know a lot of people are like, that was her choice. There was no place for her outside of prison. She did A, B, C, X, Y, Z in League of Villains. I understand all those things. I do. And I am also a firm believer that there is a point to make about what could be for every single one of those points. But I'm done. I'm not discussing it again. I said like a small tweet on it on the timeline, and people were very close to coming at me if I engaged with it the way that I was going to, but I calmed myself and I was like, I get it. You guys liked it. Cool. We're cool. We're big chilling. But I will always be on the fence of Himiko Toga deserved to live, and she deserved to have her ideas and perception changed. That will never change for as long as the series exists.
With confirmation in mind, we now know that Hori went into an arc where the heroes were working to try and save their villains with the intent to kill almost all of them. This reveal is terrible for Toga, but Ochako would be dealt an even worse hand. Ochako failed not just one of her primary plotlines, but both of them. She failed to save Toga, going down as yet another character that achieved nothing by the end of the story, as well as sparking no change because the adults watching the fight did nothing to stop Toga's suicide. She completely regresses in the epilogue to the point of going back on her suppression plotline. Due to her failure, she's quite sad, obviously. However, after going through an entire fight with the message of, you should stop holding everything in to the point of self-harm, she should be open about her feelings. Nope. She tells nobody and self-isolates. Zero progress was made. Deku notices this and goes to meet with her, and we all expected this to be the confession scene, no matter how tonally whack and out of place it would be, but Ochako doesn't even get that, after having just accepted her love for him. In fact, she never tells him, even in the final chapter. They simply do not get together. Ochako Uraraka genuinely has no conclusion in the story. Both plotlines completely and utterly failed. Naturally, a lot of brain-dead fucking morons on Twitter cry that this is misogyny to have wanted Ochako to be open about her feelings with Midoriya because we want her to be a housewife or something. That's not what people are asking for. What people are asking for is an actual follow-up on a plotline that spans a majority of the series' runtime. Having a plotline about repressing your feelings and how it's a bad thing only to never stop is indeed fucking stupid. It's good that she came to terms with how she feels for herself, but she never did a damn thing with those feelings when it comes to expressing herself. If they don't say that, they go one step further to permanently entrench Horikoshi's dong down their throats and say that Ochako getting over a high school crush is realistic, actually. You know, the manga that cares about realism. I agree that's realistic, but I have to circle back to a point I made during the final war. My Hero Academia is not real. I know I'm repeatedly shattering the hearts and minds of tens of thousands of internet losers and dweebs by reiterating this, but MHA did not happen, and Horikoshi does not know you. Deku completely hijacks her sadness to talk about his failure, and tells her, don't worry, Ochako, you'll just get him next time. why are we supposed to get him next time? This was the next time. This entire story was supposed to be about the next generation, picking up after the failures of old and moving on to a more nuanced conclusion, but everyone besides Shoto straight up failed. Even at the very end of the story 8 years later, there's no real change, besides the Ochako-sponsored court counseling expansions, whatever that means. A formless reform of a system that led to the radicalization of Toga. Very cool. I can't lie, I had a hard time editing that Star and Stripe misogyny section because things got so much worse in the future, with Ochako's abject failure, Aries' self-mutilation, Rei becoming Endeavor's personal handler, and Momo's chest only being covered up when she becomes an adult. However, this video is already over 3 hours, so I'll leave this to the people who make video essays when the anime ends.
Staying out the way.
Okay, that boy clean, man.
No, for real.
So, Deku, he's a character. He is, in fact, a now quirkless character. The quirk that granted him his dream, that let him step into this ideal role in society, that let him dream bigger than anybody could have thought possible, that led him to the bonds he formed, it's gone. I can't imagine how Izuku Midoriya must feel about, oh, he doesn't care. He's just sad that Bakugo was sad. The character that routinely gets to hijack every single thing from Midoriya. Wow, Horikoshi really has it out for this kid, huh? The prospect of Deku feeling so little remorse over his quirklessness because he was always quirkless so he doesn't care that much just seems like a spit in the face to, like, everything. It's especially cruel to give your protagonist all these lofty ideas that you never let him execute, and seemingly remove his power and dream in response. I can't help but read it in two ways. Either you're punishing him for trying something new, or you're punishing him for failing his goal that you made him fail because you didn't even make him try, while simultaneously gaslighting the audience into thinking he did by having All Might talk about saving his soul or whatever. Otherwise, what was it for? A cheap emotional moment that you didn't even follow through on? Was it because One for All was a power to destroy All for One, and All for One doesn't exist anymore, so One for All doesn't need to? What about Deku trying to turn it into a power to save? Are we admitting that I've been right the whole time, and One for All and Deku both never changed? The power being kept to kill, and Deku being only a vessel to wield that power and nothing more? This is some cynical-ass shit that feels completely at odds with what the happy-go-lucky epilogue is trying to tell us. Despite it being smiles, happy tears, and a joyful reunion at the end, Izuku Midoriya is kind of a grim story. He was granted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a hero despite being born quirkless, but was thrust into a battle that spans generations that has nothing to really do with him, that he didn't ultimately expect, and ended up making him just a tool to be disposed of with no proper reward once the conflict concluded. He was thrown into the hero machine, spat out, and told to fuck off once his dream was done, until the series was at 11:59 on the clock, and it arbitrarily patched it up to give him an Iron Man suit. This way of viewing Deku's role in this world makes it all the more insulting that Horikoshi had him completely fumble. Ask yourself one question. What did the memory battle scene in the final war accomplish? If you answer nothing, you win a nearly 4-hour-long video essay that is nearing its completion. Deku saw Shigaraki kill his dog, but he didn't see the full extent of Shigaraki's household, the generational trauma that was propagating, and how nobody reached out to him on that day. It wasn't used for them to actually understand each other, as Shigaraki makes zero remarks about Deku's history. He doesn't even comment a single time on AFO setting up his entire life. Even though All Might will straight up lie to the viewer, and Deku will try to convince Ochako to keep reaching out, Izuku Midoriya never tried a single thing. He never reached Tenko Shimura's origin, nor his heart, and what's even stranger is that, like, nobody knows that. Deku never told anybody what his goal was. He never communicated to a single character besides maybe Ochako that he wanted to save that little boy, so the war concludes with everyone patting Deku on the back for punching someone into dust, while he continues on knowing he failed. Deku failed his goal, and then we time skip 8 entire fucking years and find out he lost his dream occupation, his quirk, he became isolated to the point of feeling lonely and didn't even get to be a house husband for Ochako or something while she's out there girl bossing, while working a 9 to 5 at UA, and I can't lie, it sends kind of a harsh message that these feelings are present until the very last page where he gets the Iron Man suit and then he can hang out with his friends again and be a real hero. Isn't that kind of cruel? Look, I know I've been slandering Deku like this entire video, but I swear I did not write this chapter. I just don't understand why this time skip was 8 years. That's at least 6 years post-UA, where he barely got to spend any time with the people closest to him. I understand it was to develop the suit, but I don't think Iron Might took 8 years to develop. I swear to you he got that shit Amazon next day delivery. And that stood up to All for One for like 20 minutes. Why not give him the suit when he graduates? Why force him to sit in borderline isolation while he misses his old life for 6 years? One thing I do appreciate is Deku being a teacher, because I think that's a cute way to be a hero in your own way until, you know, he abandons it immediately after getting a suit. I would have liked for Deku to have spoken more about his experience as a teacher and for him to have wondered which path to take before taking the suit, because being a pro hero is what he truly wants to do. I never really felt the love of being a teacher from him personally. In my preferred version, assuming we are dedicated to time skipping 8 years, make it clear that Deku still sees his friends. They swing by UA sometimes, but recently they have been bouncing him, and as he thinks about the relationships he once had as a child and how they might be starting to grow apart, he returns home to a surprise party from all of Class A and fuck it even B, ready to give him his stupid little Iron Man suit. This helps quite a bit with this really grim, depressing ending for Deku. I also can't help but notice that for some reason, All Might's arc is like copy-pasted in Deku here at the end. All Might, a guy who lost his power and has to find his own method of being a hero. Deku, a guy who lost his power and has to find his own method of being a hero. They both become teachers for the next generation, and then they both abandon that to put on a suit. Very strange decisions. Well, we know the answer now, gang. You can be a hero without a quirk as long as you have a fuck ton of money and connections. Capitalism has truly never failed. Let's get into how Hero Society has adapted post-Shigaraki booming. So, when My Hero Academia started, what were things like? There was mass commercialization and commodification of heroics, toxic hero rankings push people to do unspeakable things for heroic clout and pay, discrimination not just on appearance but on type of quirk and even the quirkless of this world, the Hero Public Safety Commission killing people who threaten the status quo or the profit motive in any way, the complacency generated by All Might's heroic reign, quirk counseling focusing on prioritizing a nebulous idea of normalcy rather than actually helping people, and a lack of economic and social safety nets to catch people before they fall into villainy. Well, now that the manga is over, let's go ahead and highlight the things that have changed, and the things that haven't. Oh, that's not good. Let's start from the top here. The commercialization of heroism was something brought back up as far back as Season 2. It's first called into explicit question by Stain, who sees an inherent conflict of interest when it comes to heroics and the economy of heroism. People should not be inspired to save people purely for the money. Heroics should come from the heart, and we see the weird consequences that this commercialization has throughout the story. First of all, these kids participate in child soldier training schools, something brought up by characters like Rocklock a few times and how odd it is, as half of them pursue it not for the heroic nature of the job, but for economic incentives. And the sports festival is a massive indicator of that, as 15 to 17-year-olds are jammed into physical competition against one another for fame and the chance at sponsorships. Not really sure what that has to do with heroics, but I get what it has to do with the economy. Seeing heroic branding all around you as you walk through the street is a thing of the past. Unless it's not, because with an 8-year time skip, not a single thing mentioned above has changed. The sports festival happens again, people still aspire to be heroes for fame and money, and Deku walks down the street with ads for his hero friends littering the view. I guess Stain didn't have a point, and we were supposed to believe that he was entirely wrong the whole time. Cool. The only thing that changed is that now not everyone in middle school wants to be a hero, but I don't really understand why. Nothing about being a hero has changed. I guess it was because of the recordings of the final war. That's cool, I guess. Feels kind of half-baked, but sure. How about the hero billboard chart? Nope, still exists. The very system that served to drive Endeavor to madness to buy a wife, beat her and his children, is still a good system to have in place. In fact, let's make it even bigger so now civilians can power trip over their number on the board. A system that inspired nothing but pain and suffering, and also made people skip out on being heroes to rural areas because there was nothing to be gained from it. Maybe we'll re-examine this system in another 8 years when another Endeavor or Bakugo spawns and starts abusing people. Thanks, Hawks. You know, I thought with you being an Endeavor fan and all, you might at least understand that this system is deranged, but I'm happy to know for sure that your brain was surgically removed after Chapter 266, so another thing that hasn't changed, but in fact got worse. Quirk discrimination is in a weird spot because Shoji allegedly fixed racism off screen, but in the very same chapter, we see Plate Kid getting shit on by those around him for his quirks, so like, what changed? I don't really know what to mark this one as because we're given mixed signals. Thank God Plate Kid took Shoji's advice though. One day, that kid will be exposed for being mean or something like that. I'm actually glad that Hori completely skipped racism ending because he knew that the prospect of having to display his ideology on screen was absolutely maddening and said, fuck that, here's the W that surely would have happened instead. The Hero Public Safety Commission, being a rogue CIA-esque facility, was never actually tackled. We're meant to believe that because Hawks is the president now, nothing bad will happen anymore, which will play into a future criticism of this plotline. We're shown that nothing has realistically changed, however, and since Hawks missed a giant elephant in the nation known as the Hero Billboards, I'm going to say it's safe to assume this has remained the same. A murderer is in charge after all. I'm sure after a few years of pressure, Hawks will just go back to killing the problem, or Horikoshi will take the boring approach and say that there were just never any problems again, like he's doing with this epilogue already. The bystander effect was apparently patched by a hotfix, even though there is no reason for these people to reach out because Oako and Toga's moment was deleted from someone's iPhone, and Deku and Shigaraki only fought in VR. So there's no real reason why they should feel inspired to reach out, especially because half the people interviewed don't understand Shigaraki's origin, but they do now. Thanks, Horikoshi. Unless you're Toga. Then we watch as you die. Court counseling was given no specifics and just expanded, you know, the system that radicalized someone to terrorism. Thanks, Horikoshi. Okay, but did the lack of safety nets improve? Nope. Sorry, Twice 2.0 that spawns in a few years. When you're down on your luck, you're gonna have to go straight back to crime. Really, nothing that needed to be changed. but Horikoshi is trying to convince us it did, with Shoji's dialogue about how everyone should just try to take the moral high ground with racism, and Midoriya's dialogue about continually reaching out. I'm left to believe that Horikoshi's overall message is to prioritize change at the personal level, not the societal one. The onus is not on bad systems and structures to change, but for civilians of the world. My Hero Academia looks back on its 430 chapters of storytelling and puts the blame for all of society's problems and creation of villainy in general on the negligence, cruelty, and complacency of civilians, by extension even making the heroes failing their fault since the heroes got overworked and worn down by picking up the slack. The bystander effect was made by civilians not feeling the need to reach out. The overwork of heroes was because they didn't put in their due diligence. Quirk discrimination wasn't because of factors of the heroic occupation that would cause your only value to be how much money you could or could not make with your quirk, but because of bad actors. To take it a step further, considering none of the systems of My Hero Academia fundamentally changed, I can't help but notice that it feels that MHA completely missed the point and decided to pin all of the blame on individual people even in these corrupt organizations. The HPSC is better now because Hawks is in charge. The billboards are better now because Mirio is #1. Villainy has been solved because AFO died, not because the systems at large have been modified. Any system that has a good person at the top is an inherently good system. It also ignores the massive elephant in the room. Sure, we may have arbitrarily patched up the cracks people fall through to an extent, but we have introduced no new systems for the people that still do fall through and turn to villainy. What are we to do with them? Are we still killing them, or what's up? And this is why I feel that My Hero Academia's epilogue is so genuinely half-assed. We're given no solutions or changes to its biggest issues, told that things just got better for others, and completely missed the points of the things the series was criticizing just a few years ago. The very thing we discussed earlier, people's worries about everything being tacked to AFO so that he can be defeated and everything can be fixed? Yep, that is exactly what happened. Especially when it comes to Shigaraki, who had his societal failings stripped from him to be the product of one man. It really nails home how Horikoshi sincerely believes that there are no bad systems but bad people, as Shigaraki's hatred was retroactively made illegitimate. I cannot understate how fucking terrible this twist was. Of course, Horikoshi just never had any intention of writing about the real world, just the MHA world, which is definitely the top 5 most stupid things he's ever said. People interpreted this as, he's just trying to stay apolitical and not comment on the world around him, which is fucking impossible, and any artist or writer above a 5th grade level should understand this. Even if you are genuinely misled and sincerely believe this, please take a single second to think about the contents of My Hero Academia. Sure, he may not spend half his day on CNN going, this would work well in MHA, but it is undeniable that the series touches on multiple real-world issues that he is likely currently familiar with, like oppression against minorities, or the crumbling and ineffective social services, or the issues of domestic violence, or the issues of the bystander effect, or the issues with extrajudicial killings, or the commercialization of individuals, or the fact that he made Deku and All Might very obviously embody the very Japanese concepts of overwork. Whether you like it or not, when people write about what genuinely amounts to just modern society but with advancements in technology and superpowers, they are going to take inspiration from their life experiences and their material conditions. MHA is pumped full of Horikoshi's unconscious observations about modern capitalist society, as touched on throughout this entire section, but yeah, Horikoshi just didn't want to portray any real life issues. Sure thing, bro. AFO took a surface read of an old comic book and based his entire life on that, and Hori took no further message from his own comic book and gave surface level answers to what was needed, before telling people to not look too deep into what he was trying to say, and using real world issues for the emotional aesthetic rather than trying to take any stance or making any statement on them. This is purely speculation, but from a man who still, even in the final arc, had nightmares about MHA getting cancelled and never believing himself to be worthy of what he has achieved, it gives us an unfortunate and depressing lens to view Deku's character through, a character that never had an adequate exploration of his self-worth issues, who nearly lost hold of his dream before being given what he always sought after at the last second, strikingly similar to Hori's manga experience. When Horikoshi wasn't utterly disappointing me to the very end, the fandom had been let free from its heavenly restriction into complete and utter lunacy. For most of the final war, the fandom arguments died down because half the people involved in the community left due to continued and unending harassment if you didn't enjoy it. This plays a big part into why I stopped making MHA content altogether. Every MHA community on every platform would become a shell of its former self. The YouTube analysis community stopped existing when Ocean has dropped MHA due to its continuing decline in routine harassment. The Twitter communities would die as myself and many of my friends would opt to stop talking about the series to avoid cruel messages. Reddit communities would just become fan art dumps and circle jerk communities as they stroke themselves off about how dumb everyone else is. Discord communities would be effectively turned into toxic cesspits that dogpiled and berated you for expressing any negative opinion whatsoever, except mine because it's based. I cannot understate the absurdity of My Hero Academia discourse as the series reached its conclusion. People would write threads denying Deku's
Holy
core
shit, wait, who said
discourse.
I genuinely hope no fandom ever has to deal with a translator as shitty as and incompetent as Rukasu purposely purposefully omitting parts and making bad translations for whatever reason during the final chapters of a series you claim to love? Like, why the... Was it on purpose, though? Listen, for the last, like, 5 chapters of the series, I pretty much went, like, manga blind, okay? I reacted to the last 5 chapters blind. Was it Dude, I genuinely don't think it was on purpose, man. I genuinely feel like Rukasu probably, like, made, like, a giant fucking whoopsie knowing that it was the final chapter and probably was trying to rush and get it out as fast as they could, and they probably did more damage than done. That guy who made that tweet about Rukasu got extremely mad by putting him in the video. I see. Was it genuinely on purpose, though? Dude, listen. Look, if there's one... If there's one thing I do not like about, like, shonen communities and when it comes to leaks and stuff like that especially, I understand that people just want their leaks and they want to call it a night. But, you know, it's incredible how quick we are to treat each other like we just aren't people who will have mistakes. Whether it's our comprehension, whether it's just genuine talks and moments where we do not show our best moments of character. Rukasu stepped in for the fandom when Atsushi, who was our original leaker, had gave up pretty much coming off of the high of PLW. It wasn't easy, you know, it's not easy for people to try to translate an entire chapter based on Raws 5 days ahead of schedule almost, you know what I mean? It's unfortunate, you know, and again, I never like to stand on a high horse because at the end of the day, I shouldn't even be engaging in leaks in the first place, but that's just how it ends up for a lot of us. We either give in or we don't, you know what I mean? But, you know, Rukasu and Ever didn't have to do anything. They could have just let somebody else incompetent, or not incompetent, they could have just let somebody else who, like, didn't care for MHA as much just create a bunch of, like, Imgur images with just all the chapter panels with no translations and could have just left it to the fandom to discover everything and figure out. Hold on, let me, like, give me a second, chat. Hold on. Okay. I want to get a lamp in here. It's dark. You know, they could have just left it and let the fandom translate on our own. You know what I mean? He's not a professional. You know, you don't see him talking about specific uses of kanji and stuff like that unless it's you know, like drama. You know, talking about certain specific things and wanting to really specify certain things. You know what I mean? But man, this is kind of rough, man. Like, I understand that, like, Rukasu had a major whoopsie, and I know that it I know that it ended up leading to a lot of slander for the final chapter regarding Deku, Deku's, the crew not seeing Deku or something like that, you know what I mean? But, you know, I don't know. Again, if it was genuinely malicious or not, I'll never know. You know what I mean? I've never spoken to Rukasu outside of, like, maybe 1 or 2 tweets relating to Undead Unluck. I'll never know personally, but I genuinely do not want to imagine. I would like to always give people the benefit of the doubt that Rukasu didn't do this on purpose, but it genuinely, like, just fucked up badly at the finish line. Just unfortunate timing on unfortunate developments and people's patience being low, and it just spiraled into something that was so insanely unprecedented that here we are, you know what I mean? Not even officials are giving accurate translations. Why are we expecting hobbyists to do a better job all the time, you know? Yeah. I don't know. This is a little fucking harsh, man. Just a little harsh, man. You know, I can't imagine, like, people treating you like you're not a person for almost 4 years straight over leaks that we shouldn't even be getting in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I see it sometimes with the JJK leaker, and I see it sometimes with the One Piece leaker, bro. And I know for a fact it was like that probably for no. I mean, I've seen it with, like, I was young, of course, but I also remember stuff dealing with, like, the Naruto leaks, Bleach leaks, and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's just genuinely not, like, you know, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Rukasu and Ever interacted more so as community members as much as they were leakers as well. You know what I mean? And you know, to say this at the end, like, again, I know nobody likes seeing slander and stuff like that, and I get it's frustrating as hell to have to sit there and be subjected to like people just dogpiling on your series because of leaks and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? Like it, you know, I don't know, man. Like I said, the MHA community after season 5 became a very ruthless place, man. I've never seen a group of anime fans or manga fans in this case too just slowly but surely lose what it means to like talk to each other and hear each other out. It just became a very defensive place. It became a very quickly offensive place when it came to going at people for not having certain takes and stuff like that. If you didn't have certain takes, if you had takes that may seem a little too extreme or even mild, you get labeled. And a lot of people still have these lenses on of each other. A lot of people who don't even like know of each other like that still look through these lenses that have been pre-established by the community, and they judge each other and they hold on to them even if a majority of them haven't talked in a long time or try to even bury the hatchet or at least understand who we're dealing with, you know what I mean? And it's very unfortunate. Like, between the, like, again, and this is something I will bring up in my final video, which won't air. I've said this before, but my final MHA video will not air until, like, the day after the anime ends, because I'll be pretty much editing up until the very last piece of footage of the anime comes out. But there is, between, you know, close peers, absolutely, like, just being disconnected from the series / like making my atmosphere kind of like tough to engage in, and then the community itself just becoming like very rancid and horrid towards each other over time. There is no worse feeling that I will never wish on any shonen fan than watching the place that you thought belonged become so foreign to you that you just become quiet. That is genuinely, to the bottom of my heart, how I felt going into Act 3 after Chapter 327. Because literally all the love, and I'm not saying that the community had to be this place that had to love MHA to the end. That's not what I'm saying. My point is that I wanted to be able to just talk about MHA versus the good and the bad, but it genuinely became a place that you could not talk about MHA in either retrospect because people were so hostile, or people would just jump on you for any little thing, and it became a place where I felt like I had to just be quiet in, man. I couldn't speak because if I did, I know people, including close peers, who will have something to say about my enjoyment, and I know people who would jump on me if I did not enjoy. And that is genuinely how my experience would be. That's genuinely how my experience would end up to be, even now, as I tread through Season 7 on a weekly basis. And if I could go back and tell my younger self 4 years ago, back when I was a freshman in college, one thing, it's to stand on the ground even while listening. Because at least back then, I would have still been able to get everything I had to say out.
As the series reached its conclusion, people would write threads denying Deku's core characteristics because the series fumbled them so bad. They would end up denying it the end goal of saving the villains because the series fumbled it so bad. They would start to advocate for state-sanctioned killings because it's the only way they could reconcile this deranged conclusion for Nagant. They would start to say it was completely justified to leave Tenko on the street because he looked creepy, and start to talk about how Eri's mom was right to leave her behind. A place that used to impress me with its inclusivity and openness to new ideas soon became a bitter community that rejected people, hated others, and fell into many isms like ableism, racism, and homophobia. A lot of people will continue to spread the both sides narrative, but that was never even close to the truth. I've watched my friends endure being called slurs, harassment, phone number leaks, and other stuff I may not ever know about. All the while I had to watch people who defend MHA like it's a salaried position pearl clutch about the harassment they receive. And when you look into it, there's no harassment, just people posting on their own personal Twitter page, which somehow hurts their feelings. As the series made it clear it was leaning towards its very safe, neoliberal approach to its political aspects, this rightward shift was very represented by the community, as they slowly began to develop a disdain for the core tenets of art itself, denying any and all interpretations and rejecting any real-life or political foundation for the contents of this manga, something that was frankly just made worse by Spinner's book being treated like a fart in the wind. The story is weirdly adamant about society burying the tragedy and importance of the League, which just further undermines their role and presence. There is no realistic reason that Spinner's book shouldn't just act as another radicalizing MLA book, but you know, themes and such. At the very end, My Hero Academia couldn't even keep good on its final promises of the story. Toya's fate is still off-screened, Eri's horn goes back, so her sacrifice meant nothing, the viewer is emotionally scanned by Horikoshi before giving him an Iron Man suit in the final page, some characters end up with no conclusion like Ochako, Aizawa, Mike, and Kurogiri, and all of the deep world building we thought was so wonderful in this prior act was truly not meant to be that deep, while Midoriya never truly moves on from his self-worth issues. The saving the villains plotline was largely irrelevant, and so much more. I know that My Hero Academia can still have more content, spin-offs, future movies, and the soon-to-be volume extras in December, but I'm done. I'm not gonna wait for that. In the lead up to this video's release, I had all my friends who worked on this send me a message to the community that I posted every day until it came out, and I'll try and keep logs of those in the description if you're interested, but I never posted mine. My Hero Academia played a forever important role in where I am today. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to build a Twitter platform that led to the YouTube channel you are all watching right now. It brought me to a place I had always dreamed of when I was younger. It brought me so many people that I can consider friends. Yuzakura-sensei, Gyro, Bubba, Naya, Brawny, Kampa, Sync, and so many others. When I first started My Hero Academia, I stumbled upon Oceanus' videos about the series, which really helped me build a deeper understanding and appreciation of its earlier content. He's the kind of guy where I look at his content and go, I hope I can ever make anything as great as he has, and has largely inspired me to do what I'm doing now, and I'm glad someone so inspirational is someone I can call a friend now as well. This series helped me build a community that plays a part in my everyday life, full of people that are understanding, accepting, and fun to speak with. There are all kinds of things about this community that I'm grateful for, but there are a lot I'm not. I wanted to make this final part for myself largely uplifting and positive, but the fact of the matter is, there are many people out there that engage in My Hero Academia that I am grateful to never have to see or speak to again. A lot of genuinely vile, cruel, and mean-spirited people that I hope can find something else in their life that doesn't make them so toxic. I wish I could leave the MHA fandom feeling more optimistic, but I have not been given a reason to. As for the series itself, I'm indifferent. I would say I'm thankful for introducing me to so many story ideas that I found captivating. If I didn't then find other stories that executed far better, I would say I'm thankful for it giving me so many fun and unique characters if it didn't kill them in front of me for the last 4 years. I would say I loved its social commentary if it ever tried to say anything meaningful. I would say I'm grateful for it giving me all these great people in my life if I didn't watch them feel hurt and betrayed by its final stretch. Do I have any thanks to say to Kohei Horikoshi? I guess. Thank you for nothing, but also thank you for everything. And for the series that shaped my young adult life, I guess that's all this video is about.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment.
Wow.
Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. I think that
Oh
no
my
matter
God.
what happens, I will always love MHA for the experiences that it brought and the people that I've been able to meet, because there's a time where I was younger where I would never thought I'd be able to engage in these types of things. I think that anybody who feels like they either think MHA disappointed them or they love MHA is valid, no matter what is said, no matter what type of arguments and debates blow up on the internet. How you feel and how you choose to feel about MHA as a whole and as it ends is very valid. I still stand by it. I still stand by it, man. God, you snuck that in there at the end. God, I'm gonna hurt you. Wow. Oh yeah, me, Zinkron. Oh yeah, me.
Remember when things were good moments, and it's poetic, but it's also sad because obviously, I mean, I don't know how much this is going to factor into your retrospective, but Hori's clearly not having a good time anymore. He's not doing well, and I just sometimes think, like, here you have a man, an author, who's clearly not enjoying what he's doing anymore, or at the very least, who's horribly overworked. And what does he do? He starts reminding us and himself of a time when it was different. And under that lens, Act 3, as much as it upsets me, it also is just extremely sad.
Yeah.
Just a whimper of a final arc. So, yeah.
Feel free to follow me on Twitter at
plug.
Sensei. I'm also on YouTube, same thing, at Yozakura Sensei. I talk about, all types of things from shonen, seasonal anime, manga recommendations. And I hope to see you guys all day.
I'm Oceans, and I make content on YouTube nowadays primarily about Monster Hunter. If you enjoyed the Monster Hunter series of games and you want to see some biology documentaries about them, some speculative ecology and zoology, then yeah, I'm your guy. You can find me on YouTube at Oceans, Oceanus, and I'm occasionally on streams with Asa whenever I catch him and I feel like tormenting him.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is the final My Hero Academia retrospective. Hot damn. So this is the last thing I would say, because I'm gonna call it here shortly. It's going on 9. I have not eaten dinner. So I'm gonna be up late tonight. But here's what I'll say. Navigating the shonen sphere is truly a one in a lifetime experience. I feel like every anime fan, for the most part, that is engaging in the global conversation is gonna navigate through a big shonen at least once in a lifetime. You know what I mean? That's going to be the case, and it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows. When things are good, you're gonna know it's good because every creator, every reactor is gonna be talking about it. Every tweet, every famous person, you're gonna see cosplays. So you're gonna know. But when things are bad, the world is going to ensure that it's bad twice as much as they let you know that it is good. You know what I mean? And that is how MHA has gone. There is still a lot of love for this series, no doubt. Anime reactors are loving it right now. There's still people like me who, despite acknowledging the faults, I've talked about it, I've admitted it. I've disagreed with certain things. I've accepted certain things. Despite it, I'm still here every Saturday watching the episodes, and I will be here all the way to the end. I know it may take a while, but I'm still gonna collect every volume. I will be there October 11th for premiere night for movie 4. That's just how it is. You know what I mean? But despite all that, the reality of the situation is that not all the time will your favorite series end the way it began. And what I mean by that is that it's not going to end on this, amazing note. There will be hiccups. There will be disappointing moments. There will be all types of stuff that may make you waver and stuff like that. But as I said last stream, the most important thing for any fan of any series will always be to walk away from a series in a way that you will not regret for the rest of your life, man. Whether it's disappointment or whether it's acceptance, you know what I mean? It's it's up to you to decide that. Nobody can change that at the end of the day, you know what I mean? And so, this guy says he can't stand MHA, yet he made a 4-hour video about it. Yeah, I know, man. What a guy, man. Everybody, please make sure to go leave a like on this video and a comment if you please. Whether you disagree, whether you agree, whether you appreciate it, whether you hate it, just go leave a like. And don't be a disingenuous person either, please. Be as constructive as you may like. Of course, please support the video because this was a long time coming. Asa, you did an incredible job, buddy. I know these last I know this last portion of the series, man, getting through it all, I know it was not the funnest thing in the world to watch something that gave you a lot, fall off essentially, and at least in that personal view, man. But I'm glad that you stuck it through. I'm glad that despite all the harassment or just general just Twitter shenanigans, you know what I mean, that you stuck it through. This is gonna be here for the long run. And it's certainly something to think about, because after the day season 8 gets announced is the day, or whatever we get, whether it's a season 8 movie, the day it gets announced is the day I will officially begin my own. And there's a lot of things that I feel like I need to say as well. Personally, as somebody who sat down and engaged with both sides of the fandom, as somebody who watched people walk away, as somebody who had his moment in the Sunlight 2 where I was one of these people who was rude and kind of mean about certain takes not making sense. You know, I've gone through my entire character arc myself, so I've got some things to get off my chest, things that I will not take to the grave. I will make sure to get everything off my chest. Don't make it 3.5 hours, trust me. Yeah, I don't think mine will be 3.5 hours. It may be 40, maybe an hour and a half at most. You know, but it will come. But we'll cross that bridge whenever I get to it. But yeah, man, this was an excellent video, man. The memes, the truth, you know, obviously, you know, we talked about everything, whether or not I had some different opinions about it, whatnot, but overall, you know, whether people hate stuff or not, I hope people will come to understand that, like, people don't invest this much time for just solely for the bag, you know what I mean? It's going to, you know, this comes from a place of heart too, and I think that's a lost element when it comes to, you know, just the manga world in general, you know what I mean? People just forget that, like, people, this means something to people, whether they hated it to the end or not. So, but yeah, with that being said, it is going on 9 o'clock for me, guys, so I'm gonna go downstairs and finally eat dinner. Thank you all for coming out. This is easily my longest stream ever, pushing it damn near 6 hours. I don't know when I'll be streaming next. We may stream towards the end of this year, talking about Anime 2024 as a whole. So if you guys want to talk about winter, spring, summer, and fall lineup across the entire year before I release Anime 2024 as a video, I'll be sure to talk about that. In the meantime, please reference the weekly community update on the community tab on my channel to look at what is coming up. I got a lot of videos coming out. Elusive Samurai, Too Many Heroines airing this season. Open discussion video about the era of too much anime. And I also have a fall 2024 watch list coming out. We'll also we will continue to cover Mission Yozakura Family all the way through, and we will also be diving into a constructive breakdown and conversation about Mission Yozakura Family after the anime has concluded in about 7 more weeks. So yeah, a lot to come, but we're gonna be going into the end of this year very, very strong. I got a lot of things planned, and I'm already looking at 2025. But yeah, thank you all for coming out. I apologize if I didn't get to all your comments. I genuinely was just trying to get through this video at a healthy time so I can still eat and just not keep you guys all here. I appreciate everybody who stuck around all day. I really, really, really appreciate it. This is by far one of the more successful streams for me, no doubt. And I'll also be looking to stream potentially... I think Jump Festa is in December this year, so we'll be looking at streaming that as well. We'll look at maybe Undead Unluck, Mission Yozakura Family, if they've got a panel for it. My Hero Academia, of course. And yeah, and this won't be the last time, you know, we'll be back here. But other than that, everybody, please enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure if you're a World Trigger fan, go check out today's video. It's a nice video talking about the rank wars. We will be back tomorrow evening for... Yozakura Family, episode 20 or 21, one of the two, I believe. But yeah, other than that, good night, everybody. Asa, congratulations on your release again.